And check. Testing. Pretty sure that's going through. If not, I'm going to look like a dickhead anyway, but we already know that. So how is everybody doing, people? Hang on, why is that not actually changing? Shit. Is we not got no audio? No, there we go. So today we are continuing with the trial coverage, day 5 of the XXXTentacion murder trial with Newsome, Williams, and Boatwright facing life in prison for the murder of a rapper. So, yeah, let's face it, I'm still half asleep. It's like 10 to 3 in the morning. Trial has yet to recommence. Even people over on Law and Crime are getting antsy, saying, where the hell is the judge? Aiden's alone. Yeah, well. Pesky Citizen, hello. Hope everyone is well. Mostly lurking today while working. Nope, fair enough. Alright, so Leanie is in the house. Hello. Arif Hassan, Reagan Crack. Okay. Nino's Membun, hello. Hello, Andrew. Tina, good to see you. Familiar there. Leighton Gairsey. Well, there was nothing to see here, was there? So, Phew, you had me worried that Australia had disappeared or something. Don't tempt me. Les Carmel, hello. Indigo Luna, good to see you. C-Case, hey up all. Brian S, yes, can finally take the murder trial away. How's that going for you? Mrs. K. Griff, hello. Aliens got Hayden. No selfish luck. Honestly, it's... I had one hell of a day yesterday. To the point where I didn't get any streaming really done at all. Like, I was just flat out working. And right from, like, 8 in the morning, and then at some point I had to take my car in, get it into for a service, so that took... God, there's no point in bitching and moaning about the day, but suffice to say, it was a hell of a day. Sarah P, hello, happy Monday. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Hope you did too. The Murdoch trial is full of COVID for real. Oh, really? Hey, everyone, try to watch the other trial on Nick's stream. Nope, not happening. I'll get booted for mocking everyone. And the judge recommending masks since 2 jurors got the right. Oh, Christ. And this is why I stay home. Just Dawn, hello. Spacebar, good to see you. Ready for the magic act today. Prosecution trying to pull its own head out of its ass instead of a rabbit. Prosecution trying to pull its head out of its ass? I personally feel like the prosecution's been doing a good job with this, but anyway. Hello to Stingy AP. Greedy blokes in the house, hello. Wardrobe, hello. Rabbit, always good to see you. Thank you for all the hard work you do. Algebra, good morning to you too. I think pretty much got through. Bookworm Becky, hello. How do you survive getting up that early? Energy drinks. That is the long and the short of it. Hey, Jeff, what's laying in bed recovering from the death flu, listening to the lifting sounds of your voice and murderous rappers as they drift off to dreamland. Dude, if you were that sick, how are you awake? How have you not taken some, like... What is it? Like, not Benadryl. What's the cold and flu medicine that knocks you out? Anyway, hope you feel better. Rest up. Adam Mitchell, hello. That other trial that Nick is covering is boring as hell. Yeah, well, I mean, look, the Murdoch trial, it was okay up until a certain point. Then when it became clear that, in my own personal opinion, the judge was showing his bias, and just, yeah, it just became a real mess. And eventually, I tried to watch it. And then this came along, and this has been spicy as hell. So I have been enjoying myself with this instead. Looking very clean day, Hayden. I don't know how. I rolled out of bed, got up, like, splashed some water on my face, put some product through my hair, and sat down because I slept through my alarm. I got here literally 5 minutes before I hit the live button. So, is this live? Yes, this is very much live. Black True Hebrew. Hello, that's a new name. Hello from Iowa. Good to see you. Puppy sitting is not a good idea. Aw, what type of puppy? Gonna be a coughing stream today, eh? I hope not. There you go, Jeff. Everyone's saying feel better. Definitely miss seeing you today. NyQuil? Oh, that's the one that puts you to sleep. Thank you, people. Was dead yesterday, literally in bed for 24 hours, except for puking and shedding. Oh, now just recovering. Dude, you poor thing. The murder trial's running out of alternate jurors. What? Between the Rona and the people just getting bored as hell. Well, thank you, Sleazy. You're always so kind. Ginger was sent home because COVID positive. Now 2 alts have been moved up. That's about the excitement there so far. Do you think Cheeseburger got any sleep this weekend? I reckon there's even money on him not actually being able to appear. I'm curious as to whether or not he's going to be in the infirmary or not, to be perfectly honest. Notice how most of the trials where we go, yes, this will be awesome, just die on us. Everyone was so excited about the murder trial. It had same with the Ortiz trial. They had the hallmarks of being a brilliant case, and then just something went off the wire, and you'd swear it's the courts or someone in the background deliberately trying to destroy like YouTube coverage of trials because everyone gets all hyped up, and then all of a sudden it's this is shit. That's crap. See you all later. Fuck you, YouTubers. And it's like, well, I mean, I got so excited for that Pookie case, and then just yeah. But yes, and it's interesting because this one I was sort of like, is the trial going to be worth it? And it's been spicy as fuck. So, plan to watch this trial with you and just catch nightly recaps with the other mess of a trial. Waited for a trial, and now there are too many. Fair enough. Oh, it's a purebred Staffy. Okay, interesting. Cute little thing, hopefully. So why is it such an issue to be puppy sitting it then? I mean, is it just oh, where are we? Should I can't even share the screen for the Lauren Cuck thing because while it's on the waiting page, you can't actually full screen it. So, and I'm not letting their chat run rampant on my show. Hey, morning, Jess. Good morning from Cali. Also, hello, chat. Driving to work, so please don't hate me for not responding. No, of course not, Jess. And OnStar randomly magically found their records for murder. Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting. Jurors are bored, so they keep coming up with things that are wrong with them. Murder was a great disappointment. Yeah. No, I completely get that. And there's a whole bunch of get well soon, Jeff. So fingers crossed you feel better soon, buddy. If not, a sickbed sympathy griff stream. Yeah, that works. Definitely don't need Lauren Cuck chat. That's awful. Yeah. Don't know what everyone expected with murder. All the interesting evidence from the docs and podcasts isn't admissible, which means financial crimes were all they had left. Okay. My autistic kids are loving the serotonin overload, but cleaning them up is annoying as I broke my toe and bruised my foot. So my sons have to do it if they are slightly mad. Oh. Hopefully your foot feels better soon. That sounds painful, honestly. Rather have the Kufikin than be on the murder trial. I wonder if Turtleneck will be. Oh, actually, that's a good point. Let's put up. That reminds me. Thank you for reminding me to put up a poll. We need to decide whether or not Turtleneck is going to be wearing a turtleneck or a suit today? Start a poll. Suit or turtleneck? Suit, turtleneck is dumb enough to show up in a orange. Orange suit. All right, there we go. Did you got a new kitten? Oh, congratulations. How's that going for you? Good morning, Mimi. Burnt orange turtleneck. It was probably one of the jurors that called in the bomb threat. Oh, God, that would have been interesting. All right. What I'm going to do is, because there's some reasonably interesting videos that Lauren Kirk have otherwise put out. Something about a Florida man charged with being armed with knives. So at least that'll kill a few minutes. So let's have a look at that. Present, share screen.
Burn up, dog. Burn the fuck up, dog. Step back. You step back. Burn up. Burn the.
Body camera video shows what led up to an officer-involved shooting in Florida, where officials say a man having a mental health episode charged at deputies with knives in his hands.
Nobody wants to hurt you. Can you put the knives down?
The incident happened on February 5th in New Smyrna Beach, Florida. A 911 call came in for a man reporting that his son was armed with knives.
My son is back upstairs. He's upstairs at our house. He's got a couple knives walking back and forth, and he's kind of scaring me and my wife.
The caller told dispatch that his son, later identified as 43-year-old Michael Colmar, struggles with mental health issues.
Is he threatening
anyone?
Well, not really. He thinks he's protecting something, and he's running back. He's schizophrenic and paranoid.
What's that? He thinks he's protecting something and he's schizophrenic? Is that what that said? Was that Boomhauer talking? Yeah, it was a little bit like that, wasn't it? Florida man armed with knives, isn't that a normal Tuesday? Well, you also walk around with knives. Oh, good God.
Yeah, for sure. He's already been diagnosed then.
Body camera footage shows deputies with the Volusia County Sheriff's Office responding to the call. Colmar tells first responders they should leave and asks his father to shut the door on them.
Just go, man. There's nothing to be here. Just go. My mom and dad.
Can you put the knife down?
Just go, man.
Put the knife down.
My mom and dad driving them crazy. Just go, man.
You can hear deputies
Oh, the kitten's pretty cute.
telling Colmar to drop his weapons.
Just go, man.
No,
Just go.
No.
They don't need your life in here, man. Just shut the door, man.
No, I ain't shutting the door.
Put the knives down.
What's it gonna take for you to put these knives down?
Okay, put the knives down.
You need to talk to him.
He said, Jesse, if you don't put the knives.
Given that he's got weapons and there's an old guy there, they're being pretty damn, easy on him from what I've seen from recent police videos anyway.
As officials attempt to reassure Colmar and tell him no one is there to hurt him, he swears at them and calls them derogatory names.
Oh, good heavens.
Male armed with two knives.
I must clutch my pearls. He called them derogatory names. Doesn't seem to be having difficulty with mental illness. He appears to be fully embracing it.
There's nothing to talk about, Dad. I said, keep the knives down. Hurt me, man.
Nobody wants to hurt you.
God, you do.
Can you put the knives down?
Man, go. The people, man.
Back
Burn
up.
up.
Back up.
You rapist. You shut the door on the mother. He's got gas.
Huh.
Shut the door on that mother.
Off me.
Officials radio for more help, calling the situation a negotiation.
We're in the middle of basically negotiating with a barricaded subject with 2 knives and a stole. We're at the
Oh yeah,
table
we've
right
seen
now
it, Stingy.
talking.
We've seen the Pelosi
So,
stuff.
yes, both his parents
That
are
was
inside
weird
and
as
they don't
hell.
wanna leave.
Eventually, officials attempt to shoot Colmar with a taser, but he does not drop the weapons.
Burn up, dog. Burn the fuck up, dog. Step back. You step back. Burn up. Burn the fuck up, man. Burn the fuck up.
After that, sheriff's deputies escort his father out of the back of the home safely.
Move, Dad. Ship it to me. Take it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it. Come here, Dad. Oh my. Walk back that deputy on the corner. Walk.
Minutes go by, and Colmar is asked to drop.
Why have they got the old guy by the scruff of the neck? Like that. In what universe is that beneficial to anybody?
His weapons again and again. He still refuses.
Michael, put your knife down now.
Do you see a knife?
Body camera video then shows Colmar rushing deputies with knives in his hands. That's when a deputy opens fire.
Oh, okay. Just in case, there may be a trigger warning here, people.
What? Watch out.
You ready? Come on,
No.
Volusia County officials say this incident was the second time in the past few weeks that Colmar has acted erratically. On January 17th, officials responded to a call that he was armed and possibly hallucinating. Colmar was treated on the scene for his injuries and is expected to survive. Reporting for Law and Crime Network, I'm Sierra Gillespie.
Hang on. So what was that? There's a guy that was acquitted of double murder? Is that what it said? Check out the Florida case Stingy was talking about. Guy gets acquitted of double murder, then kills girlfriend. I mean, I'm looking at Fox 13 and it's saying that he killed him in self-defense. I don't know that I believe that for a second. Okay, so we still have nothing there. Deadly shootout in a clearing. I don't feel guilty, but the guy did have a tattoo. Hearing trigger warning before a gun video always making me giggle. It's my favorite forced pun. Oh, crap. Okay, hang on. Let me see if I can pull something up about this guy. Florida man acquitted of double murder. New York Post, Tampa News. Oh, Lauren Crum did a video on it. How long is that? Nope, that's an article. Well, I share enough of their shit, so. Alright, we can share this. Okay, so Florida man charged with killing girlfriend days after he's acquitted of double murder. Florida man allegedly gunned down his pregnant girlfriend just days after he was acquitted of double murder, authorities said on Wednesday. Tampa police officers arrested alleged killer Billy Adams on Wednesday and charged him with first-degree murder and killing of an unborn child 8 days after the fatal shooting of Alana Sims. Sims, only 22, was gunned down outside of a car, police said, according to WFLA. Her young son was inside the vehicle at the time and was not harmed, thank God for that. Investigators said Adams and Sims were in a relationship. Adams, 25, was found not guilty of killing 2 men on January 27, just a few days before he allegedly killed Sims, who investigators said was the father of the unborn child. Tampa Police Major Michael Stout said the victim thought she was going to a party for Adams to celebrate his not guilty verdict before the gunfire rang out, the television station reported. Stout reportedly said the motive appeared to be that Adams was not ready to be a father. Right. Gets arrested for double, yet Kyle Rittenhouse gets put in prison for an entire year and then some, also with a far-left prosecutor who seemed to be out for blood and to harm the Second Amendment. Billy Adams III. Okay. Cops shooting guns on your deck. That's too much deck action for me. Holding his collar like that won't stop anybody from falling. If anything, it'll put him off balance and cause him to fall. Yeah, it looked weird to me. Tampa Interim Police Chief Lee Burklaw said in a statement, the crime allegedly committed by Adams is unthinkable. I hope this arrest brings some closure to the victim's family, who is mourning the loss of two loved ones. We're working with the state's attorney office to ensure the suspect is prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. State Attorney Susan Lopez said the suspect's actions were unimaginable as she referenced the previous trial. While we respect the verdict of the jury in the prior case, we disagreed with it, and that is why we prosecuted him. We'll work to continue with Tampa Police to prosecute him. How long have they been in trial for? Fucking Lauren Cuck, I swear to God. All right, guys, we are headed straight in, and it looks like they're doing motions in front, outside the presence of the jury.
Yes.
Morning again. As to the second matter, on Friday, Mr. Padilla cross-examined Mr. Allen regarding a variety of things. I asked for the transcript of.
Ooh, they didn't get the transcript.
Cross-examination.
Someone's going to get in trouble.
I have not received a final one. I only received a preliminary one. However, with respect
yeah,
to
Jane's
what I
usually here.
received,
She might just be busy at the moment.
I wanted to point out a couple things because I believe under the case law of Bozeman, B-O-Z-E-M-A-N.
Hope the audio is okay.
And Simmons versus, well, Bozeman is cited at 698, Southern Second, 629. And I have copies of the parties.
Probably both still nursing hangovers at this point, I would expect. Oh, he looks a little bit more subdued today.
May I approach?
And we have a turtleneck sighting.
Thank you.
I can't tell if the audio is better or worse today. Like, at least I can hear it, but how's it coming through on the YouTube side?
Case cited at 698 Southern Second, 629. There is laid out the doctrine of opening the door, or opening the door rule, as it's called.
Here we go.
And in Simmons
It's a bit quiet.
versus State,
Alright.
790 Southern Second, 1177, which is a third DCA case. That rule is further expanded upon. Now, in the Bozeman case, the court points out that, and I'm on page 630 of the reporter, that during cross-examination in that case, the argument was that the defense cross-examination of a witness opened the door about testimony, and that in order for that to even be considered as to whether or not the door was open, the court has to make a determination if the testimony that was given was misleading testimony or made a specific factual assertion, which the state has the right to correct, or that the jury, so that the jury will not be misled. And the court pointed out on 631 that the opening the door concept is based on consideration of fairness and the truth-seeking function of trial, and that
As well they should.
Examination reveals the whole story of transaction. Only the party explains.
Hopefully that's not too loud now.
And in the Simmons case, the court further, third DCA further went to say that in the Bozeman.
No, Glitterfart, we literally just started. I think that the trial stream was running behind because It miraculously started mid-argument, so.
I can let the court see my copy, but I have 17 instances that I've tabbed and highlighted in the transcript from Friday of where Mr. Padilla misled the jury intentionally and was making specific factual assertions with zero evidence that he knew not to be true in an attempt to mislead the jury. And that
She just said that she hadn't received the transcript over the weekend. Oh, hang on.
number, Your Honor, because it's not a final copy.
You're going in hard
So
already.
I'll do my best to point out to the court because it doesn't have page numbers yet. Now, there were several objections that were made initially. Mr. Padilla started out by asking the witness about his 12 separate felonies. I objected. The objection, initially, it appeared as if Your Honor was going to sustain the objection, but then Mr. Padilla withdrew his question, leaving it out there, and then went back to the question of the felonies, getting into the fact that the co-defendant did commit frauds at one point.
Damn it, I'm going to try and listen on my phone to see what the audio levels are like.
Because for several reasons. Number one, some of the fraud that was committed, and certainly the robberies that were committed by this witness, were committed with the co-defendant Williams. So the way that Mr. Padilla has left it out there, that there's some independent Toronto connection that even though the witness said several times, there is no Toronto connection, he knows nobody in Toronto, he has never been on
well, you're getting ahead.
Okay.
First you're talking about the area where you're talking about 12 separate felonies. There was an objection, and he withdrew.
All right, where's my headphones gone?
And that was impossible.
Then and I don't know if it would be easier to look at my copy because I have them tabbed, but there's
Folks, I'll be right back.
No.
I'm sorry, I don't think it's proper.
Yeah, no.
Okay, there was a section where Mr. Padilla goes into.
It's actually our tiny number.
Well, it really isn't. I looked at it, really isn't.
Well,
That's nothing against Miss Chin, but I know she's trying to get it.
I mean, I'm looking at the copy that you gave me. So after the blank page, you see like a 3.
I don't see your copy. The blank page.
All right. First page.
Oh, okay, I see a 2 and then yes.
So, and then there's a 2 appearances, and then there's a blank page, and then a 3 thereupon following. So it seems like there's at least some rough guide here, so you can use those to sort of direct me to where you're thinking.
Sure. So it says 6 at the bottom of it, but it's not the actual page 6, if Your Honor keeps going up to page 4. Halfway through the page, starting with lines 20 through 25. Mr. Padilla is asking about the witness recalling if there was a meeting, and did he recall meeting a gentleman by the name of Baka Not Nice, a Toronto rapper. The witness clearly says no, and then Mr. Padilla, in a testifying way, which the court admonished him several times during the cross-examination, that he was testifying through his questions. Actually, isn't it true that the individual is the individual that allowed you to gain access to the video shoot in February of 2018 here in Miami? Going on to the next page, that you got on the set that day. Witness answers, I've never been on the set of Nowhere. Then it goes on that same following page. Didn't you receive money from either Drake or one of Drake's associates? Answer, I've never met Drake before. You've never met Drake? No. Then it goes on, I believe it's 3 pages after that. It's not numbered, but it starts on page 8, line 18, where it says, isn't it true that the reason
Okay, listening to the audio, I think that's okay.
found is because of all the WhatsApp WhatsApp messages.
Potentially put it up slightly more.
So people that are involved in this case to shield from it, correct? I don't know anyone in Toronto. It goes on, where he then is asking about the person.
All right, fingers
which is
crossed.
important. It says 8 on the page.
Yes.
Actually, you want to shield people from this case like you did shield with the individual in the car that picked you up. Isn't that true? And from the context of that questioning, based on what was asked during direct, I believe that's referring to when Mr. Allen entered the car, a sedan, a gray sedan, where a female flagged him down and he entered the back seat and he testified about that. There was a lot of trepidation from Mr. Allen to identify who this person was. First, initially on Mr. Kimmock's questioning.
Yeah, not gonna lie, it's really weird that you guys do that on a Sunday and then have to go to work the next day.
Because it could violate some pretrial rulings. But instead, Mr. Padilla kept going and needling the point to say, well,
Hey, Barbara.
so you're testifying that the person has nothing to do with Toronto, which is the misleading part, that the person picked you up. I objected, and as you can see, Your Honor, overruled the objection. So Mr. Padilla kept going and saying,
Yeah, well, Drew, it does happen on occasion.
Nothing to do with Toronto. Answer: she doesn't have anything to do with Toronto. He then goes on.
They're attributed randomly to the people that interact with most of the channel, so I can only assume that most people already have memberships. So, and you can really thank Alan and Rabbit for that.
Outright asking improperly that the person who supplied the guns was the father who sells cocaine and is dealing with people in Toronto. Again, that was denied. Then he asked, well, wasn't the person murdered that provided your these guns? Again, that was denied. Wasn't your stepfather murdered? No. All of these things collectively, and I have more to point out, were done in a way to mislead the jury that these were items that were connected to the defense, which I believe he's trying to put together to say that somebody in Toronto or Drake had something to do with this without any evidence.
You've got a membership, didn't you? Unless you're green on my end.
Goes on to say that
green with envy, maybe.
He asked about him being a drug addict, as if that had something to do with it. That objection was sustained, and the jury was instructed to disregard. But then he goes on, and I don't have the page number. Let me see what's the nearest page number that I could reference the court. It's after what is page 15. It says 15 on the...
For anyone that's just walked in or doesn't understand what's happening, she's poking holes in Dick's testimony. Sorry, not testimony, in his cross-examination from Friday. I think she's drilling for the hole to blow open the door.
The witness who the jury will hear from, Ms. Robinson, and about her testimony, and then goes on to say that the reason that he was calling her every day was because they were friends or there was some type of sexual relationship, when in reality, the reason why Mr. Allen had been in constant contact with Ms. Robinson is because
you're not wrong, Winter Sailor, you're not wrong.
For his client to rob people. And that is an incorrect assertion, misleading to the jury, that we, the state, are entitled to rebut at this point, is what I'm arguing. Additionally, Mr. Padilla goes on
I'm out of gummy koalas.
On that same page.
And yes, you heard that right. I have gummy koalas instead of gummy bears.
Answered that question. So it's like that, and he said, I was calling her every day because we were renting cars to rob people. Then he says, were you doing that every day or every other day? Says every single day. Then he goes on, so your testimony now is that every single day, correct? Just about, yes. And then they go on into the frequency of how often this was done. Then
cheeseburgers for dinner.
Mr. Allen answers
awesome.
Through Tony, through Michael, through Dedrick Williams. 2 pages after that, Mr. Padilla continues on asking, well, what do you need 4 cell phones for? And explain that to the jury. And then I'm going through my points. There's so many, Judge. I'm going through my points.
There's so many, Judge.
What are you saying the doors open to?
Okay, so nearly after that, the witness is asked about committing the fraud and the robberies. I would argue that committing the robberies has been open because that is misleading to this jury as to why the frequency that he was contacting a particular witness, also the motive and the intent of that the state has to prove as to Mr. Williams, that there was an intent to rob the victim that day because he'd done it numerous other times. Ordinarily, this wouldn't be testimony that the state can get into, but Mr. Padilla opened that door by trying to create some misleading facts that this had something to do with a rapper in Toronto, people connected in Toronto, a drug dealer dad, a sexual relationship, none of which there's any evidence for, none of which is true. It's actually categorically false.
That's exactly what she's doing, Just Cause.
False by rebuttal evidence regarding that. Additionally, Mr. Padilla went into, towards the end of his very abrupt ending of his cross-examination,
That's one way of putting it.
The witness is in protective custody, why the witness would be in fear of his life, making it seem as if there's some type of other reason, that there's some other nefarious
Rapper in
actors
Toronto is code for
or
Drake,
characters
yes.
connected to this case that are responsible for that. When in reality, it's his client that's responsible for this witness to be
She's poking holes in that whole thing about what I was talking about on Friday, that if you know your client's done something or if there's an implication, you're not allowed to point the finger at someone else.
This witness's life. And so now what the jury is left
Hey,
with
Linda.
is that there's some impression or some evidence that does not exist, that there's some connection to Toronto that he received, Mr. Allen received to do this crime, and that he's in fear because of that. Nothing is further from the truth. That is misleading to the
You're not wrong there, Gemini.
Under the case law, and the reason why we're pointing out all
Sorry
the
for the hell of it.
that Mr. Padilla did this is because it was an intentional act on Mr. Padilla to try to mislead this jury. After so many sustained objections, after so many sidebars, he still kept doing it. And so I would argue, Judge, that we then have a right to rebut this evidence because the door has now been opened as to Mr. Williams. And Your Honor will recall, when that last inappropriate question was made by Mr. Padilla, it was so inflammatory that Your Honor gave an instruction to the jury that they should disregard it as to Mr. Boatwright and Mr. Newsome.
It's funny when it's not happening to you.
On behalf of Mr. Boatwright hadn't opened the door.
Not that I've ever had this happen to me, but it's like, I would hate to be the guy on the other side of this.
It goes without saying that the logic is Mr. Williams, his client, or his attorney had opened the door. Because Your Honor did not instruct the jury as to Mr. Williams. And so now that's left out there.
Bingo.
That potentially Mr. Boatwright is not involved with gangs, Mr. Newsome is not involved with gangs, but they can consider that answer can go to Mr. Williams. So I'm asking to correct what is misleading facts that have been left with this jury. And I think that the case law says that in the court's discretion, it would be appropriate and proper to do so.
Oh, and now we're going to have 20 minutes of arguments back.
I emailed both state attorneys and asked them for the case law that they were going to sign today. They didn't give it to me.
30 minutes ago, Judge. I want to point that out.
Okay, Judge, there's a huge discrepancy in the way that she's presenting what occurred and what actually occurred.
Oh, bullshit. We all watched it.
The state's cooperating witness, while testifying, in a deposition in December of 2022, when asked, who is the individual that was in the car that picked you up, said, I don't know. Fast forward, under direct examination with Mr. Kim, under direct examination, when asked by the state, who is that person? I don't know. Then all of a sudden, the next day, when Mr. Kim asked, I don't think you want me to answer that in front of the jury. So the persistence, and the only thing that really matters in that transcript is how I was scrutinizing the state's cooperating witnesses' response or his inaccurate statements. He went from, I don't know who it is, to, in one day, I'm afraid that person's gonna kill me. And as a defense attorney, I have every right on behalf of my client to get into how does that change from one day to the other. And that's what I was doing. I did not open the door. I believe.
You blew that door wide open, dickhead.
But I'll tell you right now, I know what I did, and I did not purposely open any door. I was simply doing my job.
It doesn't matter if you did it purposefully or not.
Gangs, Judge, this is a constant sword shield for the state. They have, through the entire time, said this is not a gang case. They didn't charge it as a gang case. However, everybody involves a gang, and my guy's the leader of it. And every single time that I do anything, I'm tiptoeing through a field full of landmines. If I ask why does Leonard Kerr, a Lyft and Uber driver, have the money to have two security guards here? Oh, I opened the door. Everything that I do is now opening the door. She's the one that didn't charge us as a gang case, and that was apparently that's her decision. But now every single thing that I do on behalf of my client is I'm opening the door. Now,
The irony is, Barbara, he's apparently some high-flying criminal defense attorney.
and if you look at the
We looked at his
look at what I asked.
we looked at his firm on
Are you
Friday.
in fear of your life? Yeah, yes. And then that's when he says, they're in a gang. They're in a gang meeting.
He's
I'm
struggling
asking
though.
about the
He's
identity of the
he's
person that's
flossing.
driving the car. That's what I'm talking about. And that's what he said. That is not opening the door. That is not opening the door.
You can repeat that sentence as often as you like.
So,
It's not going to make it any more
he
true.
Goes sidebar and now says that it's concerted effort by all of us to force him to say that. And I'm here to tell you that if
I don't think she said that.
It was a concerted effort by the state because that's their own witness. So a couple of options could exist. Number one, they failed to properly prepare their witness. Because if they would have known that the identity of the witness was gang related, she could have done a motion in limine to prevent it. Number two, it was on purpose. Obviously, I'm hoping that it wasn't, but I have to make that argument that it could have been on behalf of my client. Or that Robert Allen is a liar. That's changing his story from one day to the next. And that's simply all I was doing, Judge, on behalf of my client. So everything, I feel like if everything that I say, Mr. Allen was, Mr. Allen says that my guy told him to do it. Well, isn't it true that you told my client or you were chauffeuring my client around? Every single thing I feel that they're going to argue that I opened the door. I don't think that I opened the door. I don't think that anything that she stated to the court is a
That's exactly it. He tried to stop you from asking that question, you idiot.
And the fact that the state's own witness is the one that apparently, after being prepared and after being admonished not to do it, said they're in a gang. I have to move for a mistrial on behalf of my client.
Knew that was coming.
Thank you. So,
Oh, sorry, I have one more thing. Sorry. And regarding the fraud, if the court looks at the transcripts, the state's own witness is the one, when asked, why do you need so many phones, said, oh, because of fraud. I didn't open that door. He's the one that said it was because of fraud. Sorry.
Yeah, but he wasn't doing fraud anymore. He moved on to robbery. Witness says twice not to ask and you force it. It's your fault, dumbass. Exactly. Okay, so the judge is sitting there reading the transcript, considering it very... Ooh.
So I would just seek clarification from the state as to exactly what facts that it seeks to introduce to Mr. Allen, that it believes the door has been opened, so that if there are any issues regarding Mr. Boatwright, I can address them now, as well as have those facts be out there. Obviously, we have Mr. Boatwright, we don't have a position as to Mr. Williams' gang activity or as to Mr. Williams' prior involvement in robberies. I would object to any of that testimony regarding Mr. Boatwright.
Only for that guy. He was basically just saying that if there's any...
clarification regarding whatever the state feels may inure to the detriment of my client.
Yeah, he's just not talking to the mic. Basically, the pair of them have just said that they wanted to clarify whatever fact she's alleging against their clients, because they want to address it before the jury comes in.
all right.
Oh, look, Will Smith's back. Dumbass went through that entire argument sounding like a 4-year-old, and at the very end says, I'm moving for a mistrial.
A lot of different things that are mixed in here. The questions that were asked where objections were sustained and juries will disregard are not going to be used to open doors. When the court orders the jury to disregard, it's disregarded. When the objection is sustained, it's sustained. So that kind of ends that. Secondly,
Damn it.
there were a number of questions that were asked that were of
Questionable integrity.
So, at this point, nothing in the record that shows the basis. Were you paid by?
Whatever, green and yellow. Plus.
Are these orders coming out of Toronto? We said no. I don't know what you're talking about. They're in Toronto, okay? It is incumbent upon.
Self-imposement, the green plus yellow only ever works if you're Aussie, so the Bordeaux cream.
That what the attorneys say, this is not evidence. Evidence is from the stand. So
Exactly.
you know, counsel gets up there and says, little green men from Mars came down and did this, and the witness says no, that doesn't mean there's evidence of little green men. The evidence is no, okay? So that takes care of that. With respect to, you know, again, opening the door on the game thing, that objection was sustained. The jury was given a lengthy curative disregard.
Sorry, Brian, it's as hard as it goes.
I didn't tell them in disregarding that they should consider it against Mr. Williams, but I went out of my way to make sure that they did not consider it against Mr. Newsome or Mr. Boatwright because they had not caused the controversy, so it was the court's feeling that they were entitled to additional extra protection, where the protection of them just to disregard the question and answer and the lengthy curative was enough to take care of that. It does not, therefore, open any doors. You don't open doors when the court sustains an objection.
You don't open doors when Koreans do something.
No, I can't unring the bell, but that is the legal equivalent of saying it is as if it did not happen, you are not considered. Okay, so that certainly doesn't open doors. As far as the, why'd you call this person every day? We were committing robberies. I guess it's up to them to decide who the we is in that. We have a lot of rules which insulate defendants from having the case decided upon, not upon the facts involved in a particular crime, but that we insulate them from having jurors make decisions based on prior acts. This is all based on the American system of justice that
I'll come back to this, Barbara. I'm trying not to talk over the judge.
Nature is if someone's been convicted of burglary 7 times before and they're accused of a burglary, jury might say, yeah, I kind of think they probably were. So we don't let them know that. And a lot of people look at it and say, that's kind of unfair. They should know that. No, because the charge in this and a particular burglary.
That 20 minutes, half hour, they've been arguing without the jury.
On evidence and not on that person's propensity. Should they be convicted, then the judge is in a position to say, you're an 8-time loser here. And definitely consider that. But the jury in deciding whether or not the presumption of innocence has been overcome is based on the facts of the case that you have and not be drawn in by this other stuff. While Mr. Padilla may have come very close to opening doors and he has his own reasons for going into areas that he goes into, I have the obligation to make sure that error is not committed by allowing something in and doing a balancing test. I don't see getting into the side issues of what robberies they've committed together in the past. We're not going to go there. Had he not asked those questions, it would still come out that Mr. Allen's a 12-time convicted felon, although I think it's only 2 cases, it's 12 counts. That can be clarified on redirect if you think it's been misrepresented, but he was quite candid with the jurors as to what he had done before. And Allen's testimony that he is frightened of retaliation. Whether or not a person's in a game or not doesn't make that fear of retaliation any more or less strong. His testimony was not objected to or that was not, jury was not told to disregard, is that he's in fear. Okay? So that's out there, and you have that. As to the two cases that you presented to court, once again, I remind all counsel to understand the difference between a appellate court saying this is what you should do and an appellate court saying that a judge did not abuse the judge's discretion by allowing something to happen. Those are two different things. And in this case, in these cases, the appellate court said that the judge did not abuse discretion by allowing it in, but I don't know that they stand for the fact that the judge should have and ought to have, and all judges in the future should. They're merely saying we don't think that led to error here. And I would also tell counsel that bringing cases like Simmons, where the appellate court uses the Dixie Coachman doctrine, is not one that the court usually wants to follow, because it's essentially saying, well, the judge's reasoning wasn't all that good, but he got to the right place somehow anyway. And so I don't find those to be overly on point or persuasive to the court. So I do not find that the court has been open on these.
Damn it, Judge.
Objections were made, rulings were made, either sustaining or overruling, and a clear bill was given. Do you have something as well?
I do, Your Honor, yes.
Did you see that closed caption?
Briefly before she starts, Judge, could you just roll on the motion for mistrial that they have?
Denied.
I kind of already ruled on that sidebar before tonight.
Okay, no, and the sidebar I didn't join, I just joined now for the first time, I just wanted to record.
Okay, it's tonight, you can't create your own error.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
So, Your Honor, my argument is based on the evidence rule of prior consistent statements. As we have seen throughout Mr. Allen's testimony, he has been attacked on all fronts as to his truthfulness and to why he's all of a sudden being truthful in his testimony here today in front of the jury. Based on that and the attacks that have already come out from Mr. Kimont and Mr. Padilla, and I assume will be coming from Mr. Ramirez as well.
It's actually slightly better today than it has been, Adam.
Prior consistent statements, at least portions of it.
Trust me, it's worth it.
At this point, when we, start our redirect. So the case law obviously is very clear. There are several exceptions to the general rule that are listed in section 19.8012B of the Florida statutes, and it provides that a prior consistent statement is not hearsay if it is offered to rebut an express or implied charge against the declarant of improper influence, motive, or recent fabrication, and if the witness testifies at trial and is subject to cross-examination. So for the record, I'll just put the cases on there. It's Monday v. State, 792, Southern 2nd, 1278. It's the first PCA case in 2001. Then there is Rodriguez v. State, 57, Southern 3rd, 961. It's a fourth PCA case from 2011. And then there is a Gibson v. State, 320, Southern 3rd, 245. It's a first PCA case from 2021. I also just printed another case, which I can email everyone, but for the record, it's Valentine v. State, 307, Southern 3rd, 726 from 2020. It's a fourth PCA case. And as Your Honor is, I'm sure, very well aware of the rules of evidence with this.
Oh, I'm dropping more. Hang on.
But based on the fact
Damn it,
that
Alan.
Mr. Allen was attacked on
Thank you.
his truthfulness and potentially not being truthful here today in his testimony because he got a plea deal, we feel as though his prior statements should come in. I am not asking for his deposition to come in because obviously that was taken after he already took a plea deal. But I am asking for the other statements or portions thereof of each statement to come in to rebut that issue of he's not being truthful now, he's only telling the truth because he got a plea deal.
Go down the line.
It's hard to.
Go down the line.
Exactly what quote unquote practice the state seeks to introduce. I would point out that we very explicitly argued that Mr. and Mr. Allen testified to this, that he'd been trying to attempt to get a plea deal very early in the process. And so any reason or motive to lie happens very, very early. If the state thinks that it has statements that predate that, then we may have a different discussion. I would like to see what those are. But without knowing explicitly what statements the state believes are prior consistent statements, there's not much that I can do at this point. But I generally object until we know exactly what those statements are.
Judge, I would join on behalf of Mr. Newsome. I'm not quite sure what the state's referring to. Obviously, I strenuously object that portions of any statement he gave previously not be picked out, because the sum total of all those statements were he lied in every one of them. So if the state wants to introduce all those prior statements as they sit, I think that'd be fair game. I'd love to have that in front of the jury. That just illustrate the point we're making is that he's still not telling the truth.
There's a little bit of reverse psychology there.
All right, so
Your Honor, if I may just respond quickly to that, is we need to go through each transcript to decide which portions would come in and which would come out. I'm specifically only going to go after things that he was attacked on to not overburden the court of just replaying his entire testimony. That's what the case law says. It's not just to be repetitive. It is to now show that in fact this predates any bias that could be alleged. Additionally, the case law is very, very clear, so I don't know why Mr. Ramirez is arguing this, that the entire statement should come in, because the cases I provided, the cases that exist throughout this particular hearsay exception, describes only putting in the portions that now rebut the impeachment or the lies or the reason for why he might not be telling the truth now because of that bias or recent fabrication or motive.
all right, thank you. So I appreciate the cases that were presented again. This is pretty well settled area law, and the rules of evidence contemplated. So where a witness's credibility has been attacked and the question is raised as to whether or not this is a recent fabrication or it is.
Oh, sorry, I thought I already had.
Promise or benefit or that type of things, then prior consistent statements can be admissible. And the idea behind it is until someone's credibility is attacked, you can't say, see, testifying now, and you continually said this throughout because now that's improper bolstering. But once they've been attacked, then you can bring it in fairness to clarify things. So where the questions were asked, well, you changed your story on this or you lied about this aspect, I think it is fair game to say in these earlier statements, and I haven't read the earlier statements, they're not in front of me, but in earlier statements it said, yeah, the four of us did this, and things that have not changed, I think are fair game when the questions that
just
you put out there is,
Bloody hell. Thank you.
And now you come in with this new thing. The material areas that were consistent before.
How many is that? 1, 5, 10, 15, 20,
to explain,
25, 30. Damn it, Alan.
changes, I think
That's
is
amazing.
fair.
Thank you.
Again, in terms of door opening, when you cross-examine and you raise these questions, and I think they are raised in a matter of you've changed your testimony in order to get a benefit, that the state is entitled to bring in evidence that no statements consistent with this were made prior to that. Okay, and that although some things have changed, overall tenor of the story has remained the same. Some details have changed. Those are fair areas of getting at this. We wouldn't let them do it before being attacked on it, but he's certainly been attacked by at least two of the council on those points, and it'll be up to the jury to decide what weight to give that. But I think this is proper.
Clarifying, the alleged motive to lie, that we said was motive to lie is because he was attempting to and then got a deal.
Tuesday last week, I think, with Demi. Tuesday last week.
The October 2018 statement. He was attempting to get a deal in the July 2022 statement, and he's attempting for a lesser sentence here before the deal. And so, to the extent that the state is seeking to introduce any statements from the October 2018 interview or the July 2022 interview, we object because anything that was said during that time does not predate his motive to lie. To the extent there is anything that predates October of 2018, then I think that I would like a chance to see exactly what it is that the state wants to introduce, and I can make any contemporary suggestions about it.
I understand your concern, but I think this is an ongoing thing. Again, I have not seen the earlier statements, but it appears to me from the testimony that has come out that Mr. Allen essentially was attempting to minimize his involvement at first by saying like, well, I didn't know there were guns there. And then later on, he said, all right, so I knew about that. And that a lot of the changes and the lies that he has admitted to appear to be him minimizing his own involvement as opposed to changing the involvement of others. And I think it's fair for the state to point that out. So that's my ruling. I will listen for contemporaneous objections. And I mean, we still have another cross to get through, but I think I'm going to that the prior statements have been attacked to the point that the state is allowed to rebut any.
Darren, I haven't been taking notes, so I wouldn't bother, honestly. This is just for entertainment, people.
Well, I certainly object to any statements, any prior consistent statements whatsoever.
G'day.
That do not predate the defendant's, or excuse me, the witnesses, Mr. Allen's motive to lie, which he specifically indicated he was trying to get a deal as early as October of 2000.
I understand your.
When they take a break, I'll run through it.
I guess scheduling with Mr. Allen's testimony, because obviously I could not really even go into this until at least a substantive amount of cross-examination occurred. Now that it has, we're going to have to obviously go over each statement and then redact it from the video that we would then play in front of the jury. I know we still have Mr. Harris cross, and Mr. Shield still has to be redirect, and we could potentially do this over a long lunch today so that we can get that done. So then during Mr. Shield's cross-examination, it's ready to go. I'm sorry, redirect. I do have copies for your honor so that you have it of each statement. So if I can approach and just give those to you now. And I don't know if that's the way that your honor wants to go about doing things, but that might be the most efficient way to do things.
Doesn't hurt when you have copies. It really sounds like we're asking for an evidentiary hearing in the middle of the trial at this point. Based on your ruling, we may want to go through those transcripts themselves and determine what else we can ask questions about. All in the context of being very careful not to open doors with landmines everywhere. It's tough to squeeze all that in a lunch hour while this is going on.
Thank you, Alan, for the 10 more memberships.
We have
Remember, guys, if you want a membership, you do need to enable for safety gifts.
I can take my redirect out of turn. The witness is going to be available. Your honor is scrunching up his face, so maybe that's not a good suggestion.
Well, I have to see how the parties feel about this, and I would not necessarily have. I don't know that they want there to be a break.
Okay.
And then, you have Mr. Harris, and then there's a break, and then you come back a day later, and when things are even less fresh, although if the parties are in agreement to do that, take the two out of turn so we can look these things over, and then Mr. Harris will have the opportunity to do the cross on the following day, and then you redirect, and then any recross. If everyone's in agreement with that, I'm okay with it. I don't know that I want the defense to be done, and then there to be a day break before you get your chance.
So there would be a break now?
I'm saying, yeah, we would just go with the other witnesses now, if that's what
I
you
don't
want.
agree with you.
Okay. And the witnesses aren't gonna be available at 1 anyway, so they're not here just quite yet.
We have a moment, for judges, as counsel, perhaps, yes, John, you outside yourself, over a moment.
I do not agree.
You're still in reception. Yes.
Dude, you're actually approaching the judge while no one else is paying attention. Oh, and way to show the photo to the camera as well.
Yeah, no, well, they were offered as
At least he's being respectful of the jurors and letting them know what's going on as well. Don't you go to recess. I don't want my stupid mug on the screen. The judge. Okay, so look, I think I could talk over it a little bit here. So, for anyone that is unfamiliar with this case, just a quick rundown. 4 guys get in a car. Okay, so they've actually gone to recess. 4 guys get in a car. They block off XXXTentacion and his uncle in his car. 2 guys jump out. One has a rifle, one has a handgun. Guy with the rifle shoots the rapper. Uncle legs it out of the car faster than Usain Bolt. So, not a great witness because he doesn't see much. One of the 4 guys, who we're affectionately calling Cheeseburger, Robert Allen, has decided to plead to second-degree murder, and as a result, he is giving testimony against the other 3. Now, on Friday, the sort of smarmy guy on the end that we're calling Dick pushed and poked and prodded at Cheeseburger, basically trying to get him to say he was afraid for his life because, the rapper Drake is involved, and, it's someone that's hugely powerful and all this sort of stuff. And, well, no, he turned around and said, no, it's because the 3 on the stand are gang members. Now, the judge had previously ruled that wasn't allowed to come in because it was too prejudicial or whatever. The defense counsel did not want that information in. The prosecution was barred from bringing that in. The only way that was ever coming in was if the defense counsel kicked an own goal, which Dick did, because he poked and he prodded right up until the point where the witness was on the stand telling him, you don't want me to answer this question. I don't think this question is appropriate for the jury to hear. And he kept poking and prodding. So, yeah, no. Damn it, Alan, another 20 memberships. Jesus Christ. Thank you, buddy. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for all the memberships you've sent through today. That is hugely appreciative. And so now they're basically arguing over what evidence is allowed, what doors have been blown open, what haven't. And now they're sort of talking about potentially having to have a evidentiary hearing to decide exactly what they can and can't talk about. So, yeah. Alan, the man, the myth, the legend. Damn straight. Bloody hell. Hang on, actually, I might as well go back through because I can probably see them now. So, congratulations to Sarah P, Bookworm Becky, Corn Pope, Audra Smithy, Bobby Bologna, HMJD, Red Rebel Dragon, Shelley Chinicolo, Trina, Helen Rowe, JB, Janice Driver, Leafy Fifey Foe, Fifey Foo, okay, Bugs Rabbit. Damn, so many people got green on their names today. Alan dropping the green so that people can be green. Michael Hartnick, Slap Murphy, Free Live Free, Cindy J. Oh, and we have a super chat here. Thank you too from Jacob's Proud Marjorie. Lurking today, be in and out. Hope everyone's doing good. Thank you very much. I hugely appreciate that too. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you to everybody that's supporting us. City J Kaiser got one. Coco Hull, Private and Public, Mama Sari, Eric I, Kath. This is great. I'm seeing some names here that I haven't seen in ages as well, which means we're really making our way through the list. Oh yes, by all means, people, don't forget to hit the like, please. Pleb Life, Ann Serkin, Danielle, I am Dave, Tony Carreri, Drew Bradley, Max Schmidt, LIG, C Case. Oh. Okay, they haven't, that's not me on the audio. They haven't fixed it yet. Nope, Cherkos, Johnny Boy, Amanda H, Martinez, Yellow Tiger, Cindy T. All congratulations. T-Dog 40, Justin Wright, Starshine, Helen T. Oh, my nose. Spicy things coming, we can only hope. I'll stop staring at the wall, come on. They're going to do some trialing today or just flap the gums at each other? It's a damn good question. So far, it's mostly been... so far, it's mostly been little motions, so... Smog Smile got taken out? Yeah. Screw you, Susan. We know Hayden as true supporters. I'm not gonna lie, it does make me feel good, and I very much appreciate it, guys. I tell you what, though, that last Law News and Laughter video, that has gone off. Apparently, me getting pissed off about that, about that school beating. Like, hang on, where's the figures on that? Like, the analytics on it were crazy. It's had 2,617 views, which for me, that's double what I would normally get as well. Although surprisingly, it's only got 132 likes. Guess that's what I get for not actually monetizing that stream. But yeah, that's insane for one of my videos. But anyway, hope something exciting happens. As do I. I think it's going to be an interesting day. I do. Yeah, if you could share and leave comments, that'd be great. And chat's going to be a sea of green. Thank you. Yeah. Need to go watch that one. You missed it. Look, fair warning. I lost my shit. That's easily the angriest that I've been, and I felt reprehensible afterwards. But that was something else. Honestly, having a 14-year-old self-delete in Minecraft as a result of, you can't call that bullying. That was criminal harassment. Like that was a beating. If that had happened any place other than on school grounds, there would have been assault charges. There would have been, you know. So, oh damn! And 10 memberships from Jacob's Proud Madre. Thank you so much for that. Congratulations to VV Bluster, Rachel, Noob145, Jason Woolman, Only SAS, Pyra, Legendary Racing, Beth, Karate Cat Mom, and Heather M. All got memberships on that. Let the memberships reign. Maybe I don't want to watch it. I'd lose it too. Well, see, here's the thing, Bookworm Becky. The thing that got me was that the superintendent for the school turned around and blamed the father for having an affair several years earlier and her smoking weed for the reason why she self-deleted, as opposed to, you know, the bullying and harassment that she'd been exposed to, and the fact that they didn't bother to call the police during this, like, I think they renamed it bullying so they're not criminally liable. Personally, I don't think I care what they call it. Because it wasn't bullying. I'm sorry. If you walk away with, like, if your head is bleeding from a beating that you received from 3 other individuals, that's not bullying. To me, that is outright assault and battery. So, beatdown video was one kid telling the others to say some racist things and beats the other kid when he says no. Oh, God. Been away for 3 weeks now. I'm curious. Hayden mad as hell. Yeah. It was way past bullying, yeah. When I was teaching, we had a principal that would have called the police and considered assault. The fact, yeah, or attempted murder, yeah. It was either Alan or Jacob's Proud Marjorie at this point, I believe. So, yeah, you're very welcome. Well, on their behalf, I'm saying you're very welcome. Oh, absolutely, the school staff need to be held responsible for that. It was completely disgusting. And the fact that the superintendent's like, oh no, we didn't bother calling the police because we didn't want the offenders to be hit with a double whammy of being suspended and charged with a crime. I'm sorry, someone put it in chat the other day, and I think that's probably the best way to explain it. If you go and assault someone at work, being fired and then having the police called and being arrested is not a double whammy. Oh, I'm sorry, I assaulted an employee or a customer, so I need to keep my job because I've been arrested, or no, I can't be arrested because I've been fired for the action. Who the fuck cares if there's more than one punishment for an action? There's a distinct difference between civil and criminal punishments for things. Fair warning, there's not much happy going on in that stream. It's very true. Oh shit, guys, you know Rabbit's coming in hot. Yes, it was shared with Megan Fox. Someone, I did see that she got tweeted at in relation to that. Oh, Jesus. Schools do nothing. The bullying is reported. They do nothing, even with police involvement. Being through that, I'll never forgive any of them. No, nor should you. It's called consequences of your action. Unfortunately, most people don't like that these days, even if they fully deserve them. Yeah. Maximum gain, switching to my normal account then.
In speaking to the defense counsel, what company on how to proceed regarding prosecuting witnesses at return.
Talking to the camera. Come on, my boss, you can do it. Project.
All three do not agree to that. So the other alternative, which I think something we all agree on, which is not perhaps the best most enjoyable course of action, but I think we do need an opportunity.
Thank you, Rabbit.
All the transcripts the state just handed you, which you need to get copies of. Look at exactly what they're trying to get in, get some rulings, so we don't have to be popping up and having other line items blowing up. And then proceed forward.
He's really going on about these land ones.
That works best for all parties.
The blonde is the assistant ADO. She nice.
They already have all these transcripts, they were provided in discovery, but.
Well, we just want to see what you.
Same exact ones we have. But I think we are in agreement that if Your Honor does not want to pause after the cross of Mr. Ramirez and then do this hearing and go through the transcripts and then have Mrs. Shield do her redirect.
Oh yeah,
then I
she
think what Mr. Ramirez is saying is,
at different times. She's got Dr. Curry vibes.
pausing for the day and.
Yeah, so here's what I said I don't want is we move on to other witnesses and then come back to redirect. It just, for whatever primacy and recency things, I think they need to stick together. So I think it fails. I trust that the jury will be understanding. I mean, they know this is a long trial and things are going on. What I would like to do is so that what I don't want to have happen is that you guys go through all this and the state makes its things and then you do your cross and they say, oh, there's new stuff, right? So let's get your cross done. Okay.
They're talking about holding an evidentiary hearing just to go through the transcripts and everything that.
Going over some things this morning.
Is it a shit show today? It hasn't been so far.
We're going to recess them for the day.
Damn.
Take an extended lunch, whatever, we'll come back sometime later in the afternoon, flesh this stuff out, first thing tomorrow morning, recap. I think that's the best way to do this.
No problem. Judge, if I could, Miss Buckle will stand in, continue standing. I just want to call those two civilians that were going to come in at 1 and just tell them no for today.
You can take a second, if you can just go do that, and, but, you wanted to say something?
No, they're arguing various points, and it sounds like we're going to recess for the day, at least until the afternoon. She got a smug face on. Oh, is it still bad? Okay. She shows on next stream.
Oh, we're fine.
Okay. All right, so,
Judge, I'm sorry, just one more issue that I wanted to mention. So the other day, I have my two investigators in the back there, and counsel here, I spoke with everybody. While I was finishing my cross-examination, Ms. Buckaloo was hitting the table, and then Mrs. Shields leaned back in her chair, pointed. Then when we went to the sidebar, Ms. Buckaloo is basically making facial expressions, and the jury's right there. So I would just ask the court that everybody maintain facial neutrality and not, and limit the dramatics because the jury's watching. I just wanted to mention that now. Number one. Number two, Judge, in the future, if they're gonna hand the court something, I would really like a courtesy copy of whatever they're gonna hand the court. Moving forward. Thank you.
Again, Judge, they have those copies of the transcripts. They were referring to them in their cross-examinations left and right. So those are the transcripts that I referred to. As for facial expressions, I don't recall any facial expressions I made, and if I'm sidebar, I'm looking at your honor, I'm not looking at the jury, so.
I will expect all counsel to report themselves.
Blondie took no prisoners there. Oh, for God's sakes.
If anybody hands the court anything, they're obligated to give a carbon, exact copy to the other side. Because I don't know what they did.
I think if you already have it, you already have it. The court indicated it does not have copies of these previous statements that, as counsel indicated, you made reference to, and she's handed me, so. If they're there, I think you can say, Judge, I'm providing you with this, which was, the statement on such and such date, which was turned over in discovery, the other statement on such and such date. So at least they know what it is, but I don't know that they need to burn off an extra copy, 3 extra copies of everything if you were previously provided in discovery. So that's that. Where is it? If you're ready.
Is he? I wasn't paying attention. Oh God, what's my boss going to say now? Oh no, he's going to sit down.
The photographs, and for record purposes, photographs that the counsel referred to, pictures of Mr. Allen, which is tattoos that the court did not allow are to the record as court exhibit 3. For ballot purposes, thank you. All right. You can put them to the group.
Why take the audio off? They're still arguing shit. Put it back. Put it back. You prick. This is what really annoys me, because clearly this camera person has no idea what they're doing. He is still making an argument in front of the judge, and they've taken the sound off and put it on the wall. So I'm legitimately annoyed right now. Where's the sound? Where's the sound, fucker? You have one job. You have one job. Forgot how much I hated this courtroom. Yeah, well. Yeah, Cheeseburger's back. Which is interesting, because I thought he said that they were going to break for a while. I love that the nickname's stuck. Where is the freaking audio? How many brand squares do you think are on the wall in that courtroom? I bet the jury knows. Probably. Are there two other dudes sitting across from him? Dude who looks like he hates them. They're eyeing each other down. I couldn't see. Just going to assume I'm being trolled. I can't see any setting to do this with. Sovereign Boatwright, the only reason that I can assume that might be the case is if you have a, I think if you have a company YouTube account, or if you've set it up as a business account or something along those lines, you can't accept gifts. Like singles in a strip club. Oh, hang on. Do we have more dropped? Shit, I was not paying attention. Sorry. Oh, Jacob Sprout Marjorie dropping him again. The Shed Nana, Jane Pugh, A. Ron, Stephen Pellick, TT, Megan Untold, Tofu Napa, Amber, Laura Jane Thompson, Lumbry Lady got one too. Thank you so much. That's awesome. A brand account is what YouTube calls them. Thank you. Oh, in the grey suit doing a stare off. As in, you mean the defendant in the grey suit? Because he always looks like that. He's a smug asshole. Dramatically different expression and demeanor today. Wish I'd paid more attention, to be perfectly honest. I'm gonna be damn interested to see what his
The white noise either?
No, so good. When the guy comes in, we can fix this again.
Oh, don't tell me it's.
It's one of those trials so far, Judge.
Camera needs to crop in, or we'll see the jury. Gonna have to be careful.
Not that one, Judge.
Making sure.
So much intense energy in that courtroom. I'm like tripping out.
I don't know, but the system seems to freeze up. I don't have it usually happens.
Yeah, Grey Suit's the idiot that tried to threaten him the other day.
Okay.
Trying to mask his booty
Now it
pain.
appears that the microphone's not working well, so project.
Pickles in his burger today. I feel like the cameraman's taking a pee break. Looked more timid and scared before, now he looks more rigid and pissed to me. Could well be. I'm just hoping he doesn't do something stupid and cause a mistrial.
Jurors are ready to go.
All right, pretty much.
If he does that, it legitimately probably would be a mistrial. So I really hope he doesn't do that. He's got to do it tactfully. If he's going to do it, he's got to do it tactfully.
Jurors are entering.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I would glitter fart, but it'd piss off so many people.
Parties may be seated, Cole, on the order. Parties present. Good afternoon, welcome back. I trust you are all able to avoid any inadvertent exposure to use and so forth. Thank you. Appreciate that. Apologize about the late start. It's not the fault of any of the parties.
It seems to be. He didn't have any at the time, so it's probably to cover up any new ones.
Issues that need to be addressed. So again, I appreciate your patience and understanding. I mean, I guess I already used the Central Time Zone thing. I guess I could try like Pacific time for the Super Bowl. I won't do that. We're just busy. But I appreciate your patience and understanding as always. Last we met,
Oh, dude.
still on the stand and counsel for Mr. Newsome about cross-examination. So let me ask, Mr. Allen, you are the same Robert Allen that was here on Friday?
Yes.
I remind you.
Nah, dude. I'm a different guy.
Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Cross-examination, they have just used.
Oh, this would be interesting.
Good afternoon, Mr. Allen. Now, Mr. Allen, let me start off by going over a few things that came out during the cross-examination by Mr. Padilla, okay? And then we'll go back to the beginning. I don't have a whole lot for you, so I appreciate you bearing with us. In fact, you've been on the stand so long already. I'm going to try not to take too much of your time.
He's going to try and get him off the scene as quickly as possible.
Isn't it true that you testified that you know for sure Trayvon Newsome's gun did not come from your father in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and there is no gun from Trayvon Newsome in evidence in this case, correct?
Yes.
But there are other guns, they came from your father.
Some of them, yes.
Okay.
Judge, I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Yeah, you need to speak up again and remember the jury. I apologize. The thing's not working yet, so hopefully we'll get that fixed at some point. But we need you to project.
Someone in the room is going,
And Mr. Allen, when this thing happened, you wanted to flee to escape justice, correct?
Yes.
You also indicated that you were calling the female that was renting the cars on a regular basis.
It's this little bar thing here. Oh, hang on.
Renting cars to rob people on a regular basis.
Little bar thing here
Yes.
is the mic. It's supposed to capture everything. Does a bad job of it though.
And I think you also explained the fact that you didn't have your 4 phones with you on the day of this robbery because you had been doing fraud, and that's why you needed all those phones, correct?
Yes.
And you kind of indicated you had graduated to armed robbery from all the fraud, so you didn't need the phones that day, correct?
Yes.
And you admitted the 12 felony convictions that you have, correct?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure he was wearing the same thing previously.
Recall how you got rid of the phone.
I remember thinking it was
that
weird.
you did have with you that day, correct?
Yes.
But you did admit that you got rid of it because you thought there was evidence on there that could make you look guilty in this particular crime, the one you wanted to avoid justice for when you fled, correct?
Yes.
Don't go harping on that too much. He's already pled guilty to second. Prosecution will eat you up on redirect for that.
All right. Now, when you went into Reva that day, you testified that you guys went in there to buy a mask, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that there's some testimony about whether this is actually X, the rapper that was in Reva shortly after you guys went in, correct?
Yes.
Now, you saw the necklace that Triple X had on in that day, correct, at Reva?
I don't remember.
You don't remember seeing it at all?
I don't remember seeing it.
Okay. Have you ever answered that question differently?
I don't know.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection for me to refer you to the page and the statement which you made?
He's harping on about this goddamn necklace again because he's trying to get his client away from.
Police interview of Mr. Allen by Detective Percio on October.
This is the guy that was going on. Oh, he couldn't possibly have a gun in his hand because he was grabbing for the necklace. He's still going on about this necklace. The video very clearly shows that his client had a gun in his hand.
And if I'm not correct.
Right.
Mr. Allen, same process you learned the other day. Just read this to yourself and see if this refreshes your recollection. Okay, this does refresh your recollection, correct?
Yes.
And back in 2018, you told Detective Percio you would only see his necklace as opposed to the bag that he was carrying that was eventually taken, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, he wasn't paying attention to it. What's your point?
You remember how the necklace looked now, don't you?
Not really.
Okay, well, was it a skinny little necklace like you would wear every day, or was it something large and extremely valuable?
I mean, based off what Dedrick told me, yes.
Okay. But you did see it. You admitted that you saw it in 2018, correct?
I don't know if I really seen it or not.
So this could have been a lie in 2018?
Yes.
Okay. So when you told Detective Percio
Oh, that
you had
sucks.
seen it and it was kind of thick, that was a lie?
I was basically just telling him what Dedrick told me.
Okay, but that's not what you were asked, correct? You were asked what you saw, not what Dedrick saw.
I told you I lied.
Okay. You also testified to something about a crab lock being on that necklace, correct?
Yes.
A what?
Were you familiar with what a crab lock was for a necklace?
Yes.
Did you see that crab lock on the necklace?
No.
Crab lock?
Did anyone tell you they saw a crab lock on that necklace?
Yes.
Who was that?
Dedrick Williams.
Okay, now where would a crab lock on the necklace be?
Is what how the necklace is on your neck.
Pretty
That's
likely
warm.
back, though, correct?
It could be, or it could be here. Maybe wherever.
So You didn't see a necklace on XXX that day at all?
No.
Do you have any idea how someone else might have if you didn't?
Objection, speculation.
So when this happened, we saw the video, jury's had a chance to look at it. You're in that car that pulls up in front, correct? That blocks him from leaving the Regal parking lot. At that time.
Dodge Journey?
Yeah,
Yes.
you're in that car.
Yes.
So how far are you from what's happening at that car? I mean,
They're actually standing in front of the window, so I can't see.
okay, but how close are you actually?
I don't know.
Looks like about the same distance I'm standing from you right now. Would that be fair?
Speculation.
Could be.
Because the car pulled right in front of the other car and blocked it off. You're sitting in there and car didn't back up. Your ex's car didn't back up, right?
Yeah, but I'm on the passenger, I'm on the driver's back seat,
Right, but you're very close, correct?
I guess, yeah.
Okay.
It's still going to be difficult for him to see.
And what you say is that Trayvon Newsome was reaching in the car trying to grab the necklace off the legs, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you saw that, you were close enough to see that, right?
And I seen him going like this, so I assume
Grabbing at the necklace, right?
he had it.
Okay. I mean, I think later on you even talked about, well, there was some talk about don't try to grab it because it's got the crab lock on it, it won't come off easy or anything, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you say, well, Trey tried to grab it anyway, even though he was told specifically not to take the necklace.
Yes.
Are you aware?
Yeah, we'll look at that during the break.
Did you review the discovery in the case that the state has with your attorney?
Not with my turn.
No, did you review on your own?
Yeah.
Okay. So you know there was no DNA or fingerprints on that necklace belonging to Trayvon Newsome, correct?
I didn't get all the whole discovery.
I'm sorry?
I didn't get the whole discovery.
Oh, you didn't. So if that was in there, you didn't see it? Okay. Now, when you gave your statement to Detective Curcio, your hope was that by cooperating with law enforcement, you get some kind of deal, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with that.
And is it fair to say the way you were answering questions, it wasn't satisfying Detective Curcio or Detective Bronson, who I think was there as well, correct?
Objection, speculation, the effect on the listener, and hearsay.
Rephrase.
Okay.
I think it's
Detective Curcio
Turtleneck, who was
explained
staying
to
at
you
home with his grandma, apparently.
that if you get your deal and it works out, you're gonna have to be 100% correct in everything you say.
Objection, hearsay.
Not over.
Overruled.
Thank you. Remember I'm telling you? Might I approach with page 58 of the statement?
Judge, I keep asking, keep his voice up, because it's going back down to normal.
I'm going to ask you if you remember Detective Curcio telling you what I've highlighted here in this portion in the middle of page 58.
At this point, they just need to have a megaphone. Do you remember saying this? Yes.
Okay, so do you remember him saying that to you now?
I still don't remember, but I see it, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have no doubt that this is correct, right? This is correct. And
Don't
you
answer
told
that.
it, everything you're saying has to be 100%. Even the little details we're asking you about. For that,
Yeah.
because you kept saying, I don't remember, I don't remember, I don't remember, right? To a lot of things.
Yes.
Now, is it fair to say some of those things you didn't remember, but some of those things you did, you just didn't want to implicate yourself any worse than it already was? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. But do you remember when he said, you have to kind of remember everything these guys were saying? Right? Part of what I just read.
Yeah.
Okay. So you saw when Detective Curcio said, you got to kind of remember everything they were saying. Right?
Yes.
Put pressure on you to remember everything, right?
Yes.
Objection asked and answered.
You didn't remember everything. Correct?
Why would he remember everything?
But the pressure was on you to come up with something, they said, right?
No.
Objection argumentative.
Answer the question, go ahead.
Didn't you feel like the pressure was on you when they're telling you to remember things you don't remember?
I mean, I just think he knew I was lying.
Okay. Fair enough, and you weren't gonna get a deal with the lies at that point, right? Because you weren't giving them enough information. Fair enough?
I don't understand.
Okay, well, when a detective tells you during an interview, you're trying to get a deal from them, that you're not doing very well, because you gotta remember everything 100%. And you gotta remember everything they were saying. You don't remember everything.
Yeah, but I prefer it with the long hair. I'm not gonna lie.
You gotta try to give them something, right? So, fair enough.
Yes.
So some of the lies you made up were based on the pressure that was being put on you at that time.
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Did you feel like they were trying to push you to say things that you didn't remember?
No.
Yes, Dazzler, I was taking reading lessons off Marty. I do apologize for that. What happened there?
I'll show you 61, see if this is the same answer you did.
Hello.
So you even told Detective Curcio, I think it's like you're trying to push me to remember, say something I don't know. Right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Sounds like
no.
you get put under some pressure. And it sounds like you weren't
I
afraid to
Googled
tell
her,
them.
not Googling
You
her.
say things and make things up. Right?
No, I wouldn't say it was pressure. I was just trying to avoid not putting myself in the night time.
Okay. Now, after this happened, you testified that everybody is on their phones to try to find
Oh, we can
out,
definitely say that, and I would fully
did this
expect him
man
to in this
shot?
position.
Did this man die? What's on the news?
Trouble is,
all of that, right?
most witnesses, I mean, obviously you can't coach a witness, so they don't know that you can just say that. Yeah, well, that's why they're trying to argue that he wasn't present and therefore it wasn't him.
This is page 42, this is the portion of the
Can I ask Mr. Ramirez to give the line number that he's referencing, please?
Detective Curcio's question on 5 starts it. Recall? Okay.
Okay, where does it start? You
So
just
Detective Curcio says, well, I mean, later on, everybody was on their phones to check the news, like to see what happened, right?
Yes.
And that's true, right? You guys were all on your phones to check what happened, right?
Yes.
Okay. Trayvon too?
I don't think so.
Because you said his phone was working that day, right?
Yes.
didn't he say his phone was at grandma's place or whatever, and that he was asleep? Is this where he's going with this?
Now, later on in that same statement that you gave back on October 23rd, 2018, Investigator Bronson, former Detective Bronson, who was then with the State Attorney's Office, talked to you a little bit too about what you were telling them, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
And it was clear in your mind, you were there trying to get a deal, right?
Yes.
That's why you were there. And it also appears it was clear that Detective Curcio and Detective Bronson knew you were there trying to get a deal in your case, correct?
Yes.
Now, this may seem like common sense, but the more help you can give the state to prosecute the individuals they think may have been involved, you believe the better your deal might be, correct?
Yes.
And you remember Detective Bronson telling you about how important it's going to be for all the little things that people said, all the little things that people did to be things you can tell them about, right? They want to know every detail you possibly remember, correct?
Yes.
And you know what the word fruition means?
No.
Detective Bronson used that word. You didn't know what he meant at the time?
No.
Do you know what that means now?
No.
But you remember him talking about your deal, right? Detective Bronson?
Well,
My approach with page 77, refresh your recollection. This highlight portion here. That's that word. Remember that? That refreshes your recollection, doesn't it?
yes.
So that word fruition, he followed it up talking about you get a deal. But if you blurred something that was said by one of them and you haven't told us, well, wait a minute, you didn't tell them. He says to you, correct?
Yes.
So again, Detective Curcio and Investigator Bronson are telling you, you got to remember everything and you got to get it right. Right?
Yes.
For the deal to come to fruition, for you to actually get a chance to testify here, as you have finally after many years of attempts, correct?
Yes.
Remember what Detective Bronson said would happen if you didn't get all those details correct and went to trial anyway?
No.
My approach with page 78. And I'm referring to the part where if you suddenly remember something during trial. I'm sorry, Judge. Right here. Remember when he said that? You do?
Yes.
Okay. Did that intimidate you a little bit, scare you a little bit when he said that?
No.
So when he said if you suddenly remember something during trial, they're going to shove it up ours and your rear end, that didn't intimidate you?
No.
That's what you've done here. You've suddenly changed your testimony again and again and again. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Remember towards the end of your statement on October 23rd, 2018, you had a visitation that day at the jail, right? And I approach with page 84.
What page?
84. I'll ask you to read the whole page here. I've only highlighted the question I'm going to focus on, but you'll get the context by reading the whole page.
Judge, if we may go sidebar.
Thank you.
It's with respect to the section that Mr. Perez is.
Well, we can come over here.
Okay.
Just not gonna have any noise. But let them look at it first and then we'll sidebar before the question gets asked.
The objection is.
Just let it go, or you want to?
No.
Okay.
On the sidebar.
Come on.
Was he serious? You just gonna let it go? Isn't Turtle Link on video? Hacker claim he was at grandma's house. Well, basically they're saying that the only person that can identify him is Cheeseburger, because you know they're wearing masks and that sort of thing. So that's really what they need to do is get this guy's testimony thrown out completely, and then it becomes that much more difficult to identify them. Let it go. Let it go. Hang on. Always good. Turtleneck's wearing glasses. Why is he leaning to see something? It's almost as if the glasses are fake. Oh, God. There's also a version that was sung by what's his name, Arthur Daverill, the Rory from Doctor Who. It's like, no, I'm not singing. Anyway, it's a good version of it. It's hilarious. Just basically telling people that they've got to get over it. It is today. I'm not going to lie. Mostly because the lawyers are doing lawyering and doing what they're good at, which is delaying things. So. What's that? Nothing to see here. The untold story of the government deciding to burn 1 million pounds of deadly chemicals over Ohio. Alright, well, we can have a look at this while they're on sidebar. Authorities decided to burn 1 million pounds of vinyl chloride, releasing hundreds of thousands of pounds of hydrochloric acid into the atmosphere. Why isn't anyone talking about it? Why have heads of the DOT, EPA, and FEMA remained silent about the massive train derailment in Ohio? At least one reporter was arrested and jailed for attempting to cover the event. What's going on? That sounds like some damn censorship to me. Got no more fucks to give. Love that song. Oh, hang on. I should probably fix up the branding on that. I still can't believe that. Like, that is an enormous cloud of crap. It's unlikely you've heard about the massive 50-car derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, because the media seems completely disinterested in the story. Well, either that, or they've been told that they're not allowed to cover it, because if you're actually, like, arresting a reporter for covering it, you're kind of making sure that it's buried. You live in Ohio and no one's talking about it. Well, that's like Vice's was on, was it Flashcast yesterday? And no one had heard about it there either, despite the fact that, you know, people were actually living in the area. Pets are dead, fish dead, etc. Watch the video. There's a video? Okay. You would think that Hunter Biden's laptop was being transported on the Norfolk Southern Railroad, given the lack of coverage the train derailments received in the mainstream media. In fact, at least one reporter was arrested and jailed for attempting to report on the story, so what's going on? Damn. The Norfolk Southern train was using Civil War era brakes despite carrying hazardous materials through heavily populated areas. In this case, the train was carrying 5 tankers carrying 250,000 pounds of liquid vinyl chloride. And we're back.
Mr. Allen, again, you were placed under oath about your knowledge or involvement in this particular matter. When you spoke to Ms. Nishida on July 28th, 2022, you remember that day, don't you?
Yes.
And you remember her coming to you and, or when you were brought to her and gave a statement to her, correct?
Yes.
And you remember Mrs. Shield asking you if you lied in your former statement, the one we just talked about, that was taken October 23rd.
How dare you?
Correct?
Yes.
On that day and time, you still maintain that you didn't know there was going to be a robbery taking place, correct?
On July 28th.
I'm sorry?
On July 28th, October.
Right, you're still telling Mrs. Shield that you didn't know there was going to be a robbery.
That's probably.
And she went on to ask you, did you know that they had guns? No, I didn't. I didn't really know what was in the bag in the backseat. Here we told everybody, yeah, there were guns in the backseat. We do be in robberies regularly, right?
Yeah.
And what you told Mrs. Shield was like the purpose here was to get the bag, right? That Ed had, right?
Yes.
Because somebody made an assumption that there was a lot of money in the bag, right?
Yes.
You said here in court testified that the assumption was there was $100,000 in the bag, right?
Yes.
Where would that have come from back then? How would someone assume there was over $100,000 unless somebody knew more than what we're hearing here about that man going to the bank and taking money out, going to Reba?
Well, I don't know if you have Instagram, but there's a lot of that goes on Instagram when people goes into stores, they have a designer bag, a lot of times there'd be 200,000, 400,000. I mean, they have all type of money.
So that's where that number came from, 100,000. Because you saw stuff on Instagram where people bring hundreds of thousands of dollars.
That's right.
Designer bags.
Yes. Celebrities, I should say.
Right. And you're also still on July 28th, 22, saying that the mask that was purchased was going to be just for dirt bike riding, not admitting that it was to be used in a robbery, correct?
Hey, Biz.
Can I see it?
Don't remember saying that. Now, I wrote it, it's page 18 of the 7/28/22 statement. Okay, correct? So I'm still saying, I don't know anything about robberies. I didn't know there were any guns. Oh, they would use the mask for the dirt bikes, right?
Yes.
Now, here you testified at trial that you were certain of how the money from this robbery was broken up between, you said, 4 people, right?
Yes.
You got the numbers wrong back in 7/28/22. You had it different, right?
Yes.
How did that change? What made you suddenly know the numbers correctly when just in July of last year, you testified under oath to different numbers?
I really just said numbers.
I'm sorry?
At the time, I just said numbers.
You just threw out numbers?
Yeah.
So are you just throwing out numbers here too?
No.
Well, why would you lie about the numbers? How would that make you look less guilty, lying about the numbers that other people have?
I don't know.
here, you testified, I think, on cross-examination that, you know that cars were rented often from the young lady who rented the car here for the purpose of robberies, right? That's what your testimony is here, right? But back on 7/28 of 22, you said you had no idea, right?
I think I did, yes.
And you also said you had never rented any cars from that lady before, right?
Probably did, yes.
Okay. Who are you trying to protect there?
Myself,
Not the lady that rented the cars,
no.
just yourself.
She
Figured
didn't know I
what-
was renting cars.
She didn't know why you guys were renting the car,
No.
or why you were renting the cars? Now, here you testified pretty specifically about all of the firearms that you say were involved in this particular crime, right?
Yes,
You didn't know
Hey, Rose.
back in 7/28/22 what kind of firearm you were gonna say Trayvon had, right?
which I didn't know.
You didn't know.
He's like, you sure?
True.
I don't get what you're saying.
Do you remember being asked, what kind of gun did Trayvon have?
Over that.
And their answer was, I think it was 357, one of those.
Yes.
But how can you go from then, not sure, to definitely here, I know it was a 38. Somebody tell you we think it was a 38, so that's what you have to say.
No.
So how did you get that wrong? Why would you lie about that back then if you in fact knew exactly what gun you did?
I said 38 or 357
Right.
because I wasn't too sure, but
In the interim, I've
You
decided
said
that I was
you were
right.
testifying, you were sure, right?
yes,
Now, you do know something about guns, right?
yes,
You know a 338 and a 357 don't look much alike at all.
38 with a long barrel, yes, they kind of do.
You think it looks like a 357?
They both have the same, they both have long barrels.
Probably the only thing in common, you're right about that. Now, there are some photographs that you were shown here of people posing with money, right?
Yes,
Okay, you admitted that you were in those pictures, some of those pictures posing with money, right?
yes,
And you have done that in the past on other occasions, several times, if not more, correct?
yes,
In fact, you and all your friends got a bunch of money, posed with pictures of it for Instagram or Facebook or this or that, right? That's commonly done, right?
yes.
Oh. In fact, you were shown some photographs
That's
of
mine, dude.
you posing with some money during that statement of 7/28/22, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that money had nothing to do with this crime, that was from 2 months before. I'm saying that.
Yes.
Okay. I think you also said that, the money you had in there might have been from a girlfriend that gave you the money, or some other friend that gave you the money to hold, right?
Different pictures, yes.
All right, so you've been arrested, years have gone by, you're still trying to get a deal. You finally have an opportunity to come in here and testify the way you are to this jury. Get your deal. And at that point, you have to give a deposition to the defense counsel in the case because you're going to be a state witness, right?
Yes,
Okay, you gave that deposition on December 8th of 2022, right?
yes,
Now, on December 8th of 2022, just some months back here, you were asked about other statements that you had made previously under oath. where you
Hey, let's
didn't
get
say
rid
the same things you were saying, correct?
Yes.
Okay? And you still didn't want to admit you had lied in those earlier statements, right?
Yes.
Why would he want to admit it?
However, when you were asked, was everything you said in the 7/28/18 statement 100% the truth, you testified yes under oath on December 8th, 2022. Remember that? I understand you remembering that not that good, but something like that. I'm going to go to page 10 of my deposition under oath, Robert Allen, December 8th, 2022. A question by Mr. Kim.
You said page 8?
I said page 8.
No need to get snotty. See, this guy thinks he's doing a good job poking holes in everything that this guy's said so far. If I were on the jury right now, I'd be saying, okay,
All the way to page 10, and the point I'm making is on page.
we get it. He lied to save his own ass. You're not telling us anything we don't already know. All you're doing is boring us to
They're
death.
asking you questions about that statement, prior statements. And the important part that I'm saying, you're asking me about is on page 10. And this is where you say, it's not possible. Okay? Remember, that refreshes your recollection, right?
Yes.
So you maintain it through 3 pages here. No, I didn't lie, it's not possible I lied, right?
Yes.
Now, let's just briefly go back to that necklace. Because you were asked about that necklace at the deposition, remember that, don't you?
Oh, he's going to go on about this friggin' necklace again.
Do you remember what you said about my client being told something about that necklace?
Yes.
And what did you say?
Dedrick Williams told him not to grab the necklace because it had a crab lock on it.
Not to try to grab.
Depends whether or not it's in relation to the most recent one or not. He was supposed to sit for a deposition on the 27th.
Yes, somebody knew there was a crab lock on that necklace. Right?
What Dedrick did.
You didn't see that. Did you? You didn't even see the necklace, you're telling us.
No.
Okay. So, a crab lock makes the necklace harder to steal, right?
Yes.
Make it impossible to steal, doesn't it?
Yes.
I think it does.
Oh, what?
Oh, no.
No, I mean, you can still rip it off somebody's neck if you grab it right and pull hard enough, right?
Yeah, but it'll take long.
I hate you, you hate me. Let's gang up and kill Barney with a great big AK. Shoot him in the head. Sorry, children, Barney's dead.
I would tell him to take it off.
So, but your testimony is that before you say that 2 of these men got out of the car to commit this robbery, that the third man who's on trial, you said, don't try to take that necklace because it has a crab lock on it. Even though we have no idea how that person would have known that or why they would say that, right?
Yes.
But you say you saw the person on that video reaching in, grabbing at the necklace, trying to pull it off, right?
Yes.
And that's pretty clear on that video, correct?
Yeah. My boss started his cross-examination about, what, hour ago? Feels like longer. But I mean, they were arguing back and forth for a good time over
You said Trayvon's
evidential stuff. So
obviously on the video, somebody was trying to pull that necklace off, struggling, but couldn't get it off.
Yes.
Now, you also changed your testimony about when the bag was opened to find all that money, right?
Yes.
And I presume that you lied about that to, again, to minimize your involvement.
Yes.
How would that minimize your involvement to lie about when the bag was open?
I'm trying to make it seem as I didn't have no knowledge of nothing. I didn't know nothing. I didn't want to know nothing.
Didn't know anything about what was in the bag.
Yes.
In fact, at one point you said there was discussion about, don't open the bag now, don't open the bag now. And then later you say, no, the bag was open right in the car.
Yeah.
It kind of makes more sense. If somebody steals a bag and they're getting away, they're gonna look in the bag, right?
Yeah.
Now, after this happened, you decide you're gonna try to escape justice, you're gonna flee, and you go to court appeals, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember where you stayed in court appeals?
No.
Do you remember how you got to court appeals?
Yes.
How'd you get?
My dad's like homes, smokers.
I'm sorry?
One of my dad's like smokers, like addicts, whatever. I don't know what you call it.
Dad's smokers or addicts? I'm not sure I understand what that means. I'm pretty sure the jury doesn't.
My dad is a drug dealer, or was a drug dealer, and I'm assuming he paid him or whatever to take us to Fort Pierce.
So your dad paid a drug addict to take you to Fort Pierce to escape justice in this case?
I don't know if he paid him or not, but I'm assuming he did.
Okay. And
Objection,
was it
speculation.
A car, a truck, or a van? Don't remember what kind of car you were driving in from Fort Lauderdale.
I know it was a car, but I don't know what kind of car. I don't remember.
But was it a car, or was it a truck, or a van?
Car.
Do you remember being asked that question at that deposition on December 8th of 2022? Turning to page 72 of my approach.
Oh my god! All he's trying to do at the moment is poke holes in the guy's memory. He's like, well, if you can't remember that you said this, then how can we trust your memory on this now?
Right. So when you were asked, was it a car, a truck, a van? I don't remember was your answer, right?
Yeah.
And now today you told us, okay, it was a car. Right? That answer, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's not about what was said to him. He's going off he's trying to poke holes in his recollection. Yeah, not gonna lie. Nuclear, this is painful.
And towards the end of that deposition, you were asked, whether you had lied previously, because obviously some of the things you were saying here weren't what you had said before, right?
Yes.
And when you were asked if you had lied before in the case, you remember saying no.
Go and sign up at locals, Eva. At least the notifications go out irrespective. What could you possibly sidebar over this? Are you serious? Bloody hell. That's exactly it. So you remember the murder, but not what color socks you're wearing. How can we trust you? That's exactly what this is basically boiling down to. He's doing everything he can to basically poke whatever holes in his recollection as he can, because, oh, if you don't remember this detail, or you said this here, but now you're telling us this, then why exactly are you, how can we believe what you're saying now on the stand? Yeah, that was a quick sidebar.
So, in your mind, Mr. Allen, you're well
Not Obama. Thank you for switching this up. Yeah, no worries. It's an alternative to people that don't want to put themselves through the pain of the Murdoch trial. Although I'm not going to lie, the last hour or so has been really finger through the eye into the brain sort of stuff.
You're probably going to get a better deal than if it doesn't, correct?
Yeah, probably.
Now, you've already testified that in terms of what you hope to get, what you might expect to get, that you were advised by your attorney that you might get 5 or 6 years here. Right?
Yes,
How long have you served already, sir?
Wait, what?
close to 5 years.
So you might walk out of here a free man if you get these 3 men convicted with this kind of testimony?
Objection, speculation.
I don't have anything further. Thank you very much, sir.
Just like that, Mike. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so in talking with counsel, because we were dealing with some matters this morning, you were waiting around, I want to kind of try and avoid.
What is that audio?
There's some other matters that
They must be trying to fix the white noise machine.
there's some other matters that we need to discuss and things that we need to go over. And I've been trying to gauge time with council on how long these discussions will go on, and it could be for a couple of hours. So you got lunch, and then a couple of hours of us talking with you sitting, and at this point, I'm not gonna waste the rest of your day and have you just be here for another 30 minutes in the late afternoon. You've been patient enough. So I'm gonna
Paranormal
recess
Activity
you
Court
guys
Edition.
for the rest of the day, so we can work with what we need to, and then when you come in tomorrow, all that's been fleshed out. I think at least that's more fair than having you hang around for slow lunch and 2.5 hours sitting in the back to get another 30 minutes of testimony per day. Also, I do want you to understand that, as I told you before, trials like this, we have things that come up. This is kind of normal, everyday things that happen in trials. I'm quite used to it. And so what I don't want you to think is, oh man, this puts us a half a day behind schedule. The schedule that we gave you at the beginning, about how long we thought this case would take, anticipated these types of delays. So this isn't putting us off course. This is just, part of what we figured would be going on. I want you to understand that as well. But I just think in fairness to have you sit around all day for another 30 minutes, you're better off going about your personal affairs and coming back tomorrow, and then we'll have a longer stretch. So if that's acceptable to you, I will excuse you for the rest of the day. As with each time we break.
Actually, the total like they're over the murder trial. Don't matter, unfortunately, the whole county kicks me out in mind based on gossip and emotions toward Alex.
Separate, go about personal affairs. During these recesses, you shall not discuss case with anyone or permit anyone to say to your presence. Anyone does, when you're on the jury, ask them to stop, leave them, or matter. Deputy,
Damn.
parties, witnesses, defendants, anyone else associated with the case in the hallway, anywhere else, they ignore you. They are not being rude and following the court's orders. I'm hopeful that we will get underway at 10:30 sharp, so we'll see you tomorrow morning. Have a great rest of your afternoon. Enjoy it.
He doesn't look quite so smug anymore, which is good. Don't know why they bothered to cancel the audio though. Don't know why they were all bothering to pack up. So, guys, for anyone that just missed that, they've dismissed the jury for the rest of the day. So the rest of the rest of today is going to be evidentiary hearings. Now, someone asked, "What's the point of pre-trial if they're going to go through all this?" This, for the most part, has happened because of Dick, and because they're looking to. There goes Cheeseburger. He's back off to his holding cell. Because they're now going to be arguing over bits and pieces of the transcript, over what questions the prosecution's allowed to continue asking or redirect, and Dick Padilla, yes. So, because, you know, he threw a grenade at the door, and while the court has ordered that he technically didn't open the door because the objection was sustained, now the defense are worried about what they can and can't talk about, and mob boss seems to keep going on about, oh, well, there's this, that, and the other landmines. This is what would happen if a hell of a lot of Whites was a lawyer. Turn the goddamn audio back on. Yeah, he sat on an inflatable donut all week from the arse room the judge gave him on Friday. You can only hope, honestly. See, the annoying thing is they're all looking at the prosecutor, so I know that they're talking. Mr. K-Grift, they've dismissed the jury for the day. We're now going into evidentiary hearings. Evidentiary hearings. So, I don't know if he's going to break for lunch or not. I've had the ones wearing a turtleneck definitely make the jury think he's a nice guy. Well, see, here's the thing. Oh, come on. Where's the audio? They're making arguments. This is not okay. Well, that was enough to lose 6 viewers. Imagine clearing your schedule to sit in the gallery for trial only to have an evidentiary hearing. Oh, look, I think it's going to be interesting because I think they'll go back and forth on various things. I personally will find it interesting. I don't know if everyone else will. Oh my god. Someone call the court and tell the cameraman to turn the audio back on. Interesting. Even the gallery's cleared. Okay. Either people were just that bored, or yeah, but AFK. Yeah, no worries. What's really irritating is because without audio, I have no idea what the court's ordered. Whether or not it looks like maybe they're going to lunch. Anyway, we'll go back to this train derailment because it's less of a train wreck than this. Put this over here for in case any of the audio comes back. Okay, so for anyone that wasn't paying attention, oh dear God, thank God I have an excuse to stop watching the Alex murder trial. Budget Usher not looking quite so good smug. Actually, yeah, he's just sort of sitting there and I think it might have actually set in. Can't tell if he... okay, so where was I? So the train derailment. Zoom that back in. Wait, what? Is this the one that I was reading before? This looks different. Yeah, no, that's different to the one that I was looking at before. What the hell? Huh. Alright, hang on. Where's... I don't understand how that happened. Oh, it's there. That's why. That's where I was. Now you're looking at my face, which is always lovely. And add that in. Okay. All right. So the Norfolk Southern train was using Civil War era brakes despite carrying hazardous materials through heavily populated areas. In this case, the train was carrying 5 tankers carrying 250,000 pounds of liquid vinyl chloride, and they just cut the feed. In this case, the train was carrying, given the very low boiling temperature of vinyl chloride, just 8 degrees Fahrenheit, when the 5 cars burst open, over a million pounds of toxic liquid began leaching into the air, spreading the deadly poison into the environment. Reading about a train derailment while the train's passing by my house. Well... People can't stay there, they grow third eyes. Thought this started at 1 p.m. What did I miss? Not a great deal, Corn Pope. Basically, they argued back and forth over exactly what Dick did on Friday, whether or not open the door to the gang stuff. And then Mr. Mob Boss did his cross-examination, which didn't do a hell of a lot. Think this was an accident? Well, blowing up the carriage sure as shit wasn't an accident. Authorities made the decision to burn the vinyl chloride to prevent it from exploding. Shortly before the controlled burn, the governor released the following map to help residents understand the risks of remaining in the area. Red equals death, yellow equals serious injury. AEGL3 death possible. AEGL2 injury possible. So the white area is injury possible at 10%. Jesus. The controlled burn created a massive mushroom cloud over the city and could be seen by planes as they flew above the disaster area. Holy shit. You know that just looked poisonous. Basically, get the fuck out? Yeah. Train thing was not an accident. Civil War brakes, please. They closed more than 11 neighborhoods after that. Hey, simple pleasures. The train that crashed that had mega hazardous chemicals. Yeah. And the government decided that it'd be a good idea to burn off some of the chemicals as opposed to, try and clean it up. But anyway. My sister lived about 150 miles from there. She bugged out and stayed at ours. I don't blame her. Guys, the amount of wildlife, and fish and insects and everything that are all dead in the area is astounding. What about the rest? We'll get to the arrested reporter. It's a picture of the fuck. The byproduct caused by burning vinyl chloride is hydrogen chloride. When it hits the water vapor in the air, it forms hydrochloric acid. The controlled burn of the rail tankers resulted in hundreds of thousands of pounds of acid being released into the environment. This is the largest vinyl chloride spill/fire in the history of the planet. The only other spill was a single tanker in New Jersey, but authorities in that case didn't set fire to the chemical. So what will the long-term effect from this be? No one is sure, and the media isn't even slightly interested in helping the American people find out. So what about Biden's Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg? What did he have to say about the train derailment and the decision to release hundreds of thousands of pounds of hydrochloric acid into the air? Pete was very active on Twitter discussing his vacation plans and the book Song of Achilles that Chaston bought him after he finished reading The Time Management for Mortals. Interestingly, Song of Achilles is an LGBTQ version of Homer's Iliad, told from the perspective of Patroclus, and is detailed his romantic relationship with Achilles during the Trojan War. But he was silent about the train derailment and the decision to burn the vinyl chloride. EPA head Michael Regan and FEMA Administrator Diane Criswell have both been active on Twitter, but similarly to Mayor Pete, have been silent about the train derailment and the environmental disaster facing the people of Ohio and Pennsylvania. Why is the administration refusing to address the disaster? It's a damn good question. The only real coverage of the incident has been on Twitter. Fucking hell. They only evacuated people within a 1 mile radius of the Ohio train crash. The toxic acid rain has a 200-mile radius that we know of. Now you know why the media won't talk about this as a disaster. Region includes 190 counties. Like that's insane. Pronounced Booty F. Okay. They finally gave us the acid rain they promised us in the 80s. Just a matter of time before people die or at least get very sick. Well, I mean, if it's got a 200-mile radius, I mean, look at this thing. Like, it's like that is a huge chunk of the US that can be affected by this rain. Just another way to delete us all, quite possibly. Okay, East Palestine. Ohio is undergoing an ecological disaster because authorities blew up the train derailment cars carrying hazardous chemicals, and the press are being arrested for telling the story. But oh, UFOs.
Massive train derailed Friday, 20 of them carrying hazardous materials as flames lit up the sky in northeastern Ohio.
The evacuation order is in place for anyone within a mile radius of the...
Oh shit, it's got fucking music behind it. I can't because I don't want to get the trial stream muted. Son of a... dead fish and cattle being reported as far as 100 miles away from the site. Journalists covering the story have been arrested. What the hell is going on? I mean, look at that plume. Of like... Can you mute it and use closed captions? Actually, that's a damn good question. I think that's... Is it a YouTube short or is it... yeah, no, it doesn't have these... I suppose I can just play it and read over it. One of the worst disasters in the US history. That's in East Palestine. It's not a fucking storm of cloud. Look at it. It's not a fucking storm. Of course not. Cops arrest a reporter for reporting the truth. Dead fish floating. Jesus. According to Norfolk Railroad, control release process involves the burning of the railway cars chemicals, which release the fumes into the air that can be deadly if inhaled. Based on current weather patterns and the expected flow of smoke and fumes, anyone who remains in the red area affected is facing grave danger of death. Anyone who remains in the yellow impacted area is at high risk of severe injury, including skin burns and serious lung damage. Chernobling, oh, fuck. They still smell chlorine. I wouldn't be going anywhere near that area. I wouldn't. Just started coughing really hard, just shut down, and it went very fast. Oh. They say the air quality's fine. Oh yeah, apparently the chicken eggs are changing color as well. Wow. City tests. Rail companies block safety rules before Ohio. Northern Southern helped convince the government officials to repeal brake rules, and corporate lobbyists watered down hazmat safety regulations, of course. That's insane. Ecological disaster in East Palestine, Ohio, spilling over into neighboring communities. Those aren't storm clouds. This is the fucking shit they burnt off in East Palestine over Darlington.
These aren't storm clouds. This is the fucking shit that they burn off. The fucking shit they burn off in East Palestine. This is not fucking storm clouds. Look at it.
That's disgusting.
This is over Darlington. You could have fucking waited. You could have fucking cooled the tanks because of time and money.
Couldn't be more exciting type of transportation. It's had its challenges, faced issues from container shipping to airline cancellations. Now we've got balloons, not to mention the Ohio train derailment, which he really hasn't mentioned. The camera off and get the fuck out. Like, holy shit. All right, hang on. Wake-up call to the dangers of deadly train. Cautious residents return home after chemical spill. I wouldn't be returning home for that anytime soon, frankly. Wow, someone recorded 12 hours of it. Like 4 or 5 days ago, I think. I mean, you've already got people returning to the area, but that's insane. Like, that's the map that they released saying where not to be. Oh, so it was Friday? Okay. Oh shit. All I can say is stay indoors. And drink bottled water. While this is a dumb thing, it's a very reactive chemical. Letting it soak into the ground would make the area uninhabitable for far longer. Burning it like this is high on the Binger scale, though. Have any deaths been reported? Well, if they have been, they haven't put it actually in the news. Close enough to the East Coast, they should have just nuked it. Jesus, Dwayne. Another huge disaster under Biden's drug-induced watch. What are you all expecting when you voted for... Okay. But yeah, oh look, a UFO. What's going on now is not worst case scenario, and that's even more scary. Yeah, why the fuck were chemicals like that being transported by train? Has to be cleaned up properly since it's a toxin and should never been burned. Why were the EPA not involved? It's a damn good question. No one should return until after a rainstorm. I'm not even sure if that's a because then all it's going to do is wash into the waterways and stuff. I'd be waiting for I don't know. longer, personally, would be my opinion. EPA is useless, that's why the Simpsons movie shits on them. Oh, shouldn't have brought that one up. Deaths will be attributed to the coup. Get the highest quality HVAC filter you can and change it often. Yeah. Yes, at the moment, as far as I'm aware. Although, for some stupid reason, the videographer in the court decided it would be a good idea to cut the audio from the stream, so we don't actually know for how long. I'm going to assume it's lunch. If they're not back in an hour, I'm going back to bed. Hey, Flux. All good. Staying inside won't help as the air from the outside is pulled inside the homes. Most homes have no filters that could handle that kind of toxin. Maybe stay with friends or family if you've got the option. Don't worry, the Canadian government's sending balloons as we speak to distract everyone. Safest way to transport it's by rail? I don't know if it's the safest. I know it's the most economic. Personally, I feel like you know what? No, I'm not going to be a dickhead and talk out of turn on that. Anyway, either way. Nuke the entire site from orbit's the only way to be sure. Wouldn't that make it worse? Don't wait. Move, start a class action against whoever came up with the idea to burn it. And we all learned about this. It rains and that falls into the ground just to be eventually re-rained. It's not going to just go away. True. 50 cars were derailed. We don't know what else was burned. Maybe they're transporting alien bodies. You know, like the opening of the X-Files movie. That guy deciding to stand there and wait for the bomb to go off to hide the bodies. Mini Chernobyl, the whole area should be evacuated for quite some time. I work with vinyl chloride on a daily basis and it's hard to dispose of. It's burned for disposal at chemical waste plants. Ooh. X-Files movies haunts me. Nothing is safe to transport using Civil War era brakes. Let's see if there's actually any coverage at all, because this seems like there is nothing. Transport by air is really expensive. It cost my company several $100s to transport 8 ounces of hazardous material. Yes, Corn Pope, they purposely burned it as a way to try and make sure that it supposedly didn't seep into the ground. But personally, I feel like sending a whole heap of hydrochloric acid into the sky might be, you know. But apparently that's not worst case scenario. Apparently leaving it would have been worse. So, rail companies at fault because rail is safe if protocols are followed. Okay.
You know, how sort of on a knife's edge we are when you're talking about safety in railroads.
I got to be really careful here because I don't want to get copy struck, because as it turns out, YouTube have reduced the length of videos that you're allowed to edit. So it's making things a little bit more interesting. Trained around.
Lay flat, please. You guys, he's a national correspondent. You cannot do this.
I'm a reporter with News Nation. It's all being recorded right now.
Yeah, but this is horrible.
Because you can't talk to people.
Oh, no worries, dude. Oh, so you got my email. Excellent.
Oh my God, I cannot believe this.
So, broadcast reporter was pushed to the ground, handcuffed, and arrested for trespassing while covering a news conference about
This is horrible.
the derailment of a train carrying toxic chemicals in Ohio.
Evan, I'm so sorry. Evan, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Stephen.
News Nation posted the video of correspondent Evan Lambert being arrested in the gymnasium of the elementary school in East Palestine, where...
Can you please loosen this? Because it hurts.
Governor Mike DeWine was giving an update about the accident.
Thank you very much.
Okay, hang on. Let's be clear, though. They needed to delineate there. The train coming off the rails may have been an accident. Burning the shit was deliberate. Don't want to know about the stuff they transport by rail that the public have no clue about. Yeah, I don't seem to be hearing him getting read his rights or anything.
Can someone help me?
Yeah, Robin will. Evan, I'm sorry.
It was held for 5 hours before being released from jail.
Are you serious?
As he walked outside, they pushed him down, said he was being arrested. They want resisting because he wasn't arrested. They tackled him and immediately said resisting arrest.
Horrible.
Doing a live shot. What happened?
DeWine said he didn't authorize the arrest and reporters have every right to report during briefings. Okay. Reporting for a public forum and he wasn't being disruptive.
Arrested because I was trying to do a live report about what people need to know.
And he's been here all week.
I've been here all
You
week.
can't do this to him. This is wrong. Why are you arresting him?
What the absolute hell is going on here? This is some absolute bullshit, frankly. Columbiana. What? How do you pronounce that? Columbiana. Okay. County Sheriff's Office Administration said the arrest was made by officers from the East Palestine Police Department. Yeah, okay, good on you.
You're on the national news just because I'm trying to do my job.
Message seeking comment from the department was not immediately returned. No shit, I wonder why. Yeah, I hope he gets a good attorney too. You guys have to see the body camera footage, they all threatened him. What was his name? His name.
Wrong.
I got arrested.
Evan Lambert. That's why I was coming up with the wrong thing. Evan. Just one after. Okay.
Two state troopers and a National Guard member approached Lambert. Was doing a live report from the presser, but things went off the rails when police say his reporting was too loud. This newly released video from Ohio State Highway Patrol begins midway through the interaction between News Nation reporter Evan Lambert and law enforcement. It shows two state troopers and a National Guard member approach Lambert standing in front of his news camera. The police body cam flashes away briefly before you see the National Guard member shove Lambert. The audio clicks on at this moment.
Yeah, you want me to file charges on you right now? No member of the public touched me in this. Excuse me. I am allowed to be here.
As the video progresses, members of the sheriff's department come over and tell Lambert he needs to leave.
Now, or you can go to jail. Sir. You want to go to jail for criminal trespassing? You want to go to jail for criminal trespassing?
Okay. Public forum, no trespass, but more to the point. What the fuck? Yeah, why is National Guardman so mad? It's that I no clue. Raised his voice during a heated press conference and they arrested him. I don't think he. I think from memory, I remember hearing about this. Yeah, exactly. Freedom of the press. I think what happened was that he called out something from the back to ask a question, and they took issue with that. Apparently.
Do you understand
how quickly our lawyers will get me out?
I don't care. I don't care.
You can hear Lambert being asked to leave several times and was even offered to discuss the situation outside. You can also hear Lambert explain to law enforcement that he was just doing his job and had every right to be there. But eventually, officers had enough of the discussion.
Let's go. Let's go.
You're under arrest.
Under arrest. Whoa.
This is the part of the video recorded.
That was completely unnecessary.
In the vestibule by multiple bystanders, including staff from KDKA, that went viral online, showing Lambert on the ground being arrested by sheriff's deputies. News Nation released a statement Friday saying in part, "We believe that News Nation's Evan Lambert was simply doing his job. Evan acted professionally and at minimum is owed an apology."
Damn straight.
Now, Evan Lambert was since released from the Columbiana County Jail. The case is now being handled by county prosecutors there. Governor DeWine has condemned the arrest. The East Palestine Police Department has no further comment. But then the National Guard member that you saw in the video released his own statement saying that Lambert appeared agitated when he approached him and that he was concerned that he was going to harm him. In the studio, Royce Jones, KDKA News.
Look at these temperatures. 51.
What an absolute crock of shit. Another perfect example where we don't trust law enforcement. It's fucked up in every way. Yeah? What a crock of shit. Okay, hang on. So that's basically the same footage. That's him outside because they didn't cover that. And it's basically just him walking to the car. Okay, so I don't need to worry about that. Okay, what else we got on the train derailment? Oh, and of course, Aaron Brockovich has come out and commented on it. Hang on, how do they? If this happened Friday, how do they have a video that's 7 days old with drone footage? What? No, that can't be right. Oh, qualified immunity needs to go. Absolutely. The complete body camera footage is the same, but again, I saw it on Eliza's clips because Sean was going over it. Okay. Hopefully Eliza clips won't mind if we have a quick look. Oh, damn, this goes for 24 minutes.
The problem was the train was carrying something that, if you guys weren't aware, was not very nice. This is the smoke from the train derailment. Not very good. Not very good at all. So the train derailed and it had tons of toxic chemicals in it. The issue is it's near the state line of Pennsylvania, but the bigger issue is it was burning vinyl chloride, and that would send hydrogen chloride and the toxic gas phosgene. And if you weren't aware what phosgene is, that was a gas that was developed and then used in World War I.
Oh. Hey, Marty.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, not a lot. Just trying to fill in time while I work out exactly when the court's coming back, because some dickhead decided to cut the audio feed before they told us. But I'm very interested in this, to be perfectly honest. Particularly given this is Sean's wheelhouse and locality. So
Yeah, I covered it the other night. The government really, I think, screwed up here. But go ahead. I won't cut you off before you.
No, it's fine. What based on what you've what your understanding of it, what are your thoughts?
So the derailment obviously was a bad thing, but then the government came in and blew it up. So
as they do. Yep.
To try and limit it, but I think it was a bad call. This phosgene is terrible chemical. And I don't know that people are going to be able to go back for years, maybe, because of it. Yeah, the government screwed up. Never.
Well, there you go, Corn Pope. I might consider moving if I were you. Yeah. Okay. So, phosgene. What do we know about this? Is this because the coverage that I just read, in particular that news article by was it Republic News or whatever it was? They didn't mention the phosgene gas. They were going on about the hydrochloric acid. So,
yeah. Sorry, I'm slow right now. So the phosgene is terrible. And the vinyl chloride is not good either, but the phosgene is something that I'm more worried about. So personally,
so phosgene gas is similar to mustard gas,
right?
In much of what is known
nasty
regarding
stuff.
the specific effects that came late after World War One, with some shocking delayed manifestations occurring later in life of soldiers exposed to mustard gas in First World War. At room temperature, 70 degrees Fahrenheit, it's a poisonous gas. With cooling and pressure, it can be converted into a liquid to be shipped and stored. So, hang on. Were they transporting this, or was this a chemical reaction that's released this?
They haven't said, but I would assume they were transporting it. Phosgene is used in a lot of manufacturing, Teflon, stuff like that. So,
okay,
it's used as a catalyst. So,
well, interesting. All right, well let's see what Sean had to say anyway, because I've done him some dirty here and paused on a very unattractive position.
Is there an attractive position with Sean? I love Sean.
One is a chemical weapon to very, very good effect. That's one of the no-nos. Like, using that can be considered a war crime. So you're not allowed to use phosgene. But it can be made. It is a chemical. And the issue is this stuff is near the headwaters of where the Ohio River runs through Ohio and begins its run down to the Mississippi. So this is kind of a big deal if it leaks into everywhere. They had to intentionally detonate one of the cars that it was not fully burned yet, and that was the smoke rising from it. So yes, all this burning vinyl chloride and vapors were sent all over the area, killed a lot of things. People had to evacuate the town. Livestock is dead. Now, apparently, they're claiming it's safe to go back. Not really sure how true that is, but at least I don't have to trust the government on this one. As part
No, we saw that video that were from 2 days ago with fish floating upside down and bloody frogs dead, and the reports of the pets and the animals that have all died. I'm sorry, if nature is sitting there going, fuck this, I'm out.
Right.
I'm not, you're not going back into the area. You're just not.
of the derailment, well, the governor was holding a...
Wait, what? It killed cows 100 miles away.
Yep, livestock 100 miles away.
Was that because the acid fell on them, or is it just because, I
think it was...
yeah, I missed an opportunity there. Hang on.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
necessary. So yeah, no, the concentration of the chemicals in the air
Mhm.
killed livestock up to 100 miles away. So, but yeah, go back home. It's safe.
That's fucked.
Daddy
The
government
press
said so.
conference and
I clicked on that by accident, but fair enough, Lux. Google the gas and suggested question was, can you survive phosgene gas? To be fair, Corn Pope, there'd be a few people in your area that would be Googling that right now. So that's probably why it's come up as a suggested question.
And the answer is no.
Yeah, I'm gonna say if it's similar in nature to mustard gas, fuck that.
There was a plant in Philadelphia that exploded on accident and had phosgene, and that was like 15 years ago, and they still haven't returned to the area. So
Fuck. What's that? You can survive 500 ppm for 1 minute.
particles per million. So yeah.
well, you're at a press conference, reporters show up, right? I mean, sounds logical to me, I guess. And there were reporters all around the governor. And then there was a reporter way in the back. And this is in the back of a high school gym. And that reporter was Evan Lambert. He is a reporter for News Nation. They are a smaller independent news organization. They're on Twitter covering a lot of things. And yeah, we'll kind of start with there what happens because this was caught on the body cam of the illustrious Ohio State Highway Patrol. So we can see right here, here's the press conference going on. The governor is talking up here somewhere, and you can't see him because
yeah, but it's the government.
You can't see him because Governor Mike DeWine's a little troll. He's like,
they're just going to say, "Oh, well, it's I forget what their protections are, but they're going to say, oh, it's protected. We didn't know it would do this."
Digger said, we have friends in the area. Any suggestions for them? Get the fuck out.
Get the fuck out and don't go back for quite a while.
Yeah.
This shit is really dangerous.
Pretty much what I suggested earlier. If you have to be in the area, as horrible as it sounds, you're probably going to be looking at gas masks to keep it out of your lungs and bottled water. And make sure whatever food and other things you take in, sealed packages, probably from out of state, so that you can make sure that nothing's contaminated.
I would. I posted on the 4th. Yeah. And we've covered it a couple different times from some different things that came up, but I would seriously look into a Tyvek suit and gas mask. Because you have almost the perfect storm. The phosgene will kill you now. The vinyl chloride will kill you 10 years from now. So
later. Yeah. It's in the air, soil, water, or plant life in a giant radius now thanks to them burning. Shit like that doesn't just evaporate in a few minutes. Fuck no. We all saw that giant cloud of black, so that's going to be there in the environment for a while. Flux, thank you for the for the super chat there. Hang on, why isn't that coming up? Hang on. Hatler was a hit with mustard gas. He couldn't seal his gas mask because he had a giant mustache. That's why we have the iconic stash. Yes, I think it's quite funny because at the same time, his sister, I can't remember exactly her name. It's some ridiculous, she lived in England at the time. And when they asked her about the mustache, she said, well, I understand that he had to trim it down to fit into his gas mask. But like so many other things, he took it a bit too far.
that is an awesome quote. And I didn't know any of that. That's great. And no, you can't say that in chat, Flux. I won't let you.
Shit, where did I miss? Get your looting in while you can. I would be taking shit all out of there, honestly. 100% get the fuck out now. Yeah. Poor people live there for years and not this. Issue is the train company's not updating things and only buying back stocks. The one time it's a good idea to visit Portland. Oh, fuck. Something else? Someone just plowed into pedestrians in New York City? Seriously?
Wow.
What is going on this week? Hang on.
Has anybody kept an eye on Daryl Brooks? Did he escape? Sorry, too soon?
Oh, hell no. I mean, look at it this way, okay? We've got a massive train fire. We've got people being plowed into in New York City. We've got Barney being revamped, like rebooted. It's like the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. What's next? We're going to see Andy Dick on TV again? Like, what the hell?
Maybe. He may get his own show. You forgot about the things flying over our airspace. One really close
yeah,
to
sorry,
me.
I forgot about the UFOs and the Chinese balloons, whatever else you want to call it.
You also forgot about the asteroid that hit France last night.
There was an asteroid that hit France?
Yeah, it was a
Holy
small one. I didn't see any reported deaths, but yeah.
Man was captured by police on Monday after he reportedly drove a U-Haul truck repeatedly into the sidewalks in the Bay Ridge area of Brooklyn on Monday, injuring multiple pedestrians. 8 people were injured, 2 of whom are in a serious condition. The driver reportedly struck pedestrians at 3 different locations in Bay Ridge before driving away. Police stopped the suspect before the entrance to a tunnel leading from Brooklyn to Manhattan. Shit. Imagine if he made it to Manhattan too. New York City Mayor Eric Adams has been briefed on the situation. There are no additional threats, according to Fabian Levy, the mayor's spokesperson. New York Police Department did not immediately respond to a request for comment. It's a developing story, and we will continue to update it. The incident immediately recalled an event in 2017 when 8 people were killed after Sayfulo Saipov intentionally drove a truck at high speed along a path on the Hudson River, plowing through pedestrians and bicyclists. He was convicted last month. The death penalty phase of his trial began on Monday. I'm sorry, what? There's a death penalty case, and we don't. Is that not being streamed?
Wait, what? He just did it, and there's a death penalty case?
No, this guy was in 2017, so it's what?
Oh, okay.
Years ago.
What's up, 3 Beers? I saw you, but I was waiting for Hayden to stop.
Oh, sorry. When they make decisions like this, and then we have to trust them to make decisions about war. Well, I mean, who was the dumbass that made the decision to burn the thing? So many distractions from Biden's crimes. Daryl Brooks 2, Electric Boogaloo. Ooh. Should we start chemo now? Corn Pope. I don't wish that on anybody, honestly. Okay, I'll ask. Have a deep dive into the frogs gay thing. No, I personally just think that the video is funny. Also, the issue is the states and federal government not investing in infrastructure for years. Yes.
Okay.
Picking great spots for Sean.
He's showing how big his penis is.
Aww. Mr. Kager of Cornpo, please report back if you're growing extra body parts. This channel does not give legal, medical, or financial advice. The channel is for educational entertainment purposes only. But get the fuck out. Gosney, did you so bad? Why? How on earth has Steve done anything? Hang on.
Steve!
Another way to lower the population. Yeah, but how much population is there within a 200-mile radius of that particular place in the middle of Ohio? Like, really? Please don't panic, please. He was never leaving the house again. That's fair. So much better than the murder stream. Oh shit.
So have you been watching any of the trial this morning?
Which trial?
The XXX one.
Oh yeah. No, they spent. Oh, there was probably a good hour of arguments without the jury. Then mob boss came in, did his cross-examination, and basically all he did was harp on about the fact that, oh, your story changed because you were lying to cover your ass. Why should we believe you now? And it's like, well, like, it actually made me feel sorry for Cheeseburger, because it's like, yeah, okay, he did this, but he's already pled guilty. He's shown remorse. And yes, he changed his story to cover his own ass, because that's generally what you do when you're involved in a murder case. Are you fucking kidding me?
Right.
And he just kept going on and on and on about it. And it's just like, move on, dude. Move on. Oh, and we're responsible for the Russian pipeline released.
Yep.
Fabulous.
Mm-hmm.
Rook stuff. Sorry, guys. I'm just jumping through the chat because I'm still so backlogged behind it. Oh, yeah. It could yield the first death penalty in 60 years for that guy that in 2017 drove the truck down the Hudson.
Wow.
Ozzy, what the fuck? I go out for a smoke, Mighty Meat shows up and it's the end of the world. Well, ordinarily when he leaves, the trial streams get interesting. He comes in, he's got to bring something too.
Right.
What? I thought this was all medical advice. No medical advice ever given. Sean Frozen. I've paused the video for a second. Sean's crushing our heads right now. while Red's like, fuck, the shit do I do now? Mighty Mate's so satisfying with his voice. Well, there you go. You're appreciated, dude. I'm picking up groceries for ingredients for cheeseburgers tonight because of this stream. You're very welcome. Worst part of it all, the accident did not start the chemicals on fire. The cleanup crew drained all the chemicals and then intentionally lit it on fire, causing the explosion. Yeah, but I mean, look, if they'd left it, then there was a possibility that it could have seeped into the ground, which again, yes, apparently would have been far worse. But I mean, would you not try and transport it away? Like, I mean, surely there would be other ways of getting that out of there. Like, I don't know, get a tanker truck or some shit. Just
and
get
suck it out of there. Yeah.
Exactly.
Jacob's driving.
This reminds me of the cars in like Dubai and that sort of thing, where, you know, if it breaks down, they just leave like a $1 million Ferrari on the side of the road.
Yeah.
They took something there, and rather than sort out what they needed to fix it, they said, fuck it, we'll set it on fire.
Well, it's too expensive to clean it up.
Oh, of course, but you know, I suppose a few wrongful death suits is gonna be less expensive than cleaning it up. Apparently, God, it gives me the shits that that's an actual calculation. People, for anyone that doesn't know, there are legitimately corporate calculations for when it is cheaper to let someone die than it is to pay out a lifetime injury suit or even product recalls.
Yeah.
Because corporate responsibility is a fallacy. It is bullshit. If it is more expensive to do something that is right, they are legally obligated to do the wrong thing on behalf of their shareholders. That is how fucked up the corporate structures are actually set up. It's ridiculous.
Yep. Well, it's like I don't know if I can say that. A big P. HARAMA. They build it into their price.
Talking about Ohio becoming the zone, so time to buy a gas mask and start my career as a stalker.
One, you don't already have a gas mask, Wild Red?
The one thing I don't like about StreamYard is it doesn't let me, like, at least when I do the things through stream through OBS, I can tick off which regular chats I pulled up and read through.
Gotcha. Huh.
Oh yeah, and we heard about the necklace 27 more times as well.
Oh, okay.
Because Mob Boss was really harping on about, oh well, he can't have had a gun in his hand because he was grabbing at this necklace that apparently had some sort of lock on it that makes it so that it doesn't come off. And I'm like, the video shows that your client had a gun in his hand. Why are you still harping on about this? It makes you look disingenuous.
Can you say necklace one more time?
Necklace? Or necklace?
Necklace? I'm just writing down all the Aussieisms, so.
Necklace, dickless, they're all there.
That works. Jacob's proud madre, who's ready to move to Mars? I am. Let's go.
I'd like to see it terraform slightly more before I get there.
Nah, we'll worry about that when we get there.
I don't know. I'd like being able to breathe. And I also like the feeling of grass under my feet. Okay, got that. Live 5-hour drive from there. That's going around a Great Lake, so like maybe 3 hours. Ooh, oh shit. I tell you what, Corn Pope, go to the lake and see what sort of state it's in. If the lake on the side near you still has living animals, you should be fine. Ish.
Yeah.
Did not want to remove the chemicals. They wanted to get rid of it quickly and incinerated it. Yes.
Yep.
Was Hunter's laptop on the train? Not as far as I'm aware. Removing it would have had the line closed for a couple of days. They were hoping to clear the line in hours. Well, good fucking luck with that. Have they seen the damage that was done to it by the train derailing anyway? There's no way in hell they were getting that reopened in a couple of hours.
All right, can you see the... Are you able to see the big mushroom cloud of smoke?
Yeah, sure, I can bring that up.
Oh, I mean, like, in person. Like, if you go outside, can you see it?
Oh, you're asking Corn Pope?
No, I'm asking you. You're in Northwest Ohio. This is like 4 hours away.
Dickhead. Here I am looking to bring up the picture.
Paul, so you can't see him anyway. But all the news is right here. And they're in a big basketball court. This is from one of the troopers. The guy in the camouflage, pay attention to him. He's a real hero. So you notice we're walking through the crowd. Oh wow, okay, it looks like that guy in the camouflage is doing something.
Huh.
But he's like way far in the back. What the hell's going on? I mean, surely he can't be doing something bad. I mean, there's nobody in between. That's a half a basketball court away. So let's see what happens. Oh, well.
So why did the guy with the National Guard have such a bee in his bonnet about the new reporter?
So you can see the guy in the camouflage uniform. He's in the National Guard. I'll give you a hint there. He's not very happy. He's sad about something. And then there's a sergeant here, so you know things are getting serious. We still don't have any sound yet. And this is Evan Lambert here in the gray shirt, and that's his camera guy.
Oh, hang on. I should specify. Yes, Corn Pope, I was being facetious. Do not go anywhere near that lake.
Don't go near Lake Erie on a good day, dear. That's the worst lake.
There are always dead fish around their lakes.
And he's broadcasting about the press conference and reporting on it. And here we go. The sound should click on right about the second. Now look at him doing his job.
why is the National Guard guy even getting involved in that?
Because they don't want people asking.
Now, at this point, they claim he was being too loud. The reporter's being too loud. Now, was he being loud, or is all of the people who are obviously yelling, including this guy in camouflage?
Hang on, more to the point. I'm gonna let this play, but I'm gonna have a quick look. I want to see if I can track down the footage from the camera, because that theoretically would have went out. I mean, it might not have gone out live, but theoretically, that camera broadcast should have still been made. I want to know whether or not they've released that.
And the police who are pointing and shouting, look, everybody in the crowd's now looking because somebody's created a scene, and it's not the reporter, not the guy doing his job. Nobody noticed him before. We need to rewind that part because this is very critical here. Watch the guy in the uniform, push him back. So scary. Look at that fucking hero. I mean, the audio's coming, guys. The audio's coming.
Yes, we're going to file charges on you right now. I am allowed to be here. Did you not see that man? You were told to shut it down. Go.
Now. Go. Now. Or you can go to jail. Sir. You want to go to jail for criminal trespassing?
So now we're being told he's too loud. Now we've been told he's too loud. But did you guys see that bravery from that National Guard member who shoved him? I mean, that's the kind of stuff. I mean, you know, all gave some gave all. I mean, heroes like that willing to shove a reporter out of the way. I mean, thank God that man's there on that wall while I sleep in bed at night. I mean, that kind of bravery. No wonder. Ralph is saying he has no authority. He's the National Guard. He does have authority because he's working under state power. Oh, I don't know why that guy's. We could have let him loose in Afghanistan when the Taliban were trying to take over the Kabul airport. We could have just sent him out there and he could just start punching people in the chest with his finger. I'm sure he could have racked up a ton of dead bodies from the Taliban for that. I mean, think about it. That's a hero, fucking hero right there. Just you know, beautiful. But then we see the cops. Well, you got to leave. You got to leave. Why? You're being loud. He wasn't being loud until now. Well, now we're going to arrest you because you're trespassing. Who said he was trespassing? Who kicked him out? He's a cop. Who kicked him out? The Green Buffet came in and said, you have to leave. You're being too loud. Oh. And the cop said, you're being too loud. When you want to arrest someone and you don't have a warrant, you have to have probable cause they commit a crime. What has he done so far? He was a reporter reporting. That's not a crime the last time I checked. The Highway Patrol prides themselves on having highly trained people.
Probably quite low.
They pride themselves on having highly trained officers. And then that officer who is the Major General of the Ohio National Guard, you know, swears to protect and defend the Constitution. I guess he never read it because it's kind of a big deal. I mean, you can swear to protect and defend it, but if you don't understand it, I mean, what good are you? But it's a bigger issue because now he's been escorted away. Now the cops are here.
You want to go to jail for criminal trespassing? Do you understand
how quickly our lawyers look at me?
I don't care.
Sorry,
I don't.
And yes, you can see it's from the sheriff's department. I'm kicking you out. Well, who the fuck are you? It's not your building. He's not being disorderly. You have no right to trespass him, number one. What has he done that's illegal? He isn't being loud. But I'll give this guy credit. Evan Lambert, dude, you got some balls just telling them to fucking do what they got to do. A lot of people would walk away.
Let's talk outside. Go. Let's talk outside. Come on, outside.
I'm recorded by other media right now. I'm going to listen.
I don't care.
It's my
You're going to
job.
walk out the door.
I'm going to listen.
You're going to walk
Do
out
not
the door.
touch me.
Come on out, sir. You're going to walk out the door because you're going to jail.
Do not touch me.
Sir, can we talk outside,
I
please?
am trying to
Talk
listen
outside, please.
and de-escalate with me. I am doing my job. This is covered by the First Amendment.
Excuse me, sir. I'm the building supervisor here. Please leave.
There you have it.
I'm the building supervisor here. Please leave. We don't take kindly to no reporters out here in East Liverpool, Ohio, especially none of them colored folk. Good job, Mr. Building Supervisor. He had a fire department shirt on, so I mean, kind of bravery is gonna cut your car open while it's burning, I guess. I don't know. Just heroes all abound. Free meals at Applebee's for everybody.
You're going to stand outside. Or you're going to jail. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Out. You're on the arrest.
Wait, they told him get outside. Okay. And they start dragging him out. Well, is he under arrest at that point? No, they haven't told him that. They're just forcing him out. And then they arrest him. What the fuck?
Oh, sir.
The supervisor asked him to leave. He was not trespassing.
I forgot about this part. Yes. Stop resisting. There are 3 of us on top of you. Get on the ground. I am on the ground. Oh.
Oh my God. You guys, this is bad. Stop.
I am on the ground.
Stop resisting.
As the token coloured folk, I take offence to the reporter being there too. Charge them. They need to be charged. This was some bullshit.
Because of the.
Now I don't know who this cop is right here. Whoever's doing this, you are as big a piece of shit as everybody else. Look at that right there. Look at that shit. Oh, we can't have the press in here to cover the press doing their thing. Oh no, Mr. Reporter man, you can't be here. What? You think the guy's got a secret gun in his camera? Come on now. I love that too. Yes. Don't film this. Don't film us breaking the law. It's like, bitch, the fuck do you cocksuckers think you are? The fuck all of you. And I hope, right now we're going to pause this because we're going to call somebody out here. Major General Harris, the guy who started all this. You dickless little shit. I hope you hear this. I hope you hear about me. You are a fucking coward. You are a piece of shit motherfucker. Look at you, your smug little face. I'm going to get my government pension. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. Fucking coward ass motherfucker.
Okay.
Yeah, oh wow, he flies helicopters. Ooh.
Oh, good combo.
Good for him.
I'm sorry
he wasn't retarded enough to hit a fucking tree.
Cover it for you though, aside from Sean.
Got through everything, and then he became it's all impressive assignments.
Yeah, shit on Mighty, who covered it 10 days ago.
Helicopter. Ooh. And the Legion of Merit flying helicopters. I'm sure it was stressful.
Yeah.
Pumping.
Fucking ass.
Do you want a tissue to help you cope over there? I think this is the big one here. Anytime a cop says "don't film me," they should be fired. Look,
I agree.
I think anytime they're in uniform, abso-fucking-lutely. Sorry, no. Anytime they're on the job, abso-fucking-lutely. If they're within the privacy of their own home and they're making a porno or something, that's probably the only time that I'd want them filmed. Aside from that, no, absolutely. If there is anything done in a professional capacity, as far as I'm concerned, anyone that does anything in a state-sponsored position should be completely filmable. As far as I'm concerned, if they're doing something in their official capacity, it should be open to scrutiny by the public.
Fuck you, 3 beers. And I do dig her, but... Where's Apostle Steve? Where's Apostle Steve? He's the only one that loves me anymore.
Oh, diddums.
Bastards.
Be 30mm cannon rounds into a bunch of Taliban in the middle of the night when they couldn't see you.
Hear the female officer say, "Don't film this." I didn't hear that. It doesn't say that it doesn't mean that it didn't happen. I would be shocked if it did not happen, frankly, because of the way that she was acting.
Right.
Especially something that affects the public this much. I'm so mad. Yeah. Body cams on all with sound. Yeah, they shouldn't. It's not something that should be able to be turned off, as far as I'm concerned. You start that job, the body cam should go on, and it's not something you should have control over. Oh, there you go. They're showing the love. All right. Not too much. He's going to get horny again.
Just, I'm actually, he probably didn't do that. He probably walked around with like this, poke, poke, poke. Like a true hero. Probably poked his way across Kosovo. The global war on terror. I'm sure he defended America bravely and nobly. Just poking his way. Fucking disgusting. You are
Poked his way to the top, but was he the one doing the poking or receiving the poke?
You receive the poke until you get to the top, and then you start poking. That's how it goes.
See, I still don't know about that, honestly. I think they should have kicked him while he was brown, no weight down. I meant down. Jesus Christ.
No, you said it right.
Poked his way across Kosovo. That was great. Yep. I love Sean. I've got to start inviting him more often. I would probably have him here now, except I'm pretty sure he's at work.
Yeah, Sean has
Yeah,
really weird
Ohio
hours.
too.
Yeah.
You breathe the same air. You walk in the same land as me. Fucking A, bro. Fucking A. But that's who it was. It wasn't just some rum-dum in the National Guard. It's the head of the National Guard. And why is that important? Well, the body cam has caused an issue because he made a statement to the police upon the arrest. He's under scrutiny over the altercation with the reporter. Yes. The Major General, the Ohio's Adjutant General, which that's the actual term for the head of the National Guard, wherever you live, is the Adjutant General. He claimed he put his hands up to avoid the reporter bumping into him.
Bullshit. We saw it on camera that he goes, what the fuck?
I don't think you guys see that. I don't see that at all. I see an angry little bitch not like being told what somebody ignoring him. So it sounds like somebody fibbed. And I did ROTC in college for like a semester. There's, the integrity and, having honor and, not lying and shit like that. So I don't know though. In a statement, Harris told the reporters he reflexively raised his hands to Lambert's chest. Okay. Yeah, great. He's a much larger person than I am. Said
you will respect my authority.
Said the brave general. At that point, I was convinced he was prepared to do harm to me. It's so scary being in the National Guard and talking to reporters. It's just
he was impervious to my poke. I had no weapons left.
Y'all don't know what it's like. It's just so dangerous. Just so scary.
The poke didn't work. Shoot him.
Oh, the little bitch was apparently unarmed. It's the baby voice from me, sure, Jesus Christ.
I instinctively put my hands on his chest to keep him from bumping into me, which I felt was inevitable. If I had not protected myself. Oh, no. This was scarier. Kandahar? No. Fighting the Taliban? No. This was the real threat. I bet he retires on fucking disability after this.
PTSD because the fucking reporter got in his road. Oh my god, was such a big scary reporter. I was terrified for my wife. Thank you for your service during the Battle of the Ohio Gymnasium.
Yeah, that's awesome.
100% PTSD from the VA. I immediately removed my hands with their space between us. We were in contact for less than a second. Oh, God, General, I don't know how you got out of it. Thank God. Thank God you're here to protect me. He's coming right for me. Oh, whoa. So, that's great. Having a head of your, a guy who is a military officer who flat out fucking lied and not only did that, but did to a reporter and just won't admit, like, wow, I just didn't like the fact nobody tells me what to do.
I didn't even mean it like that. Dude suffering from little man syndrome. Yeah, because he finally came across someone that was taller than him that did not respect his authority. Oh, God. I think it's like, I, in general, have respect for servicemen and women. But seriously, if you're going to expect someone to do as you say immediately because you being a little bitch, frankly, about something, no, get fucked. Especially when they know they're in the right as well. Report is hot, so says a lady. Oh, there you go. Frustrating because when I was with an affiliated media outlet, I knew to say my employer if I was missing our branded stuff, but those cameras were a dead giveaway.
You know, I told somebody to do something and they didn't listen to me. Well, that happens when you're not under his orders. Patricia Bradshaw says, doesn't he know it was recorded? I don't know. That kind of tells me he has a habit of saying whatever he needs to say. You know, I'm sure all those counseling forms he's ever filled out are 100% honest. And yes, General, I hope you hear all of this. I'd love for you to respond. I'm sure you will, Hero. So that is a problem, though. He's, certainly would have made a statement, and should this go to trial somewhere, he's certainly going to be involved as a witness. But yes, Evan Lambert was charged with resisting arrest and trespassing. He has since been released. Governor DeWine's aware of the body cam video. While the video does not show the complete interaction between Lambert and Harris, the video is consistent both of Lambert's and Harris' statements regarding the incident. Once again, for those of us here in Ohio, fuck you, Governor DeWine. If they were hampered in any way from...
Oh, sorry, Flux. For anyone that doesn't know, the membership chats don't show up in the background on StreamYard. The Nasty Guard is full of beaches. Fair enough. Someone needs the Murphy beard on the General. Snack says, don't have respect for camo welfare figs. Okay. He was wearing camo. The reporter probably didn't see him. That's probably why he bumped into him, because he couldn't see the dickhead. Professionals don't act like that? No, they do not. CNN picked up this reporter story. Oops. And Sovereign Brosen is back from kickboxing. Congratulations.
It's nothing compared to what this general had to go through. This strong and brave general.
What are we doing talking about the government chemical spill? Yes, unfortunately, we don't actually know if we're coming back from lunch. At this point, I'm just letting the law and crime stream go in the background. So we're just taking the piss, having a talk about the Ohio spill, watching Sean take the absolute piss out of the serviceman who decided to be an absolute dick. There's been some fun.
Yeah.
We concluded your PTSD is indeed service.
Reporting that certainly is wrong, and it's not anything that I approve of. Governor, here's something you can do right now. Something you can do right now. Takes no effort from you. Pardon him right this second. Don't even let the court cases drag out. I pardon this man completely and wholly for any actions he commit. Right now, he's pardoned. Bam, done. Pardon the man. Pardon him. And then I would demand your adjutant general resign. He could pardon him later if something happens, but no, right now the governor can pardon you ahead of time. The governor has the right to pardon him.
Thank you for the super chat, Flux. I was in the real service. The Nasty Guard's just a bunch of state workers that try to pretend to have power. This makes me love Sean more. And yes, I legitimately almost read that as wankers, not workers. That was not intentional.
Well, they are wankers, but yeah.
His general deserves a Purple Heart from his wounded feelings in the line of duty. I've been more worried about that guy in the poke. Evan Lambert must be extremely frustrated at the entire Ohio situation. News Nation reporter is 100% payroll legitimate. Yeah.
Well, and to take that further, you don't have to be with an outfit to be legitimate reporter. Like there are many people that are doing YouTube or doing alternative media. You shouldn't
Well,
have to
have you
have the big
seen,
outfit.
Did you see Larry's press pass that he did for himself? God,
I'll look it up.
He did well with that. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, he was charged, Barbara. He was charged with trespass and resisting arrest.
Jesus.
We called the National Guard Nancy Girls as a kid. That's nasty girls. Well, see, the funny thing is, the only real place that I've seen the National Guard before was in Designated Survivor with Kiefer Sutherland, and there's that one scene where the general from the National Guard ignores his orders to deploy in order to bring one of the states under control after the
Michigan.
after the issues, and it's like it makes them seem like they're so much more than they actually are from the sounds of it.
That was Michigan because of Dearborn, but in the show.
Oh, okay. Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, so it was your fault.
Yeah, no, not our fault. But yeah, they don't have the power that they think they have. But
so if I had to put it in terms, so over here we have so you've got your usual emergency services. So we've got, your police, your fire, your ambulance, which are all your sort of what you'd consider your serious emergency services. Here we also have something called the State Emergency Service, who basically go out and, assist people with when trees fall on their roofs or if they get stuck in floodwaters and things like that. They have a job, but they don't have any official formal authority.
Exactly.
I kind of feel like that's sort of the same sort of level of things as what the National Guard would be.
100%.
That's what I adore the SES. I'm in no way taking any shots at them whatsoever. They do some brilliant work. I'm just thinking levels of authority that seems to be putting them on the same par.
Yes, I would agree.
Freelance reporters are legitimate too. Should have clarified it. I'm just over the ridiculous idiots claiming to be payroll reporters, such as that beast who showed up at 3 Coburger presses. Okay. Yep, that's the National Guard. Help old ladies cross the street.
Pretty much. Yeah.
So they have power, but it has to be a legitimate emergency. Yeah, okay. So, yes, along the same lines as the SES in terms of utility services. They're great when they stay in their lane. Okay, interesting.
Pardon power is just like the pardon power of the president. It's a plenary power. It has no limit. All right, we'll get back to here. Sorry.
Folks coming in? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he keeps keep people out. Now. He keeps keeping people out. Then he's here. Nothing happens for in this part here.
Oh, this is.
Yeah. Press on live right now on TikTok as covering the governor.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh God, in Discord. You're not on. You're not on.
Oh, this is.
Recording. I'm on. Okay. No worries. I'm going to.
Why do you have to say, "Hey, bro, I'm on"? I'm on. Why don't you presume your camera's always on? What were you worried he's going to say something? I mean, what's the deal there? Oh, we need to go further. We're going to skip ahead a little bit here. Because after a while, where'd the sound go? Why aren't we allowed to hear this? Certainly his camera didn't break. The odds of that are very slim. So they've taken the sound away as he's just wandering around. And then what do we know? A little bit later, he runs into a law enforcement official. Who's this guy? What's going on? What are they talking about?
What do they say?
What's up? Who are they talking about? What was going on? He was involved in some of this earlier. What happened? We don't know. Did this guy see it? Is he a witness? Could he be, what's he saying? I couldn't hear. I can hear. I don't know. We don't know anything about what's being said here. Then we have the cops come back in, and it's all quiet still. He's talking to the cops, and what's going on? Do we know if this is relevant or not? Why can't we hear it?
Rudeness or disrespect or anything. We've been waiting for, we were up there, we had a live shot scheduled to record at 5:15. That's locked in stone. So, coincidence of all coincidence, the governor literally walks out at 5:15. It's the worst possible timing in the world, okay? But there's nothing that we can do about that. He's committed to doing his live shot. He's got people talking to him. He doesn't know whether he needs to talk about.
Let me stop you.
Yeah, but what I'm
saying,
please,
let me stop you.
I'm
the reason why, I understand that. The reason why he is where he is, he was told to leave. He refused to leave.
But you had no right to tell him to leave because he wasn't doing anything wrong. That's the problem. Let me tell you something. He did nothing wrong. He had no right to leave. You had no right to eject him.
Oh, that's the cameraman.
Then the building superintendent comes over and says, I don't want you here.
Yeah.
He still refused to leave. So now he's arrested.
I didn't witness any.
That's his own fault. He's arrested. All he had to do was pipe up.
I didn't.
And he just kept on arguing.
All I'm telling you is from the television.
Yes, because you were wrong. Somebody knew what he was allowed to do.
Mm-hmm.
You are the other guy. You know, Evan Lambert's the guy who understands the Constitution. You are obviously playing the role of the guy who doesn't know fuck all. Well, actually, you, the troopers, and the major general. So it's like the ensemble cast of the dumb fuck brigade.
I understand what you're.
I mean, imagine these two fucks. Are they going to go save your kids in the shootout if there's a school shooting?
Oh,
I doubt it.
I doubt it.
I mean, they ain't hassling reporters. You know, we done good today.
Trying to do. I understand you guys have jobs to do, but when he's told to leave,
I probably drove there too. That's a second offense.
That's an issue. What I thought I might just be able to give you some insight on
I understand.
from my.
No, I understand you guys.
Cameraman, Tweety.
It's just
I get it, but when you're told to step out, and it even gets to the point where the building superintendent's coming over and saying, you need to leave.
He's the only person that could tell them to leave. You had no right.
So that's why you tell me where he is.
He'll end up at the Columbiana County Jail.
Columbiana County Jail.
Yes.
Okay. Sir, what's your name?
Sheriff Brian McLaughlin.
Sheriff McLaughlin. Thank you. I'm Preston Swider. Thank you, Sheriff.
Top tier bravery, the sheriff himself, the bravest of the brave. Just like Marshal Ney for Napoleon. Le bravest of the brave, the bravest of the brave.
Brian.
Just brave. Just brave. Oh, bravery everywhere. Now, what are the issues here for this guy? Well, was there probable cause to arrest him? Because to be arrested, there needs to be a warrant or a probable cause. So in Ohio, is criminal trespass an arrestable offense? 100%. It is. It is an arrestable offense. It is a jailable offense. And then, even if you go to city of Lago Vista v. Atwater, the Supreme Court said even if it's not a jailable offense, you can certainly be arrested for it regardless.
Mm-hmm.
So he was arrested. But was he told to leave? Okay, well, initially, he was not doing anything wrong, and the general caused the ruckus. And then out of nowhere, that guy who says he's the building superintendent, is he actually the building superintendent, number one, told him he needs to leave. Well, why did he tell him he needed to leave? Because there was a disturbance? Well, the disturbance was created by another party. So is that really a proper ejection? No, it shouldn't have even gotten to that point, because the police should have gotten up to the general and said, leave him alone. You go your way. You're filming a thing here. Everybody's going and minding their own business. But the police didn't do that. Tenano says, isn't the press conference a public forum? Yes, but you can still be ejected.
You ain't going anywhere, Brian. Don't stress. Cameramen are extremely protective of the reporters because they need to be. How terrifying is that? They're out there as partners, basically. Just because one's behind the camera and one's in front of it doesn't mean you don't look after each other.
from public property. You
now I'm just trying. Now I'm just playing roulette with what face I can pull Sean on.
don't have an unlimited right to be in a public building. So if you guys ever watch the First Amendment at Auditors, you don't have an unlimited right. So, for example, I can walk into my city hall. I have the right to walk in there. But if I run around screaming, the song High Hopes at the top of my lungs, they're probably going to tell me to leave pretty quickly because I don't have the right to disturb other people and disturb other things that are going on. Much the same way I don't have the right to set up a tent in the middle of the city hall, even though I pay my taxes. You have the right to be on city property, but it's not an unlimited right. Just like any of your rights, there can be restrictions placed upon them. Time, place, and manner. Now, for example, if this guy was in the back of the press conference sitting there playing with an air horn or jerking around and playing basketball, they could tell him, get out. This is a press conference. But it's clear he was a reporter doing something, and this general, for whatever reason, he heard him, but nobody else was really paying attention. So everybody else should have just left it alone, but nobody did. Why? Well, because nobody likes their authority getting scuffed. Track Elvis says take the case for subs and likes. He's already got an attorney, but if he didn't, I would drive the hour, almost 2 hours. I would do that pro bono for the guy. But apparently they've already got a lawyer set up, so they're all fine. But I would go defend this guy for free. I mean, this is complete bullshit what happened to him. Alyssa's saying I'm 35 minutes behind, but I'm out here trying to get monetized. And you're over here dropping gamer word rants I must clip.
Feeding on a Mr. Not President. Why did he go with the song High Hopes? Because some people find it very irritating. It's like the song that never ends, or... Oh... Go on, chat. Throw them in. What are some universally irritating songs?
Anything by
It's a
Nickelback.
national news story. How do they fail to know that national news outlets would be there? That's a damn good question, Tweety. And I think they knew. I think it was purely just so. From the sounds of it, he may have been reporting on other news, and he was talking, and I don't know, presumably that was loud or whatever. And the National Guard guy just had a really, really big issue with that. I mean, the camera guy there was saying we had a live cross at 5:15 that he had to do. And the governor walked out at 5:15. It was just the worst possible timing. Well, I mean, the man's still got to do his job. So, I mean, the governor had to know that there were going to be news crews there. So, as far as I'm concerned, it's completely overblown. Do I think that maybe it would have been better if he, I don't know, stepped into the hallway to do the news cross? Possibly. Irrespective, the cops didn't have the right to tell him to move on. The National Guard guy didn't have the right to tell him to move on. As far as I'm concerned, no one until that building supervisor walked over had the right to tell him to move on. And given that the guy didn't step in and do that while he was doing his news cross, as far as I'm concerned, the news cross couldn't have been that disruptive.
True.
So,
No Flux. We're not going to sing that song. No, Hayden.
have you seen the video that was done of me and Vice singing it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That was very fucking clever. Only one I know is Baby Shark. It's the song that doesn't end. Yep. 12 Days of Christmas. Oh, that's harsh. I love you, you love me, we're a happy family. Nope. Chop Suey? Really? Okay.
Oh, that's such a
What
great
does the
song.
fox say? I love that everyone's gone with like kids shows songs, which is hilarious. Fucking song from Barney.
Hey, what can I say? It's like asking a fish why do you swim, or a bird why do you fly, or me why am I an asshole? just what I do. Just what I do. If you guys weren't aware, out in East.
So I got a couple things. If we got a second, one.
Yeah, sure.
This tweet put out that I gotta find it again. Tweet put out by somebody. They only evacuated people in a 1 mile radius of the Ohio crash site. The toxic rain clouds have a 200-mile radius that we know of currently. And so that led me to look at how far I am away from this train crash. And I'm only 165 miles.
Okay, so people, we know that Mighty's going to grow a fourth appendage.
I hope it's another wiener.
Knowing you ought to be a pussy. Oh, shit. Okay, well, look, court is still not back, so I'm going to see what else we can find. But this stuff's, like, insane. That's a whole bunch of Alyssa's videos, because I've still got that open. RIP, mate. Double dick dude. Congrats on being the lead on the class action lawsuit. What? Your laptop plug just kicked it. Oh no! Corn pope, your acid rain got to your laptop. Melted the damn cable. Movies have warned us for years. Yeah. That's the trouble, people. Here's the thing, what we don't understand. All these movie makers and everything, they're coming up with what the things that we are most terrified about in our wildest dreams. But people out there are actively looking at trying to make those nightmares come true. Like, a lot of the times we don't understand this. That's like, the thing that's most terrified me, you know that there's that moss that takes over ants and turns them into zombies to spread it and that sort of thing? Apparently the world temperature only needs to go up like 7 degrees. And evolutionary-wise, that stuff will probably... because the reason it doesn't affect humans is because our body temperature is too high.
Huh.
But if the world around it changes to the point where it can adapt to higher temperatures, it'll be able to infect us. And that's fucking terrifying. Barbara Vance is apparently 86 miles away.
Wow. Yeah, you're okay. You're much closer than I am. I have the wind working against me too, so that's good. It's blowing the other way.
Someone's been watching Last of Us. No, I've been reading scientific books. I knew about that long before Last of Us ever became anything. That was before it was even a game. Vinyl chloride is nasty shit. Carcinogenic in the long term. In the short term, it'll kill your liver. Also releases hydrogen chloride vapors that fuck up your lungs. Yeah. Oh, it's absolutely worth suing over. Absolutely. Alright. Actually, maybe I'll just have a look, see what else is in the news then.
What the
see if we can find something that's not quite so depressing. What's up?
Oh, you said not so depressing?
Oh no, if you've got something, that's fine.
How yeeted do you want to get? Maybe you should look at this first. I'll send it to you in Discord.
Yeah, okay, I'll have a look first because we're 4 hours into a trial stream.
Yeah. Shit, that's not it. You're up here.
But guys, I do just want to say, for everyone that hasn't dropped by recently, the Law News and Laughter stream from Saturday, it has gone the fuck off. In terms of my analytics on that, it's had like 3,000 views in the last 2 days. Like, that's big for me. And apparently apparently the video itself is being suggested by the trailer for a movie or some shit. Like,
oh,
it's pretty big for me.
That's cool.
Okay, what was it? You said it to me there. Yeah, mate. Let's not do that.
That's why
Where the hell
I
is
sent it
Biden's
to you.
hand going?
I'll cover it later.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I'll bring it up later.
I'm not going to show it, but I will describe it. It's Biden with what looks like a, how old would you say, 5-6-year-old?
Yeah, and the kid's
African-American
showing him his
child?
shirt, like pulling out his shirt to show him, and his hands are up in that crotchal area.
It looks like he's following Trump's advice and going straight for the pussy.
But I think that's a boy.
Yeah, which,
He's not going to find it.
well, clearly, no, I was using that language because I
I
was
know.
making fun of.
I know, everybody equally.
Can I do a mini kinky corner? Not right now. There's the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory story. Oh, good God. Do I even want to know? Less depressing than New York City car ramming. Read over that quickly. Coverage is getting scrubbed from most news outlets. I'm not sure what that's about. Probably because they don't want people knowing, Rich, to be perfectly honest. That's why you're deaf suing. I should hope so. Company was sued for 2 people falling into molten chocolate.
What?
Okay, hang on. Let me check. All right, so we've got Cyclone Gabriel leaving thousands without power in New Zealand. They're still finding survivors in Turkey. Most recent object shot down did not resemble Chinese balloon, apparently. What do we know about the 4 flying objects shot down by the US? Interesting. 8-year-old has died at a Fiji resort. I'm not talking about the Catholic Church right now. I'm just not. Oh, and Beijing are hitting back, saying that US balloons have flown 10 times over China. Does anyone in chat believe that?
Not for a second.
No.
But that's interesting. Huh.
Chatting on here sucks. Apologize in advance for typos and shit. Oh, don't stress. If there's typos, shit happens. Also, thank you to everyone that's still watching over on Rumble. I do see you. Oh, did someone gift memberships? Shit. Can't see it.
Oh, you can't see memberships over here either? That sucks.
Not on StreamYard, no. I gotta catch them when they come through on the YouTube thing. Oh, I think it was someone received one and they just dropped by. Okay, fair enough. That works. You sent me a Twitter thing. Excellent, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Kaiser, don't give away our show tonight. Going off in the chat, giving away our show.
Have thoughts about the whole 4 unidentified objects shot down over the US, plan or address them. Okay, fair enough. I look forward to your show then. In which case, I won't bother reading the Guardian article about it. 2 workers fell into a vat of chocolate, had to be rescued by cutting a hole in the bottom. The incident happened at the Mars Wrigley factory. Okay, let's have a look at that then.
Stingy. That's gross. That lovely lady looks... Not at all.
I don't even want to know.
Sorry.
I do not even want to know.
Yeah, you probably don't want to know.
Yes. Okay. US Mars factory fined after workers fall into a vat of chocolate. In Pennsylvania, a Mars bar factory was fined for dropping 2 workers into a vat of chocolate, reported on February 13 by Sky News. The incident happened in June 2022, and we're just finding out? Workers hired by the contractor were doing repairs at the Elizabethtown site, company officials said. During the work, the men fell into a tank of chocolate. To remove the employees from the tank, with the help of rescuers, the help of rescuers were needed. They drilled a hole in the bottom of the tank and freed the victims. Both men were sent to the hospital, while one of the workers had to be evacuated by helicopter. Fuck. That must have been bad. Like, legitimately bad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm just...
It wouldn't be a bad way to go out, though.
Who the fuck is that supposed to be?
That's Dylan.
Who's that?
Oh, I thought you were looking at my message. Never mind.
Oh, there's a message that went through. No, I can't see any message.
On Discord.
Yeah. I don't see any messages that come with it. I saw an image download.
Yeah, the image. That's what I'm talking about. Here, that one doesn't. Whatever.
Oh.
That's Dylan. Smash or pass?
With that Mo coming in, that's got to be a dude.
Watch your hate speech. This is the one that got invited to the White House. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There you go. Looks like his favourite person, Dylan Mulvaney, is claiming he could steal husbands now after surgery. Oh, so I got it right.
Insert hate speech.
Review the candy you bought. I haven't received any of it yet. I mean, I can sit here and open Pokemon cards if people want, but I'm pretty sure that'll be boring as shit. You covered it a few months ago. Okay, fair enough. Got a bad spray tan once. My brothers followed me around singing the Oompa Loompa song for a while. They still do it sometimes.
That's awesome. I'm sorry, that's terrible. It's not funny at all.
No, fuck that. It's hilarious. Pennsylvania's the home of Hershey.
Yep.
If anyone says Smash, I'll leave the stream and never come back. Oh, Rich.
What's up, Stevie?
Don't know what I'm smashing. Just got here. Did I miss anything important? No, look, not really. We had about an hour of back and forth between the lawyers as to what was allowed in and what's not. And then there was the Mr. Mob Boss lawyer did his cross, which all he really did was harp on about the fact that Cheeseburger's story changed over the multiple times throughout the last 4 years. Because, let's face it, he's a convicted felon trying to cover his own ass. Excuse me. So it's kind of expected. But because of that, he's just trying to point out to the jury, well, how exactly could we be expected to believe anything you've said if you've changed your story that many times? And it's just like, well, he's got incentive to tell the truth right now.
What is this Jessica Alviv's character?
Jessica Alves. Oh, don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh, my God.
Gingy, I have looked it up. I've deliberately not shown that on stream.
Like, why? Why?
The factory was fined more than $14,500 for OH and S after the investigation into the incident. To the tanks, as well as for them, they did not conduct a safety briefing and did not provide the necessary equipment. On February 13, an employee at the mine in Murmansk region fell from a height of 100 meters while carrying out maintenance work. Jesus.
Wow.
Workers sustained non-life-threatening injuries in the fall. On the eve of the incident, the employee turned 23. Hang on. On the eve of the incident, the employee turned 23. What do you think a 22-year-old bloke the night before is going to be doing?
Beers. Drinking beers.
Exactly. Criminals accused of murder tend to lie. Yeah. Grabbing my official Aussie Overlaw'd tote bag to get the mail. Oh, I love that you bought one, Jude. I really do. I think that's awesome.
Wait, so this was a man that got plastic surgery to look like Ken and then transitioned to a woman to be hideous? Or is that about right?
That'll about cover it, yeah, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we sure
That's
it's
the
not
one.
an alien?
It's no more of an alien than oh god. It's no more alien than Kim Kardashian, frankly. Okay, well, we don't have audio, but we are apparently looking at an unfocused thing of the wall. So we're getting somewhere, by the sounds of it.
Brian, please don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Trust me, buddy.
Oh, look, you may not puke, but anyone that tells me that they get a boner is immediately barred from this chat.
Oh, thank God I'm not in chat.
Should not have looked up Jessica Elves, cannot unsee that. Well, there you go. State Department's encouraging all Americans to leave Russia immediately.
Wonderful.
Fabulous. We never hear about women transitioning to men. Why?
It happens.
Yeah, but
I got down a rabbit hole.
you see the stupid shit that we get up to when we only have enough blood to run one of our heads. Why would you want to do the same to you? Nightmare fuel. Is it a young Joan Rivers? They look like they were repeatedly hit in the face with a 2x4. Oh, that's a bit harsh. Accurate, but harsh. US shoots down object over Lake Huron. EU envoy to Syria says unfair to be accused of shirking earthquake aid. China preparing to bring down aerial object after US shoots down another. Are we sure all these are like... I don't know. Chinese Coast Guard accused of temporarily blinding a Philippines Coast Guard crew.
Can we just stop fucking around and get it over with so I can get food back on the other side of it?
Have I talked about Clarkson being cancelled for his article on Markle? Look, I was going to cover that, but look, I suppose we can talk about that. Jeremy Clarkson, as many of you would know, was a columnist for... Oh, hang on. Actually, you know what? Let me do this properly. Can you vamp for like 30 seconds while I search this up?
Absolutely. So I put a message in the chat because I didn't feel like it needed to be said out loud. But meet what? Why? I don't know. It just kept going and going and going. That's exactly what you're looking for, Dance. A budget share waxworks that slightly melted. Tweety US News and my uterus agrees with you. Agrees with who? Me? That's a bad idea. And too much of a bubble. Well, that's why you watch the show. That's why you watch the show.
That is true, because guys, I try to not cover the shit that the mainstream media is covering. So, I mean, how else would you know about the fucking Ohio train crash aside from Sean and a couple other people? The stuff that generally doesn't get covered by US news outlets, I try and pick up as much of it as I possibly can. That's what I do. And and
If you
try
saw the
and
face I was making right now, I'm so pissed at you because you're doing it intentionally now. Sean and others.
I legitimately wasn't doing that intentionally.
Yeah, I believe that.
Go and watch Mighty Meat's coverage of the Ohio thing. He legitimately needs the boost, okay, people? If he's bitching this much about the fact that I forgot about him, you know that he's desperate.
I'm 3 away from 250, damn it.
Mrs. K. Griff, don't give me any spoilers, okay? The wife said that I have to sit and watch it with her, which means I can't start it yet. The only thing, I've got like 30 seconds in before she realized I was watching it. I saw Caleb's baby, and I was like, babe, look at this. And she's like, are you watching that without me? I got it, shit.
Did you find what you're looking for?
Yeah, this one will do.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Okay.
I gotta skate again. I gotta go pick up the little guys. So.
Okay, no worries.
But I'll probably come back.
All right.
Thanks for having me, buddy. Take care.
Yeah, no worries. I'll see you then. Plus, Hayden wears a Jurassic Park shirt every day. It's not every day. Just happened to be the one that came out of the drawer. I do need to go and buy some more shirts, if I'm perfectly honest. I'm back. Is court done for the day? Look, not as far as I'm aware, but the trouble is I don't know because the idiot on the camera decided to cut the audio before the court said exactly how long they were going to break for. We know that the jury's been dismissed for the day. What we're going to be seeing this afternoon is evidentiary hearings going through the transcripts, basically deciding what Dick's fuck up on Friday is going to result in, whether or not there's going to be any changes or anything. So, shit. Oh, excuse me. No, Bobby. Dickless is the first guy. Dick is the one that fucked up yesterday. On Friday, sorry. And then you got Mob Boss in the middle. All right, so let's have a look at the Jeremy Clarkson shit, because it's a bit of bullshit as well. Jeremy Clarkson's Meghan Markle column faces UK press regulator probe after 25,000 complaints. I'm going to read through this and then we'll go into exactly what it's say smunt again. What's wrong with smunt? He's still dickless. Need a fundraiser to get Aussie some arseless chaps. Bold of you to assume I don't already have some. But no. Behind a few, Alice was big on plastic surgery show called Botched When Still Can. Yeah, I remember seeing that. Okay, the independent press organisation has launched an investigation into an opinion piece that the Duchess of Sussex about the Duchess of Sussex, written by the former Top Gear host. My brain is moving too fast for my mouth again. I need to. I bet 24,990 of them are boozy. You love the word smunt. Excellent. Love the way Aussies say it. Smunt. I was going to say, doesn't that dude drive cars? Not anymore. He's gotten a little bit old for it. I mean, they were doing the Grand Tour for a while there, but now that's been cancelled. And they'd limited that to like 4 specials a year, which I was really disappointed by, but I love Top Gear. The UK press watchdog has launched an investigation into a British tabloid column by former Top Gear host Jeremy Clarkson that attracted around 25,100 complaints. On Thursday, the Independent Press Standards Organisation confirmed it will probe the December 17, 2022 article in The Sun, where Clarkson wrote that Prince Harry was being controlled by Meghan Markle, and he was dreaming of the day when she was made to parade naked through the streets of every town in Britain, while the crowds chant shame and throw lumps of excrement at her. How do you get too old to drive cars? Your back gives out. I mean, we're talking about a man that drives supercars and hypercars. No lies detected. The trouble is that how is there no way that was hyperbole in opinion? Look at Jay Leno, who won't stop driving cars, and now look at him, his eyes look funny. It is pretty tame for Clarkson. The press watchdog will take forward complaints from two parties, the Fawcett Society and the Wild Foundation, who said that they were impacted by breaches of the UK's editor's code over accuracy, harassment, and discrimination via the column. We will make public the outcome of this investigation through our website and on our social media channels when it is concluded, the press watchdog said in a statement. Clarkson wrote the opinion piece under the headline, "One day, Harold the Glove Puppet will tell the truth about a woman taking..." I'm going to say bollocks. After Harry and Meghan docuseries launched on Netflix. The series sees the couple revealing new behind-the-scenes information about how they were treated by both the UK press and the royal family, ultimately leading to their separation from royal life. Clarkson's tabloid column was removed from the Sun's website after it sparked widespread backlash, including from Clarkson's daughter, podcast host Emily Clarkson, who said, "My views are and have always been clear when it comes to misogyny, bullying, and the treatment of women by the media. I want to make it very clear that I stand against everything my dad wrote about Meghan Markle, and I remain standing in support of those who are targeted with online hatred." Clarkson's hilarious. Well, look, at different times, I think he said things that obviously stir people up. Let's face it. That's what he does. She's a huge cowbag. Well, nothing that's happened in the last few years has endeared her to me. Let's put it this way. Let's put it that way. Oh, not how nice. A separation of their royal life, also known as a yeet. Yep. Daughter's betrayal must really sting. Well, I mean, it's James May will always be a favourite. Yeah, I really enjoy the Our Man in Japan and Our Man in Italy series as well on Amazon. But what really annoys me is that out of this, Clarkson's been cancelled by a whole bunch of things. Hang on, is there a list of things? Surely that's out there. List of companies that cancelled Clarkson. So Amazon have officially parted ways. What was that? You're just salty about the time he drove the Aussie Top Gear crew onto the track in a prison transport. I couldn't care less. I did not like Australian Top Gear. Honestly. I didn't like it. Some people in the UK think that they have the right of free speech. May's Ocock is good too. True. If she shows her boobies, I will change my mind on her. How much booby? Because, I mean, if you watch Suits, she... At the very least, you got a lace-covered panty shot. Sorry, lace panty ass shot, I should say. Season 2 is already out. And apparently they're parting ways from 2024. So the Amazon end is noise as contracts were already gone. Makes a certain amount of sense. I mean, he was getting old. But the point is that they're beating the drums about it, that Clarkson's Farm was Jeremy's hit show could be cancelled. I'm pretty sure it already has been. Following the star's controversial comments about Prince Harry's wife, Meghan Markle. Can they just take the title away from him already? According to Variety, who reported this week, the streaming services are likely to be parting ways with the former Top Gear host. Publication reports that a virtual press conference of Clarkson's Farm was due to take place on the 17th, but was cancelled at the last minute. Press conference was said to have been cancelled on Monday at 6 p.m. after he made an apology to Meghan and Harry and made it public. She's hot and I liked Suits, so I had a soft spot for her at first. Look, as soon as I realised that she was dating Harry, my hard spot for her disappeared. I'll be perfectly honest. I didn't... Like, I thought it was a cheap way of doing things, if I'm perfectly honest. Thought she was a hottie on Suits. I don't blame Harry. She sounds like a psycho. Right. Alright, what else we got? Netanyahu's plan so radical. President warns Caterpillar about to explode. Oh, excellent. In an update from my Law News and Laughter show the other day, the fucker quit. Now, why is this not disappearing? Why disappear? Close. Superintendent resigns after 14-year-old girl took her own life following shocking school attack. The school superintendent who flamed the family of a 14-year-old girl who took her own life after a fight in a high school has resigned. The US superintendent who blamed the family of a 14-year-old who took her own life after a fight in high school has resigned, according to reports. I'm not pronouncing that name. He doesn't deserve the respect anyway. The head of the Central Regional School District submitted his resignation after an emergency school board meeting on Saturday. He tried to shift blame for her death, for her February 3 death onto her family, claiming her father's affair and her own drug use, she was smoking a weed vape, was causing turmoil in her life. He revealed personal information about the family to the Daily Mail. I'm going to open that just to rub the salt into the wound. Telling the outlet the girl's father, who was widowed, was having an affair when Adriana was in 6th grade and that the youngster's grades and choices declined in 7th and 8th. We offered her drug rehab and mental services on 5 occasions, but the father refused every time. What drug rehab? Michael Cooch denied his daughter had been offered drug treatment and said that she'd merely been experimenting with weed vape like other teens. Adriana took her own life 2 days after she was badly beaten by 4 other students in a school hallway, which is why I'm so damn annoyed that only 3 of them have been charged. The one recording I don't think has actually been charged with anything. Don't quote me on that, though. The English family had called on for him to step down. I want the entire administration, the father said to the Post on Saturday. The superintendent slandered people, bashing people, calling Adriana a drug addict. What is wrong with this guy? He's incompetent. After hearing about the resignation, the family viewed it as a first step complete, said Adriana's sister-in-law, Jennifer Farrow. We just want the school to start changing and taking accountability. Yes, and there's the various lines, although these are all from Australia, so they won't matter to most of you. Good, he shouldn't be working in a school? Absolutely not. Nice, fuck that guy. The name is hilarious. Yeah, but there's no way in hell I was trying to pronounce it. Resignation justified. I'm annoyed that he got the option to resign, if I'm perfectly honest. What the fuck's he even doing commenting on this? Oh no, good heavens. Let me clutch my pearls. She had a weed vape. Can't just quit the doobie, Hayden. That stuff will kill you. Speaking of fight, check out that video I sent you. Oh, good God. What did you send me this time, Tweety? Stingy, damn it. I was thinking of Twitter. Oh God, Barney's going to be animated? Oh, yeah, shit, no, I can't show that on screen. I'll get done for gratuitous violence. Holy shit. I tell you what I will do, though. I'm going to share that in my locals. That's the last chat that's open. That's the live chat. That's messed the fuck up. American public schools are prisons. Unfortunately, I'm inclined to agree with you. Teens are hypersensitive to everything, unfortunately. Well, they're going through biological changes, so... Exactly, he should have been shit-canned. Yeah. Imagine COVID so bad that they allow cigarettes to continue. You know, it's all the money for these companies and politicians. I did. I posted in the locals chat. So there you go, guys. There's an incentive to get over there and sign up. You don't have to pay. I don't really care if you pay or what. But it is easily the best way to get notifications and that sort of thing because I can't trust Susan and I can't trust Rumble to get them out accurately. Thinking back in my life as a kid was too much. Was very young, dumb, full of, well, you know. When he grabs the chair, it's like, what the fuck? Yeah. I'm sorry. I cannot show that on stream. Needless to say, someone should be facing charges over that, though. That's horrific. Like how he tried to cover it up to protect his reputation, but now he's got a reputation for covering up a suicide to protect his reputation. Yeah. This guy? Fuck this guy. When we homeschool, we drive around and play the game Prison or School. Kids don't really know better unless they're told. Lauren Cuck chat saying 10 minutes till trial restarts. Excellent. That means I've only got to vamp for another 10 minutes to keep you guys entertained. Fantastic. Basically, a black kid tells a white kid he has 5 seconds to say the most racist shit he can. White kid says no. Black kid jumps in with haymakers, tries to grab a chair and hit him. I didn't actually hear the audio. Hang on. "5 seconds to be as racist as possible." No. Damn! Oh, it's so much worse hearing the audio for the hits. Oh, that was like someone slapping like a wall or some shit. Yeah, no, guys, you want to see that? Please head over to locals. That's that. I 100% give you a trigger warning on that one though. That's In Minnesota, we just had a 15-year-old get stabbed to death on his first day of school. He was assailant, and it was known that they had a history. Shit. We're in the locals, is it? I just posted the link. So if you follow the... actually, have I got the link tree pinned? I should have the link tree pinned. Yeah, so if you click on the link tree up the top, it's in the locals that's part of that link tree. You shouldn't need to pay or anything, just go into the chat. It should be... It's the live chat, so it should be, I don't know, 4 or 5 things down. Actually, I should probably pin that to the top, shouldn't I? Yeah, I'll pin that to the top. How long do I want to post it there? Forever. I will manually remove it later. There you go. I've pinned the live chat to the top. You may need to refresh to see it. Waiting for video game violence to be blamed for giving kids bad ideas. Video game violence does not cause that sort of shit. Teens today know that teachers or adults can't touch them. Yeah, and that's a major problem. When a parent's going to say enough, I have one where 2 boys beat the living hell out of a tiny 9-year-old. The teen was 6 foot and 140 pounds. I'm sorry. Anyone that is 6 foot and 140 pounds lays a hand on my kid? They want to hope that the police get to them first. It's gang culture. Oh, the one on the bus. Yeah, I've seen the one on the bus. Alright, so I can unstart that because we've seen that. And we covered that one. Okay. Police aren't faster than you 9mm. Oh no, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Anyone ever lays a hand on my little girl, I'm going to enjoy every second of it. I'm not wasting time with bullets. Where are the fathers in their families? It's a damn good question. Oh, there you go. Cheesehead lost on Bourbon Street. I'm assuming you watched it. Legitimately scared to send your daughter to school in a few years? I can't say I blame you on that, honestly. Yeah, when they did the article, it showed a white boy hitting another white kid. Total lie. Tired of pretending we don't know what a good neighborhood means. Bullets too quick for people who hurt defenseless children. Agreed, Hayden. The police would not be there in time with me. No, absolutely not. So, anyway, where did I get to? Was there anything else in there? Okay. Teenage girl sexually assaulted in a toilet block. Unchecked violence on the rise amongst Melbourne's rival street gangs. Norway, the last Arctic miners are struggling with coal mines end. Oh no. Cyclist found bleeding all over the footpath after collision with a scooter. Claims the US is prepared to sacrifice Australia. Well, I'm reading that. The US is preparing Australia to go to war against China, claims a former diplomat. An extraordinary new claim seized on by China posits that Australia is being set up by the United States as part of a strategic trap. Toilet block, what kind of Aussie bullshit is a toilet block? It's like a bank of like public toilets, basically. Now you got my locals money too, fat man. Thank you, Stingy. I appreciate that for signing up. Oh yeah, the kid should absolutely be charged with attempted murder. That was way too heavy. Sorry, Australia, you're on your own, says US and Canada. Well, this sounds like this is yeah, this America's going to go to war with China. Would keep in mind if the US moves against China, China is our major supplier. The United States is not preparing to go to war against China. The United States is preparing Australia to go to war against China. Yeah, good luck with that. We don't have the forces. You found out the reason I'm here now, planning to sacrifice Aussie land for America. Beijing has seized on the words of a former diplomat to portray Australia as the Ukraine of the Southeast Asia. Former Australian diplomat John Lander worked in the Department of Foreign Affairs in the 1970s. Now he's leading the charge to sell Beijing's message that tensions over the East and South China Seas, East and South China West Taiwanese Seas, the Himalayas and Taiwan are Washington's fault. And he's claiming Canberra is being set up. The militarisation of Northern Australia is, I believe, actually designed to make it possible to ensure that Australia will in fact be at war against China at some point in the not-too-distant future. Whilst America can stand off on the sidelines, he says in an interview with the Communist Party's Global Times. Don't need forces, just parachute your wildlife. You can be the new Ukraine, Hayden. I hear it's great. No, fuck that shit. Just Cause's meeting ended. Lovely. America, fuck yeah. Oh, there we go. Apparently DD watched it too. Using Australia as cannon fodder. Yeah, basically. Here's a guy who did something 50 years ago. He's totally not nuts. The comments on Twitter are like, why didn't the kid stick up for himself? That's their first reaction. I know, right? For the people that have watched it, if you copped that first punch and went down that hard, do you reckon you'd immediately be able to get back up and defend yourself? Especially if when the other kid starts laying into you straight off the bat like that. Where's the clip? I posted it in my locals because I can't watch it on I can't watch it on stream. And I have to throw locals a bone every now and then. We have an alliance with the US in order to feel secure, but it has long ceased to serve that purpose. If Australia were to defy the US, we'd find ourselves in trouble of potential destabilising in Australia, according to a former Australian diplomat. He says to the Global Times in China. They must help their ally by pouring in more and more weapons, material, and ammunition, but still maintaining the pretense that they're not directly engaged in actual war. I see this as the most likely scenario. It's a scenario that Beijing is keen to promote. I'll bet it is. Yeah, no way of coming back from that. And then the chair. Yeah. No, if people overestimate their ability to fight heavily, you'd at least be groggy and disorientated. Yeah, it's a sucker punch. The chair was overkill. The chair was terrifying. It was nice knowing you. I hate to say it, but people need to teach their kids not to turn their backs on certain people. Yeah. According to the oversight, we haven't permitted a new mine in over 2 decades. Okay. Washington is trying to drive Australia into the forefront of a war with West Taiwan, while the US can gain without a fight, said Beijing-based academic Zhu Jianping, who argued in a state-controlled media editorial, Ukrainize the Asia-Pacific region will not succeed. Okay. Russian President Vladimir Putin has given several reasons for his invasion of Ukraine. Why are we getting onto this? One is that the Ukraine never existed anyway, that it was always part of Russia. Another is that it was a holy war against Nazism and Satanism. But he also claimed he had no choice but to intervene, as the Ukraine was a launching pad for the West for an invasion of his own country. Oh, no one said a word until he grabbed the chair. Nope. I don't give a shit about. The US hopes to use Australia to drag China into a costly and protracted strategic trap, which is hard to break, consume China's comprehensive strength and economic potential to the greatest extent with the lowest risk, and isolate the West Taiwan in the Asia-Pacific region, Beijing-based academic argued in the Global Times. I'm not reading his name again. It clearly demonstrated by the war in the Ukraine that the United States is prepared to sacrifice a so-called ally in pursuit of its own interests. The obvious lesson is to not allow ourselves to be used as a proxy, he says. The question of Washington's commitment to fight on behalf of allies is not a new one. And it would need a very good reason to go to war against another nuclear power. That doubt should be nagging in the minds of Australian decision makers who just staked their future on the alliance, and it should be in the minds of Americans too, said Lowy Institute Director Sam Roggenveen, commenting at the time of the AUKUS announcement. Why should the United States commit itself to a contest with China when the stakes are less than existential? Without a clear answer to that question, Australia must assume that it will ultimately need to ensure its security alone. Yeah, we fucked. China has 2 million active servicemen. There's we've got 58,000 on standby. That's yeah. Australia, please don't believe the US. Is this just an excuse to write about Ukraine again? They threw a paragraph in there. US NATO violations need to stop. Thanks, US. That is designed to scare Euros into giving us money. Oh, yeah. Just scoop up the Huntsman survivors and drop them on China. They'd eat them. Sorry, but assault wrestling isn't protected under the Second Amendment. 2 million active servicemen, but how many functional pieces of material and equipment? The definition of a paper tiger. China has a bunch of inexperienced soldiers. That's important. True. Who wrote the article? Jamie Seidel. It's got 32 years in the news industry. in international affairs, history, defense, science, space, and technology.
Oh,
So, we weren't able to agree things.
No.
Surprise.
You fucking smartass. Did you hear that?
Mr. Padilla has a standing objection to all of it, and then Joe has different objections, and then Mr. Riggs has like a high
Arrogant fucker.
So it didn't
He actually
seem
just
like it
said,
was difficult for us to try to go through because it didn't seem like we'd be able to agree on anything. So
Okay.
Judge, I have two cases that I'd like to present to the court to best articulate our position on everything. I've given one to each of the parties. The cases I'm providing the court are Carter versus
Logan?
State,
Oh, damn it.
1115, Southern Third, 1031, and Brown versus State, 132, Southern Third.
it's up as high as it can go, guys.
Here's our position, Judge. We have alleged over and over and over again that Mr. Allen is lying. He's lying. He started lying in October of 2018 to try to get a deal. He continued lying in July of 2022 to try to get a deal, and then he continued lying in this trial for the same
The judge
purpose.
asked if they reached any agreement on the evidence, and she said no. We hadn't. And then one of the other attorneys went, surprise, surprise.
Only permits statements offered to predate
No, Dick did.
The alleged
Because that's part of
motive
his
to lie
defense.
in order to rebut the allegation that he was lying because of that motive to lie. And that's what both of these cases stand for. So we have an objection to any prior consistent statements that the state wants to allege occurred either in the October 2018 statement, the July 2022 statement, or his deposition, which I guess they're not seeking to do. Now, Mr. Allen gave two statements prior to that. He gave a statement on the phone the day he was arrested, and he gave a statement the next day to Detective Curcio in person. If the state could point out any specific statement that was made on either of those days, those would predate what we are saying is the date of when he started lying about.
Yeah, I'm not Obama. That is legitimately part of his defense,
In
which is part of what caused Friday because he was
that
pushing
case,
for
the
it.
state would have to point to a specific statement that we alleged during trial that he was lying about because he was trying to get a better deal. And this is where the prior consistent statement would come from, because it happened prior to him trying to get a better deal. Over the lunch hour, I went through both of those statements again, and I did not allege, there's nothing in either of those statements that I alleged he was lying about to the jury because he was trying to get a deal. In Carter versus State is a fourth DCA case in which there was a fight amongst homeless people. One of the Carter was charged with aggravated battery on another individual. The defense in that case said that everybody at this homeless camp had an issue with Carter. They didn't like Carter for some reason. At trial, the state got one of the police officers to testify about what one of the other homeless people said happened during the fight, and offered it as a prior consistent statement. And the fourth DCA overturned that conviction because the defense in that case had alleged that the motive to lie, the reason that the person that they were saying that these witnesses were lying, was because of issues that they had prior to the fight.
His real name is Jasa Dwayne Ricardo Onfroy.
And 3 of the statement, or excuse me, of the case, which is.
Oh, crap, is that the time? I'll be back.
Looks like begins page **7. It's like the 1, 2, the 4th page of the actual document I gave the court. Section 90.8012B provides that a statement is not hearsay if the declarant testifies at trial and is subject to cross-examination concerning the statement, and the statement is consistent with his testimony and offered to rebut a charge of improper influence, motive, or recent fabrication. However, the exception allowing a prior inconsistent statement as not hearsay involving impeachment by bias or corruption or improper motive is only applicable where the prior consistent statement was made prior to the existence of a fact said to indicate bias, interest, corruption, or other motive to falsify. Stated another way, a prior consistent statement is inadmissible under 90.8012B if it is made after the witness's motive to lie arose. And then the court goes into the facts as I just articulated them in that case, and in overturning that conviction. In Brown versus State, also a 4th DCA case, this one is out of this circuit, was a sexual battery case in which the question was whether the interaction between the defendant and the victim was consensual or not. The victim came home with a hickey, and the defense alleged that her friends or her boyfriend had seen the hickey, and so she made up this allegation because of that. And the judge in that case permitted a witness, a friend's boyfriend, to say that she had told them that this was non-consensual essentially. But it was after everybody had seen the hickey. And the 4th DCA overturned that conviction for the same reasons as well, because a prior consistent statement is inadmissible if it is made after the witness's motive to lie arose. In our case, we have, on behalf of Mr. Boatwright, I made it very, very clear that we believe that beginning in October of 2018, Mr. Allen testified that he was trying to get a deal. That's why he was cooperating. And it is our assertion that he lied about Mr. Boatwright's involvement, about everything about Mr. Boatwright, because Mr. Boatwright had already been arrested and he was just trying to give police a story that would give him a better deal. And so we object to anything that is in the October 2018 statement, the July 2022 statement, because it does, and none of those statements arose prior to his motive to lie, that being him trying to get a better deal. We also object to anything in either of the July 2018 statements, because there are no statements in the July 2018 statements that I, at any point during cross-examination, alleged, inferred, challenged, asserted that Mr. Allen was lying about, period. Also, that he was lying about specifically in order to get a better deal. I never made that assertion, and so none of those statements would qualify as a prior consistent statement.
Okay. I'm guessing it's been nice and boring. Sorry about that, people. Unfortunately, I did duck out. It was time to get ready for daycare. So I must have missed it. Let me know, chat. What? So they've just been sitting in silence. Okay. Well, let's see if we can make this a little more interesting for everyone. Still prefer this to murder even now. Well, that's not a hard bar to pass. What was the last thing that was said? So I can gather why we might actually be sitting here. I'd rather not, like, go back and... Just hurry up and wait this far. Oh, great. All right, hang on. All right, so the last thing was him making his objection arguments. And was that literally...
Nothing about specifically in order to get a better deal. I never made that assertion, and so none of those statements would qualify as a practice statement.
Okay. And so what, and then he sits down. Has the judge said anything since then? Oh, great. So he's just sitting there reading through the case law. So weird that the defense table's staring directly at the prosecution. I missed a lot. Someone got shot. Well, I can honestly tell you right now that... Oh, hang on. The bailiff moved. He said, D's nuts. The judge is making them sit in silence like it's 5th grade. They got detention. Yeah, the judge is clearly reading over the case law to see how he's going to rule in relation to the objection. But, Hickey, what does that have to do with murder? I must have missed it. Guys, I'm going to take this opportunity because let's face it, we're not doing anything better. If you haven't already hit the like button, and if you're new here and you haven't hit the subscribe button, or even if you are a seasoned veteran of the Law News and Laughter channel, if you wouldn't mind just double checking that you two are still subscribed, because let's face it, Susan can be a bit of a bitch. Time to play heads down, thumbs up. What a drink, they should be serving him soon. What? Tell me that's a joke, Stingy. Surely not. Oh, hang on, we need elevator music. Having quiet hour actually get some work in. Judge is playing tic-tac-toe against himself. Screen Rant says it's in development. Oh, I've got to have a look at this. Collider, Screen Rant, and Comic Book are all saying Velma 2 is Season 2 is officially in development. In the subject of considerable controversy, development's already begun on Velma Season 2. After Velma, Mandy Kaling's mother disappears, she needs to put together a team to help uncover the secrets of the many missing townsfolk following the story the early years of the Scooby-Doo game. I refuse to call this Scooby-Doo. No. Velma's an adult comedy focusing on the reality of teenagers solving murder mysteries and the sheer level of chaos they can bring. Fuck right off, it doesn't even come close to any of that. The United 777 entered an unexplained nosedive from 87,000 feet.
Just on behalf of Mr. Newsome, I would move to adopt the argument of the co-counsel and further point out to the court, my understanding of her consistent statement introduction has always been that it can be used to rebut an inference of recent fabrication. None of our questions, I think, particularly Mr. Newsome's questions, have talked about any recent fabrications. What we've alleged is that his statements have been not truthful from the very get-go and will continue to be at this stage. Furthermore, I would view the two statements earlier that we talked about here to Detective Curcio. I don't see anything in
Less than 1,000 feet from the ocean.
qualify as a prior
Bloody hell.
and even should the court disagree with the case law presentation and viewpoint of defense.
Feels like it, Mrs. K. Griff.
The fact that you're arguing that fabrication has been continued. He really doesn't say anything in there. Either of those two, Detective Curcio and as well.
Good, I mean, after Mr. Williams, I adopt really the only recent fabrication that has left the answer is the one regarding him not knowing who was driving the car. We all know how that went, so. Other than that, I adopt the same argument.
Yeah, sure. We're going to let the smart kid in the class do all the work and say we're just going to adopt his arguments.
Shut up and get to the point!
Maui to San Francisco. Let's have a look.
I would also add for the record that the reason we have this is because otherwise introducing someone's prior consistent statement is improbable.
Got to less than 800 feet over the Pacific Ocean shortly after takeoff. Oh, hang on. This was in December, though. Has only just been reported.
Said the same thing before a mortgage lie arose. There is instances that testimony should be permitted. We do not have that here. We do not have any statements that we challenge Mr. Allen on that he made prior.
Reached an altitude of roughly 2,200 feet when it began the steep dive, ascending at a rate of 8,600 feet per minute. After dipping below 775, the flight recovered altitude and traveled to San Francisco without further issue. The entire ordeal occurred in heavy rain, lasted less than 45 seconds, and was not mentioned in recordings of air traffic control radio calls reviewed by the Air Current. United closely coordinated with the FAA and the Airline Pilots Association on an investigation that ultimately resulted in the pilots receiving additional training. Safety remains our highest priority. Pilots had a combined 25,000 hours of flying experience between them and had fully cooperated with the investigation. United Flight's call came amid a period of turmoil in the US airline industry. Also in December, a Hawaiian Airlines flight prepared to land in Honolulu, experiencing severe turbulence. At least 36 people were injured on that flight, with 20 taken to hospital and 11 in serious condition. The storm system involved would go on to cause major winter storms across the US mainland, triggering a complete meltdown by Southwest Airlines, which cancelled thousands of flights and left travelers stranded over the Christmas holiday weekend. Two recent serious safety incidents have also resulted in investigations by the NTSB. In January, two planes at JFK Airport nearly collided when an American Airlines plane crossed the runway ahead of a Delta plane that was accelerating for takeoff. American Airlines pilots involved in the case have refused to give investigators recorded interviews, and they have been sent subpoenas seeking them to compel them to testify, the NTSB said in a statement last week. Further, last Sunday, two planes at the Austin Bergstrom International Airport had a near miss when air traffic control cleared them to land and depart on the same runway at the same time. The redhead defense lady's probably drawing hearts around Turtleneck's name. She can fix him. Look, resting bitch face is probably a little bit annoyed that they're getting their asses handed to them. Use the money he stole to do a backflip out of the metrosexual closet. Turtleneck looks like he belongs on CNN. What's with the silent treatment? Unfortunately, guys, this is not an uncommon thing in court. When you hand the court a whole bunch of precedent that they have to read and review and make their own opinion on, personally, I personally probably would have put this into a recess, but given that we've just come back from the lunch break, this court's almost as exciting as my love life. Oh, rabbit. The right and left side of the court had a disagreement over whose family to spend Thanksgiving with. Couldn't they do a five-a-side footy game in the meantime to keep active? Look. Smunt boobies. This is why I think courts occasionally need a removable pole. Blondie could be up there and keeping everyone entertained right now. You're bored in 12. I'm right there with you, Flux. You're a 70-year-old widow. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Rabbit. Thank you for letting me know, though, because that means that I don't... Like, I very nearly made a vibrator joke. Probably best if I keep that in mind. Yeah, they gave the judge an entire ream of paper to look at. Hey, Tina. You're black and blue and sad all over. Aww. You need one. Well, I'm hearing good things about the Rose one, like the one that uses air pressure. Otherwise, if you need something industrial, make sure you get something with an AC power adapter. Oh, thank God he's done reading it.
We would first argue that the first statement was a phone call after Mr. Allen was arrested. He did give a few statements that would indicate that he's back to the truth as opposed to what all Sentinel has insinuated he's been lying since the start. We can go through those. But again, with the second one, which is when he gets 2 Broward, he's arrested. Still no involvement of the state at that point, did not promise anything. And there he was impeached and cross-examined on that statement as well by, I believe, all counsel, or at least Mr. Padilla and Mr. Kima. Then on the October 2018 statement with Mr. Lewis present with him, again, no promises were made to him with regards to a plea agreement at that point. He was always down, but he was not promised anything, and that's what the case I talked about. That's the after plea deal or a promise.
Sure as hell looks like it, doesn't it? That is a big water bottle.
Cites to the case I provided earlier with Rodriguez, the state in 961. And it talks about, on the last paragraph, it says, further, Deep Tuilio's statement was made prior to her plea agreement, which is what the defense...
I'm sure it will, Sovereign. I'm sure it will.
We would argue at this point in time that all of these statements have to be taken into context together because of the fact there were these reasonable interpretations of all of
I apologize.
of Allen's
Equal opportunity traumatizer.
that is expressly implied that he was lying from the start. But in fact, he does admit to some of the things that he
I know, that's dickless.
And the big thing
That's dickless.
were consistent throughout each statement that he gave, including his testimony. That the defense tried to cross him on, impeach him on something. I would argue that specifically today with Mr. Ramirez, he went into some of his statement from October 2018, and Mr. Shields' statement with him, where in fact some of the impeachment was read incorrectly, and as we were going through some of the impeachment, it was read incorrectly, and it was taken out of context, and he was asked a specific question to insinuate he was lying, when in fact the actual transcript shows that he further explained himself within those transcripts. So
Ooh,
again,
okay.
with the 1023.
What orders happened in the Bring Your Goldfish to Work
And
Day?
then again, Mr. Weir has just admitted, as he's arguing to Your Honor today, that Mr. Allen's been lying since day one, and that's what they've been trying to insinuate with every question they're asking. However, no plea deal was ever given to him until after Mr. Shields took a statement from him. I know with Mr. Kimmock, I do have some of the cross-examination impeachment questions that were asked. One of them.
Okay. So update in the Kanye Burger case. Kanye's got until February 28th, 4 p.m. to file documents. Matter is listed for a further case management hearing on the 3rd of March.
One of it was about, I think it was about Dedrick renting the car and him being asked when Mr. Kimmock that you had no idea, and he says, no, I was fully aware. He then asked in October of 2018, did you say something different? And Mr. Kimmock says he didn't guess, he knew Dedrick rented the car. So he's being impeached on things like that, which when you put in context of the rest of the statement, is in fact still consistent with what his prior testimony was.
What always more than the owner? Quite possibly.
Judge, one of the objections that I had levied was that we don't even have his direct examination, which I believe for this hearing would have been crucial to have it. We don't.
All right, let me do this. The phone statement is the first one, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, July 25th.
And am I right in understanding?
It'd be a
This is
straw
for-
because it connects to the mouthpiece, so you don't have to tip it up like that. You can just go. Fuck, that's getting clipped.
Yes, we have.
This is prior to.
I did not allege in my cross-examination that Mr. Allen was attempting to get a deal during the.
Okay, so let's go through this one and state what in this would you seek to bring out?
Not gonna lie, Brian, that's where my mind went to. And I was already thinking about a joke about Ebony and Ivory too.
To provide which statement this is, really, understand that it's a phone call while he's still in Georgia.
I object to that. A consistent statement and just say it's context is inappropriate.
Your Honor, I'm not done speaking.
Oh, sorry,
so
I'm
can you
sorry.
speak once I'm finished addressing Within that context, later on, it goes to, we would obviously, again, also ask for the Miranda being there to show that it was a freely and voluntarily given statement. But then on page 4 at the bottom, the last question, okay, Chucky, how long have you known Chucky? Not that long, it's been a while. And it goes to page 5, well, how many months or years? A couple of years. And then a few questions down, it starts with, all right, so you know well enough that he tattoos you. We would actually agree to get rid of the majority of that question, only because it's really Detective Percy just testifying, but the actual question within that paragraph, do you remember that day going up to Reba to Chucky? Yes, sir, yes, yes.
Excuse me.
Obviously get rid of the phone breaking up, things like that. And then the next question we would ask to come in is a few lines down. Well, I'm going to tell you as it goes on. I'm telling you, just basically I'm leading up to what happened that day, so we understand what case we're talking about. I was just asking you who was driving the Dodge that day. Chucky was. Chucky was, okay, yeah. And then again, we'd ask basically the rest of that page to come in.
Hold on.
Sorry.
John, why do you send me that sort of crap? history. Trying to do you guys in Ohio a bit of a service and retweet out that thing about the coverage. I don't seem to find it. Where did I pull that from? That was out of Twitter. That was sent by Bar, wasn't it? That's it there. I'm going to copy that. That into the tweet.
Okay, what else?
Going on to page 6, the question that says, yeah, when, where did you first get that Dodge journey? How did you end up getting in the car? Answer, he actually rented the car through his sister. I know this is unhelpful, but listen to the audio. Then further down on that page, the third to last question. I mean, I know the answer to some of these questions, but I got to ask you just to make sure I got the story straight from the people where I'm talking to. What's his sister's name? Answer, Tony, I think. Question, Tony, all right, so that morning, you guys booked to Reba, who got the Dodge Journey? Do you have it and you pick him up, or does he have it and he picks you up? Yeah, he called me to pick him up. Next page, on 7, the first question, okay, now over there, I what they used to call it driftwood, that's where you were staying up.
Shit. Sorry, guys. I know I'm being quiet. I'm trying to do something about that Ohio thing. Just as soon as I can finish that, I'll be right back to annoying everybody. So I do think this is quite important.
And then you got to
Team Ryder, I'm glad you love Rabbit. I love Rabbit.
I know the answer to the question, so I'm just trying to see how truthful you are being. Answer, I know, but it's like I'm putting myself in a situation. I don't have a clue what's going on. And then the last question on that page, who gets out of the Dodge? I'm kind of asking you, I didn't get you in trouble with your friends, kind of got you in trouble by what you did. So I'm asking you, you know who they are, but if you don't want to tell me right away, we'll get back to that. So let's get back to you go up to Reba, just without saying their names, how many people are in the Dodge Journey? You answer 4. Question, Chucky, all right, so there's 4 total, you, Chucky, and 2 other dudes. Yeah. That was it, Your Honor, in that particular transcript.
Are there any specific objections, Mr. Boatwright, to those areas?
Yes, Judge. None of those statements are being offered by the state to directly charge the improper influence, motive, or use of fabrication. I never, ever alleged or asserted or insinuated to Mr. Allen that he was lying about any topics that the state just brought up when he testified at all. I never challenged him that Dedrick was driving the car. I never challenged him that that Chucky had called him to come over there. I never challenged him about his sister's name being Tony, or that Tony had rented the car. None of these statements that I challenged him or allege that he was lying about those things to the jury because he was trying to get a deal. And so the only thing that bringing those in would do would be improperly bolstered his testimony, because they're not being offered to rebut a charge of improper influence more than the recent fabrication, they do not qualify as prior consistent statement.
High train derailment and the subsequent arrest of reporter Evan Lambert appear to be being buried. Any more coverage of this hydrochloric acid and phosphine gas, similar to mustard gas in the air, are deadly. Tweet.
To the testimony of cross-examination, particularly not put into science.
Okay, sorry guys.
You know, Judge,
Other people in the car. Okay.
and just to follow up, for example, if I had challenged Mr. Allen that Dedrick was driving, if I had tried to allege that he was lying about Dedrick driving because
Have to go in a cardboard box.
then this statement would absolutely qualify as a prior consistent statement because
I understand,
right? We don't have that here. I never did.
Judge, the only difference between my argument and their argument is that at some point, I did say you rented the car. Told them that.
Screw it, I'm reaching for the box of chocolates. This is boring as shit.
With that caveat, but other than that, like, I didn't say that he wasn't driving the car when that day. There's some, during his testimony, there was issues that I brought up regarding afterwards, but specifically regarding.
Don't electrocute yourself.
I didn't challenge that.
I understand everyone's arguments. Let's move
Wow.
on to the next statement.
And Judge, just for the record, we do have the transcript for this previous cross, and I guess it would be on
Just quickly, for anyone that doesn't know, the quartering
28.
can no longer be searched for on Twitter. He's been search suggestion banned. So the only people that can find him are current followers. Or people that have a direct link to his Twitter page.
Page 28 going into the next.
I just think we set up to it.
You cross-examining him on being in the car, being in the car and driving. Mr. Williams being in the car.
Oh, look who's back.
Was that whole
How you
line
doing?
questioning Mr. Padilla is saying that
Who's
Mr. Williams
back
got
again?
out of the car and that then Mr.
What's up, buddy?
Allen was the one that spearheaded
Oh,
everything.
look, I'm not going to lie, this is starting to get a little bit boring, and I'm really annoyed after like a couple of days of fireworks.
Well, I was waiting
no, Andrew,
until.
the jury's been sent home.
The next statement would be the 7.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, no, they're done for the day. So this is all arguing over evidentiary issues. School meeting is garbage. I don't know if you just heard, but I just saw that
Jeremy?
they had a tweet saying the quartering's been search suggestion banned.
Yeah. Yeah, I just heard you say that. That's it's not cool, man.
No, that's really not cool. That's because unless you know to look for it well, that kind of ban is not easily noticeable either. Like you have to do a very specific search to know that.
Right.
14
Right.
at the bottom, so I mean, that's where I kind of wanted to, 15, start the story up, I mean, you already told me you were there.
Hey, Runkle does some good leather work.
And then to line 14, I mean, I'll start slow, the guys that were in the car with you, other than Chucky.
Brian, stop saying shit like that. That is not how I read that. I was going to put you on a list.
Did you tag the quartering in your tweet? Because I don't even see your tweet.
What? No, I haven't tagged the quartering in my tweet.
Oh.
I haven't done anything about that. I was just bringing that up because I saw it. No, this is I put out a tweet about the train derailment.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yep.
Real talk. Should I go? I could drive down there. It's only like 3 hours, 3.5 hours.
I would feel better if you didn't.
Well, I would take the appropriate precautions, like a Tyvek suit and all that good stuff.
Yeah, I'd still feel better if you didn't.
Yeah, I'd probably get myself in trouble.
Well, knowing you. Oh, wait, I'll send you a media pass.
Mimi says no.
Mighty becomes the Toxic Avenger.
I still have an NBC suit. Not like the news channel, like nuclear, biological, chemical suit.
Oh. What's the worst that could happen apart from liver damage, cancer, your lungs dissolving because of the hydrochloric acid clouds? Don't forget the phosphine gas.
Tweety, because there's something wrong with me.
There's also something very wrong with the situation. Let's be honest.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'd love to go down there and see what's going on. For myself. Well,
saying no on behalf of Mystic. Sisters are doing it for themselves.
I also have, I have gas masks and all that stuff, so I'd have to cut my beard, though.
If you come back with a Hitler stash, people are going to have issues. Well, let's face it, you're a white cis male in the middle of America at the moment. You do a Hitler stash, we may never see you again.
Yeah.
Page 4, nothing. Page 5, line 15.
Oh, I didn't hear about other trains.
There's other trains?
Where he identifies Chucky and calls him Dedrick. So that's Chucky is. Then on page 6.
DNR estimates 3,500 fish killed in East Palestine by train derailment.
Is that all?
Page 7, line
That's what they're reporting, at least.
Yeah, well, that's what they're reporting, but how?
line 17.
I'm telling you, those fish in Lake Erie are hardened against chemicals, because that's all that lake is.
Train derailment in South Carolina. Was anything lit on fire?
Enori. Is that the South Carolina? Yeah.
Yeah, 17 through 22. Page 9. It would be 1 through 19. However, we did take out the fact that on line 7, and he said he has a license, and because that would insinuate that the others don't, so we feel that should not come in. And then line 20.
There's news about it. It hasn't hit yet.
We would have the part in
City of Warren. When is that?
Nothing on fire yet.
On page 9.
Yes.
This again, 1 through.
This one's so much closer. When did this happen? Shanner and Grossbeck.
Brown says that I have a license.
And a photo of Mighty posted in the locals.
Oh, no.
That'd be good.
I think you already testified one reason why he was there is because he had a license and he did it.
What was your oil train derailment?
Line 20, where Detective First Name is speaking again, that also would be.
That one was older.
The Chuck didn't have a license, so I think that that should come out, but then the actual question of who asked you to do it, Chucky or Tony, Mr. Allen says Chucky, so
I'm not even going to look. Should I look?
doesn't have a license.
You don't need to.
Okay. Locals.
Dude, look at the screen.
Oh, you brought it up. That's a sexy man there.
Then we go 11.
Cannot confirm or deny. But I can confirm.
US rail network is basically falling apart at the seams would not surprise me, especially the way that this is going on about how they don't put any anything into like infrastructure or anything like that, which is, you know, pretty much the same as what they're doing here in Australia. They're just letting it, you know, destroy itself.
Oh, our whole country's gone to complete and utter hell.
14.
Oh yeah, here's another one.
Page 13.
Hang on, I'm working on it.
1, and then skip down to line 5. Here he says, who do you go pick up first? Through the rest of the page.
Talk about an Amtrak train.
5, where Detective Percy says, who do you go pick up first?
I don't know if this is. No, that one's older. Older.
Through page 14 to line 11. And that was the discussion of the example I brought up before with Mr. Boatwright being at his house or not, and being teaching at the restaurant.
Oh. It doesn't say when today is, though. That doesn't make much sense.
Line 13 through 19.
Let me see.
Line 17. Page 17, line 15, page 25. Line 18.
Oh yeah, that's today.
Line 1.
Has high hazard flammable train carrying denatured alcohol and ethanol near Drayton, Kentucky, February 13th.
1 through 5, and then 25.
No, that's not.
It's page 19, up until line 5.
It's weird because CSX has it for today, but then the news has it for 2020, February 13th.
Yeah, so there's February 13th, 2020, and then there was
Line 5 through 14.
February 14, 2020. Apparently, it's a big thing, apparently, in Kentucky to have train derailments fairly reasonably frequently.
Yeah.
I mean, December 21, there was one derailed by a tornado.
It says CSX press release today says southbound CSX by Drayton, Kentucky, ethanol and rock cars. Had a rock slide, blah, blah, blah.
Page 24, line 1 through 9.
Huh. But there's nothing about that one in the news.
Page 25,
CSX is the shipping company,
line 5
the rail company.
through 15.
Yeah.
This is specifically the area that Mr. Urias is questioning. So we felt the whole
This one's for sure today because this one's got multiple news outlets for today. One person dead after truck crashes into train, causing derailment at 59 and Splendora. I don't know where Splendora is, though.
As a prior consistent state, that would simply be a direct on issues that were brought up on cross.
Oh, Texas.
Your Honor, he was impeached and asked, and Mr. Allen was only shown the part that he was supposed to read as to what it was. So he's admitting that he lied, when in fact he actually goes on to say what he actually saw. So
Clara showed him the whole page.
he told him the lines to read.
I only ones that I highlighted that you could look at, but yet the whole page.
Oh, fuck off.
Standing up there, reading the lines.
I was good.
If you showed someone a page that had highlighted words on it and said read that, are they going to read the entire page or are they going to read the highlighted words?
We did see an access, and I didn't remember what it looked like.
Read the highlighted words.
Exactly.
That it was kind of thick.
Oh, I missed this one. 9/29/2022. Train derails in Warren, Michigan, dumping vodka.
But at the bottom of
Oh,
page 25,
not the vodka. Not the vodka.
Man, I
And then
would
the
have went
video of
past
the cop car on the railroad tracks. I should follow that up and see what happened with that as well.
Yeah.
page 26, line 1 through 21.
Canadian National derails in Michigan, but that's older.
Line 12 through 23.
Put it this way, guys. We've got at most a half hour more of this.
At most.
28.
Oh, Brian, you need to learn then. You need to integrate and assimilate.
29.
Everyone of Russian descent within a 100-mile radius was immediately on scene to help with the cleanup efforts.
Page 29, line 17 through 23.
There's a big Polish population there.
Is that
by
right?
by that area. Hamtramck area.
36. Line 10. Through the bottom of
Miles
Hey.
before the derailment, the train axle was on fire. Sounds about right if they were using civil war or brakes.
page 31, line 14, through the bottom of the page, line 5.
Several Amtrak routes between Detroit and Chicago have been canceled. Canadian National. Huh.
Page 33, line 1.
On average, there are about 1,700 derailments a year, according to the Federal Transportation Department.
So I take it it's just that they don't generally light them on fire then.
Yeah. This one was last week. We didn't hear about it, including cars hauling liquid chlorine and unrefined alcohol.
It appears to me that you're just trying to get back up.
But they remained upright, so that was good.
Nothing here could have been brought out on your direct, and nothing in what you're talking about was challenged by me in any way.
Judge, we have 3 different defense attorneys here, or 5 defense attorneys.
I'm getting, I apologize, I'm getting lost when we go through all these sections, and I would point out also, in 3 or 4 of these already, there are inconsistencies that we never brought up. And if they open this door to that, we're gonna go back to. So in terms of funneling down on the testimony of this witness, it would appear that the major reason they're doing this is because they don't like the way the crosses came out, and they want to go back into things that have already been dealt with.
Well, that's full of shit because that's what redirect's for.
Directly rehabilitating in any way and open the door to more inconsistency.
I thought Your Honor wanted me to just go through.
Keep going. Go ahead, keep going. I wasn't trying to stop this.
Well, I was stopped, so.
I just want to
All
make a
right,
point.
just
If you could tell me what you mean.
address the comments to the bench, not to each other.
Sorry.
Thank you.
So line 33, page 16. Through line 21.
Page 33, line 16 to 21.
Yes. Line page 35, line 20, where Detective Curcio starts saying how many you like all one night there, or you went into a hotel and hit you. Line 25, into page 36, line 3. And at the bottom of page 36, actually no, check that on that. And then page 39, page, or line 10 through 25. Into page 40 until line 14.
Oh, damn it.
Line, page 41, line 12 through 19.
Here's the blonde lady still talking. She needs that water to undo the dehydration of her entire respiratory system. Well, yeah, the annoying thing is she's doing exactly what she needs to. She's going through the transcript from the cross-examination so far and basically raising every issue. She's saving time now. Like, my boss just basically just tried to get her to shut up. And Ava, yeah, I get it. You want her to shut up. The point is that she's doing it all now so that we don't have to listen to this throughout the rest of the trial. And frankly, she's establishing a foundation and a basis for things that she's challenging that the defense basically just wants swept under the rug. So, I know, but I'm a whiner. All good.
At page 53, line 6 through 22. Then page 58, line 8 through 25. Into page 59, so line 17.
Oh, excuse me.
Page 63, line 8 through 24. Into page 64, line 1 and 2. Page 67, line 4 through 8. And then line 21.
No, Rich. And it actually took me a second to even understand what that said.
Page 68, line 1 through 7. And then all of 69. 78, line 5 through 16. Page 88. No, I'm sorry, not page 88. Page 96, line 7 through 25.
Look, they may as well be playing bingo at this stage.
And then page 97, just line 2.
So why Blondie put her hair up today. I don't think she actually anticipated to have to be doing this. She's been forced into this by the defense. But at least the jury's not there. So they're not sitting there going, fuck, why is she putting us through this?
And
July 28, 22. Page 6, line 16 through 25.
Feeling like reading along, good for him. Is he actually? Oh, look, here's all the lies that were said about me.
Page 7, line 7.
I'm reading along.
Question of why did you guys go there in the first place? Through line 24. Page 8, line 9. Through 25. Page 9, line 1 through 7. Judge, we're making copies of some of these for council, and my highlights seem to, some of my pages seem to have gone missing as you're making them, so.
oh, let's hold off on this part for a second.
Oh, okay.
He's looking up subject matter jurisdiction in the Sovereign Citizens Handbook. I hope not. Could you imagine if any one of these morons comes out with solve stitch bullshit?
Be great. This judge will not take that.
Oh, hell no.
United States is sending USS Nimitz aircraft carrier strike group to the South Taiwan Sea.
Huh.
To integrate with Expeditionary Strike Force operations.
That'll be interesting.
Ordered by President Biden 20 hours ago.
Oh, so that should be here already.
Pretty close.
Love that they don't tell us until like they're off the coast.
Mm. Oh no, they're already there. 15 hours ago, they were reported there. So
He's losing at Solar too. See, this is part of the reason why I would hate to be a judge. Judge is playing Hogwarts. It's a court computer. There's no way it has enough strength.
have to get that stupid game. Would it be good for a non-Harry Potter fan? Or
You might enjoy it.
probably not.
I mean, once the world opens up, it's a lot like GTA, but with magic.
Okay.
There's literally no one in the game I don't think that you can't kill.
But are there hookers?
Depends who you threaten with the Avada Kedavra curse. Dark Souls Harry Potter. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah. He's definitely over on Nyx. Because he'd be bored as shit with this one.
He's fighting to stay awake right now.
I can't say I blame him. I mean, they've dumped a whole heap of case law on him. And said, here, you need to rule on this immediately.
I should make dank memes to drop in Hayden's locals. We should get in there.
The judge falling asleep on the bench, maybe? Oh, there's no way in hell that that's what's going on there.
You know who Dave Jolicoeur from De La Soul hip hop group was?
Nope.
He just died.
He said was, so I assume he's dead.
Oh, Barbara just typed it at the same time. I was first. He just died. Yes.
How the hell did you manage to get banned from Rob's channel? He's pretty fucking laid back, Tweety. What did you do?
Yeah, Tweety.
What, are you banned too, are you?
No. I'm surprisingly not banned from anyone's channel.
Oh, let's change that, shall we?
That's a lie. There's one.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Ava. It's not a great courtroom. I upset the chat by saying the 1970s were wretched. So you dropped a truth bomb and you got kicked out? Rob's a little different on his channel than others. I'm not banned anywhere yet.
Well, as long as you don't talk about Chick-fil-A in a bad light, you'll never get banned from my channel. Ever.
Okay.
Somebody start like a Congo line or something. Like, the lawyers are just sitting there chilling.
Oh, I know, right? Surprisingly not banned from anywhere apart from Twitter. You piss off Elon, or is he just not reinstated yet?
No, Leanie, I'm not a monster. If you have an allergy, I'm not going to hold it against you, but you're not talking shit about him, so. It's a Pex Comer.
Yeah, the scary thing is, Mimi, so am I. It's a little bit liberating being on someone else's channel, as Mighty can attest.
Yeah.
When I drop by the Mighty and Val show, I get a little bit spacier than I am on here. But that's saying something. So.
And I'm a good boy because he's threatened my family. See how he didn't deny it? He gave me a look.
I was going to make a joke about Mystic being tied up in the basement, but we both know that that's where she is anyway.
Yeah. I mean, that's
not
just
in my
par for the
place.
course.
Yeah, I know. This is boring as shit, and I appreciate everyone that stuck around for this, because this is... Holy crap. Thank you for the super sticker, Mexcoma. It's a lot. Had to pick up my son. Are we watching the lawyers in detention or something? What are they waiting for? And the jurors have been excused, but it's like they're just waiting for 5 p.m. Pesky, at this point, that's basically what we're doing, as bad as it sounds, because the judge has been given a whole heap of case law and precedent to read through so that he can make a ruling on various things. Honestly, guys, if it weren't for the fact that I need the viewing hours, I'd dismiss you now. But as it is, we're going to sit here, we're going to watch this shit until we're dismissed by the judge.
I'm just hoping that the judge just says fuck it and throws his computer across the courtroom. Like that would make me happy.
That'd be entertaining.
Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, since we have some dead air, I'm going to be over on the lovely Kaiser Pineapple show tonight. We're going to be talking about these UFOs. So I'll drop the link here in a minute when I stop being lazy. Come on over. Support Kaiser. He's a good guy. And I'll be over on his show tonight. So.
And coming up this Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to be chilling with Mr. Gosney.
Oh, you didn't get invited to the Thursday show?
That is literally what I just said.
Oh, I forgot you're on weird time. Yeah. Oh, I have to be on with you?
Wait, I'm going to be on with you? Steve, if you're listening, I may need to reschedule.
Yeah, he may need to reschedule because I don't know if we can do that together.
Yeah. Not without getting your channel yeeted. And given that you're on Rumble, that's saying something. Well, they kind of did. That's the funny thing. Like, they spent like an hour over lunch going over various things. And then he came back and... Yeah. This is the part of the law they never show on TV, the boring parts. Yeah. Yep. Uploaded what I thought the judge falling asleep would look on the memes chat.
Pierce, we were fine last night together. Like we only mildly got yelled at by Jess. Oh, no. Want the judge to stand up and say, holy fuck, it's 5, let's go.
I'm in Florida. 4:59.
It's the same time as me, asshole. Easter time.
I know, I'm just sitting here refreshing until it hits 5.
Well, I'm looking too, I'll tell you.
Go off and this fucking watch, I'm gonna laugh my ass off.
Balder Olive Richard, 5 o'clock. I was on the lovely Jessica Reloaded with Sleazy and 3 beers. We were playing games. It's 5. Do you have the Jeopardy sound bites thing?
Yeah, but I'm not getting demonetized just because of that.
Oh.
When a guy tells me he owns a gun, I'm like, uh-oh, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with your dick? Last time I tried to use my dick on a home intruder, I got in way more trouble. The cops were pretty upset. The intruder needed counseling, and I'm on a list. Just use a gun. God bless you, Sovereign.
What's the developing news on the South Carolina?
Because they're not supposed to, Chosen One. While the judge is reading, you don't talk. Journalism trained me to sit and wait for hours. Not here for the court, it's a stimulating track you crave. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I shall try and be prepared with some more interesting stuff in case this goes on tomorrow. Yeah, go for it. Let's see who can get yourself kicked out of the stream. One gone.
What? We'll talk about frogs.
Chinese spyballing memes.
What the? Oh, I'm still sending you this. You can choose to cover it or not. Oh, see. Yeah, I saw that one, Beers, the one in Houston. Or Texas, I mean. Yeah, Houston, Texas.
I had to read that title twice. Funeral home worker accused of sexually abusing corpse found dead by suicide.
I thought you liked that.
Oh, thank God, we have talking.
July 28th.
No, Tony. Thanks for holding out as long as you did.
Hey, Tony.
I would think that anytime anyone speaks to law enforcement or anyone, that they potentially want a deal, but it's like, promise a deal, but a deal with me.
Well, I know that argument can be made, but I'm just, let's break it down as to each one. At the point that he's meeting with the prosecutor and he's got his counsel there, this is a proffer before discussion, right?
Well, I was there, so
Oh, excuse
I
me.
can speak to that. No, not correct, because he had previously given a statement. Going into it, I knew, and I'm speaking in first person because I was the person that took the statement, that at any point, because he had maintained he was not guilty, he had a trial date set, and that he could just end up deciding, I want to go to trial. So it didn't put me in any position to negotiate with him anything. And I also made it clear, I think it's on page, it's at the beginning of the statement, I don't know if you have it, where I said, page 6, starting on line 16 through 25, I haven't made any promises to you because Mr. Lewis, well, Mr. Lewis is not here, but Mr. Lewis, who was present at the time, I made it crystal clear. There are no promises, there are no deals. If you talk to me, you are just talking to me at your own volition. This statement is just something that you are willing to give on your own volition, and we could end up just going to trial and he could be sitting at the table with his co-defendants. That's what I believe, and that's what I believe I communicated on page 6. And this whole thing about whether or not there was a deal, the state still maintains there was not a deal. To me, my understanding is that it would be negotiated.
Yeah. But the idea is not, you don't have to have a deal in place. You have to show his desire to have a deal in place or to make a deal. And I'm reading your statement on page 6, saying, I've made no promises in terms of years or anything, right? No, ma'am. In terms of years, all right? And you understand as part of you giving a statement today, then ultimately, when you resolve your case, that you'll be added as a state's witness. Yes, and that means you'll likely be deposed by your co-defendant. The court has no way to interpret this other than, even though the terms aren't set out, that this is done in anticipation of trying to make it.
I understand what Your Honor is saying. I can only speak from first person because uniquely, as opposed to any of the other statements, I took this statement. And I still maintain, because the only thing that I was willing to do then, and that I maintained, is that if he wanted to resolve his case, they would have to plea open, which technically is not a deal with the state. I'm not giving him
He's deposed for the
You're not
24th.
saying
If he's,
that
if
that's
not,
a deal.
the
You're
27th.
saying, what is the witness's motivation to testify or to give a statement? Okay? And if there's a question about it prior to this, there's no question at the time that they go in there that that's what he wants, whether you've given it to him or not.
Okay.
All right? Now, let's look at the other extreme, which is the first statement that is made on over the phone while he's, I guess, still out of state. Okay? And that one, I think, is kind of random, small portions of an overall accounting of what happened. And so here's a lie, here's a lie, here's a lie. And yeah, you know, witnesses admitting that there are lies in there. And the suggestion being made by the defense is the whole thing is a pack of lies. And he's admitted to some and not to others, and there are some consistencies throughout the stories. And, you know, trials a search for the truth. We're trying not, I think either side wants to mislead the jury. I do not think that it is wise at this point to bring in redacted statements or tapes and play them. And again, if we did so, it would have to be with the limiting instruction that these are to rebut suggestions of recent fabrication or trying to curry favor. And I'm wondering how much of this can be cleared up on redirect through questioning without bringing in statements. Because I think from the same statements, you can ask him, well, you indicated you were lying about some of the things, but you did tell them that they were all in the car. You did tell them these things. I mean, I think those may be properly direct without pulling out the text of statements. And that way it's clarifying, and even in sections where, for example, where you thought Mr. Rivera showed something that didn't have the whole thing, you come back and say, well, counsel asked me about this.
Already as high as it can go,
Does
quick.
that
Sorry.
refresh your recollection? What's your more complete answer there? And I think it can be tied up that way without playing for them.
You know, you're the only person I legitimately think about yeeting aside from Marty.
Thank you.
Statements can come in, not one.
Well, perhaps perhaps that first one, which they've conceded to, but there's not much there. I don't know that you really want to bring in the fact that they got the car.
The irony is that I went and looked at my channel banned list the other day. The only people on there are literally, and I mean quite literally because I checked, people that I'm fairly confident were trolling with just like blatantly disgusting religious stuff, and bots, just because I thought it was easy to ban them at the time. As far as I'm aware, there was no legitimate person on YouTube that is on that list.
Yes. It's the only thing, the only way I've ever seen it done, but and it's done that way very effectively by many prosecutors. Unfortunately, the facts are the facts here, and I understand why they're a little concerned with the way this went, but you can't.
Well, I mean, see, part of the thing with rehabilitation is this is, none of these cases directly answer the question that we have before us, because a lot of the case law, there's one prior statement. There's not like 4 of them. And
no, not even like that, like just outright telling everyone that they're going to hell for
or the recent application doesn't exist on this one.
No, just it was just fine, honestly.
They're kind of it kind of interlocks in ways. He may have had motive starting, pretty much at the point he arrives in Broward County to get himself out of trouble. Okay.
Hi, AP.
It progresses in degrees as it goes along. Secondly, when we talk about rehabilitation, most of these cases involve someone getting
Did you answer my question about the trial?
making
Oh, what did I miss, maybe?
statement, and
Hang
then
on.
the prior consistent statement helps to clarify that no, they didn't just make this stuff up. The witness has already admitted, I lied about that. I lied about that. So I don't know how you rehabilitate when the witness themselves has said, I lied about that. There is no rehabilitation from that. He's already admitted that that's a lie. What the rehabilitation comes from is redirect. Well, let's talk about what's not a lie. And did you tell them that? And you were informed of that. So I think that can be done without getting into these statements as prior consistent statements.
Oh shit, they reset this. Sorry. That was supposed to be in the middle.
Out the differences between his lies involved.
Mimi, I can't find it. Can you repost it? Must have skipped over it. Sorry.
The rest of the story remains consistent. And I think that can be brought out, not objectively.
Damn it, Stingy.
Redirect without playing these things.
Can the defense bring XXXTentacion's Instagram story that he posted about Drake before he died? Since he's dead, they can't. If it's still out there, theoretically, yes, they can bring it in.
Ruling with regards to.
I mean, I thought he had.
This part. Only thing that the state.
I thought he pulled it down.
Bring out that he was consistent about is something that A, predates the motive to lie, and B, that I
I'm proud of the no symbol over the top of
them
it.
and said you're lying about this now because of your motive, because you were trying to get a deal. And in the July 2018 statements, there is none of that. I never challenged this witness on any of those statements. And so I don't think that the state could just say, you were lying about this stuff, but you were always, even in July 2018, you were consistent with, this, whatever. I didn't challenge any of those in July 2018.
I know that Mr. Kimmock and all of the defense counsel.
The hell are you talking about? We're not in a Cleveland Applebee's. This isn't hell.
Argument to the jury and outside of the jury.
It's a vehicle.
That they're representing each person separately. That's understood. However, Mr. Kimmock's argument obviously doesn't address for us that Mr. Padilla did it or that Mr. Ramirez did it on behalf of their client. So we, the state, can't separate it that way. I haven't been afforded the opportunity to rebut or do redirect after each cross. I have to wait for all of the cross examinations to finish in order for me to address.
Well, pretty much
That's
Cleveland,
Cleveland.
yeah.
So
Cleveland's
it
already
is
specific.
practical for me
It's
to
the only
address
city
it
in the
that
world
way.
worse than
And they
Detroit,
say, well,
Michigan.
I never said July 7th. If
Whoa,
that was the
whoa, whoa,
case,
I wouldn't go
we
that
have
far.
had 3 separate trials. We had
I
these
would. Have you
trials-
been to Cleveland?
We had these trials together
No, I've seen
for a
Detroit.
reason. And the reason that I believe I can go forward and say, well, this is what was attacked, not necessarily having to specify when Mr. Kimmock asked you or when Mr. Padilla asked you, because it's inextricably intertwined. He's saying all three co-defendants were there. He's saying it was consistent from whatever date. I should be able to address it that way. Otherwise, then we would ask for your honor to reconsider your ruling regarding the prior consistent statements, because it's just impractical the way that I guess the expectation for me to do this redirect. I mean, it's just, I've never heard of anything like that before. And the other thing is, you know, I still would have been, even if your honor ruled that we could use prior consistent statements, I still would have been afforded the opportunity to do a redirect. It's not an either or.
No, of
And because I think that there's some, you know, there's some counter argument like, oh, well, you know, they're trying to rebut it. I'm entitled to do a redirect regardless, okay? This is an additional area that's well established in Florida law that allows the state the opportunity to be able to enter this rebutting information and testimony because of the way they cross-examine. We wouldn't ordinarily be allowed to enter it, but this is how they chose to cross-examine. This is how it came out. So we are now asking the court to allow us that opportunity, because what I haven't heard from the court, I understand your honor is saying, well, if we were to, you don't want to have it bolstering, but it seems like I haven't heard from the court. Did we not meet our burden to use it? Because I thought before the.
Yeah, pretty much, because here's the problem. And
Okay.
again, there are plenty of cases
Judges had enough
that
too. Oh
you
shit.
can bring in prior consistent statements to rebut recent fabrication
Mhm.
or motive or you know, bias thinking, all these things. But all of them are pretty clear that the statement has to be made prior to that motive or that suggestion coming up. And if we look at this and what he says, what he testified to was, yeah, he was interested. Whether you guys were offering him something or not, his motivation was he was interested in minimizing his involvement to make the best deal possible for himself. So under those circumstances, there are a lot of cases that just warn about the dangers of allowing that in. And so I've made my ruling. We're not letting in the text of prior consistent statements. But what I was saying after that is there's nothing in that prevents you from doing an effective redirect examination.
So am I going to be allowed latitude
Disagree, but
to
anyway,
spin on some
you're the
things?
judge.
Because then,
Well, you're going to be given latitude to not be straying into all sorts of areas. And although you don't have to identify each time, I think it is helpful and to address Mr. Kinlock's concerns when if you say, well, Mr. Raris mentioned this, and you know, you can, if you reference that helps narrow it to whom it's addressed to. But yeah, if it was kind of done all at once, and so you're getting your one, not three opportunities, but it's going to have to be through the redirect process and not through the playing of prior statements.
okay.
So, thank you.
No, I'm good. Valentine's Day, I've taken the day anyway.
10:30 tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay, so there we have it, peeps. 10:30 tomorrow. We are going through. Hopefully, that's the end of the evidentiary hearing.
Unless you do something that gets Brad Cohen coming here.
Oh, yeah, for sure, I'll come back.
Actually, only gets to do one redirect after 3 lawyers doing cross. Yeah. And there's the wall.
A beautiful wall.
Sorry.
Such a beautiful wall.
Ain't my beautiful wall.
It's the best wall
But I tell
ever.
you what. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 panels on camera by 3, so there's 27.
27.
Maroon panels. Shut up. I was trying to account for how many might be behind the camera, but I don't really care. Oh, look, they got a fax machine. Anyway, guys, thank you to everybody that has sat through that. This was easily the most boring day of testimony, I'm not going to lie, because let's face it, there was shit all testimony. It was complete evidentiary hearing in relation to the transcript that they were looking to bring up, and let's face it, there wasn't much of anything that was of interest there. So we're going to get the hell out of here. I'll certainly see you tomorrow for this if anyone's willing to come back. If things get interesting or spicy, I'll certainly tweet about it. So, you know, I won't blame you if you don't show up here at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. But transcript, yeah, well, it is what it is. But yeah, guys. The fuck? Oh, it switched over to the Iowa family murders. As always, guys, stay healthy, wealthy, and wise, and remember, you are not a piece of shit. Your life has value. I'm talking to everyone except Marty. See you guys.
Dick.
You love it. And remember, guys, go and watch Marty over on Kaiser tonight. Sounds like it'll be an absolute hoot. I'm certainly going to tune in. So, yeah. See you all later. Cheers, guys.
Good night, guys.
Wait, I need to end the broadcast, not leave the studio. That could have ended badly.
Oh, no.